You did it, Kyle. That was just about right. PKA episode 329 with our guest Ahmed. Kyle?
We have many sponsors tonight. No, not really. We have NatureBox, Dollar Shave Club, SeeSo, Boll and Branch. That's a new one, I think, for us. And TrackR. We'll talk about each of those later on in the show. Of course, there are links down in the description if you just can't wait. You got to learn more about Boll and Branch right this second. But if you can wait, got a really cool guest tonight, I think. Chiz has informed us that you are a big fan of the show. You watch, at least keep up to date with it. You know who we all are. And he said that you follow like politics and global happenings and such. But what's really interesting, I think, is that you're from Iran. Is that right? And then you immigrated to Iraq for a while?
Actually, the other way around.
Okay.
I'm
interesting.
Iraqi. My mother and father are Iraqis. But they migrated to Iran in the 90s, running away from Saddam's regime. That was after my family. So my parents went to Iran, and then I was born. And in 2003, when the regime went away and America liberated Iraq.
A little freedom.
You're welcome, by the way.
Yeah,
You're welcome.
3 Americans, thank you. They liberated Iraq. We went back against the will of my father, because my father at the time was in Australia trying to secure a little gathering for us there. So that also ruined his plans to cope there, because he was planning on us coming from Iran. So we went back to Iraq and lived there from 2003 to 2010, and then we migrated to Europe finally.
How old are you? So how old were you?
Yeah, I was going to say, this is a
migration?
lot of history for someone who's 13 years old.
I do get a lot. I'm 27, actually. I'm almost 27.
Okay, so
I was born in, 26. I was born in almost 27. I was born in 1991 in Iran. But yeah, I do look young. My brother always gets the thing. People tell him that he looks older than me, and I look younger than him. So I do get that a lot. I do look young. So I guess that's a good thing.
It is. So
anyway,
that is an incredible amount of, it's almost hard with something like this to even ask a question, because I am so removed from it and I have no idea of any of the happenings. What are just, you said you were a translator for a while there. How old were you when you were doing that, and what was that like? Was that for U.S. forces or just?
Yeah, so that's also another crazy story. In 2004, maybe beginning of 2005. The dates are kind of blurry for me at the moment, but in beginning of 2005, let's say, I used to live with my aunt, with my family, which we were all living in there, and that was behind a very big shrine mosque, Al Sahla. It's called in Najaf, Al Kufa. You guys all know it, of course.
Of course.
And
obviously.
yeah,
That's the tune.
Yeah.
Anyway, so the militia, Al Mahdi militia, that were insurgents following Muqtada Sadr, which were militia in the south controlling the region. At the time, the coalition decided that the Spanish and Italian forces and some Polish forces would control that region because it was the most stable. And Baghdad and Tikrit and all those unstable regions would go to U.S. troops, UK, and other forces. Anyway, so those militias had a lot of control on the region. And I used to go there a lot with my parents, and they heard me once speaking Farsi, which is Iran's language, which I was, of course, born and raised there. I speak Farsi as fluently as I speak Arabic. And they just asked me. I was like 14 or 15 years old, and they were like, hey, would you mind translating for us? So I went ahead and translated for a few people.
Well, hang on. Wait a minute. Wait. Let's
No
skip over
child
that.
labor laws.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're 14 years old, and what nationality were
50
these?
maybe.
Okay, what
Iraqis,
nationality were these guys? So
Yeah.
were these Iraqi soldiers who asked you?
No,
to do
not
this?
soldiers, but insurgents, a militia that were used to secure shrines
Okay.
and places that are public that could be eventually targeted for car bombing or terrorist attack and stuff.
Okay.
So they would search people that would try to enter the shrine, and basically patting them down and all that. So basically, I used to stand there. Well, at the start, I translated for a few people, and the need for a translator kept coming up. So they just when they saw me again, they were like, "Hey, you should come on, like sort of a part-time thing."
How much does a job like this pay when you're 14 years old?
It didn't pay anything at the beginning.
Fuck! So you're
Wow.
So
I was like,
I want to picture this. So
Are you giving
standing
goods or
outside-
services?
you and this military guy are standing outside of like a site that you're trying to protect from someone potentially walking in with a bomb. You're the translator, so you're standing right next to the guy who's like the point man to stop the bomb, right? You're in just as much danger as he is, right? Or do you get get to go get behind some sandbags until they need you?
No. As fun as that might sound, like I've been in a lot of shitty situations with attacks and stuff, which we'll get to later, hopefully. But that job at the time was pretty much like very safe job. Like there weren't the worst thing we stopped was an Iranian. One of the reasons, actually, let me interrupt myself. One of the reasons they needed a Persian translator was because a lot of Iranians started coming in as pilgrims. My English is failing me right now. Anyway,
no, it's really
so
good.
I mean,
any Farsi.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a bit out of practice, but I'm trying. So these pilgrims came after 2003 because they had a ban by Saddam, so they weren't allowed. But after Saddam went away, of course, the borders were open and they started coming in. So the need for a translator arose. That's the first thing. So after I started working there, the worst thing we had, I think, was a couple of Iranians trying to smuggle a little bit of hash in their pockets, drugs, like that kind of stuff.
What's the punishment for that? Like when they found out that they had hash on them, was it like hey, you give us that hash and you move along, or was it like, oh, you've done fucked up?
They were pulled apart by 4 camels.
Yeah, well, funny story about that. The first time we found a bit of hash on someone, they were searching them, patting them down, and then I was just standing there talking to the guys anyway. So they searched this guy, they open his wallet, and they have like little thing this big, and it looks brown. I mean, we don't know what hash is, what weed is, all those kind of drugs. We've heard about them, but we don't know how they look, how they smell, how they taste. So the security guy is like, "What the hell is this?" And he's like, "His medicine." So our boss comes around from he's like, "Oh, wait, I've heard about this. This is hash, actually." And in Najaf, which is about 50 kilometers away,
heard about
what
it.
A narc.
They have heard about it in Zikr Shrine, that people have been bringing this in, and this is kind of a sort of a drug that is banned. So he's like, wait a second, give it to me. And he's inspecting this shrine to find out what it is. So he's like, I don't know. And he looks at me and then he's like, here, give it a taste. And I'm like, oh my God, I'm not sure I should do this. Anyway, so I, like the dumbass I am, I open it up and then split it in half like this big. I split it in half and put the whole thing in my mouth. And it's really stupid decision.
Anything.
Yep. And I start like feeling all kind of weird things like
What does
in my
that
mouth.
do? Can
as
you
far as
eat pot?
taste. I don't know
makes
what
you
it
feel
was.
shitty.
They call it hash in our country. I don't know what it is, how it's
So
classified.
hash is when they take the pollen from like the marijuana bud. Like you've got lots of buds of marijuana, and the way I've seen it made is like they use their bare hands to like stroke the plants, and you're getting all that pollen, that sticky pollen, stuck to your hands. And they do this until they've got like a film of it on them, and they take like a butter knife and they scrape it off, and you've got sort of this sort of waxy dark.
Yeah, exactly.
And then they
It is
press
waxy.
it into bars.
Yeah.
And
So I
what
put it in
happens
my
if you
mouth.
eat it?
And I start chewing, and well, I mean, I started feeling like a burn. I mean, it was like 15 years ago, but I bought new shoes and new pants before, like a week ago when I started this job. So I start chewing, and everyone's laughing at me, of course, the security guards. And I'm like, at once, I just spit it out. I wait 5 seconds, and I just vomit on my shoes and my new pants. It was a shitty day at the job. Anyway. So they take this guy and they put him in a little holding cell, which was just a room people used to study in the year 1800 or something like that. Really old shrines with old rooms and old doors. Basically, you push the door and the lock breaks. So it wasn't any cell or anything. But I mean, they put him in there. They waited for the police. Iraqi police came over and they just took him with them. I don't know what happens to them. Possibly.
So when you were working as a translator.
Yeah.
Did you have like neighbors or like distant neighbors who were like angry at you for cooperating with the Americans or the Italians or whatever?
Cooperation with the Americans came at a later date. In 2000, and maybe you've heard of this, the Battle of Najaf.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the major battles that took place against the insurgents of the south, the Jaish al-Mahdi. And I might be able to find some coordinates for you for where this all exactly happened if you want that.
No,
Is it,
it's good. Just
Anyway,
what year
so,
was this? So how
this
old
is
were you?
2005, so I was basically 15. And I just started working for them like about 2 months or something. And the activity of these insurgents, Jaish al-Mahdi, which I worked for as a translator, was like very high. They started enforcing some new laws and other stuff, which a lot of people weren't happy with. The thing that angered the coalition forces was the fact that they started fighting Americans, trying to take secure areas. Anyway, so a command came from America or something, and basically it said all Polish, Spanish, and Italian forces may evacuate, and U.S. military will take over that city, which was my city. So at that shrine, one of the hardest battles that took place was in my backyard. So that's another very, very, like, it's kind of hard to talk about. I mean, there was a lot of scary moments in our lives. I mean,
And this battle was at that same age for you, right around 2005 there?
2005, It was Battle of Najaf. So anyway, the Americans come in, a lot of resistance because the leader of Jaish al-Mahdi told all of his insurgents, Jaish al-Mahdi, he was Muqtada al-Sadr, maybe you've heard of him, the asshole with the thing, pretty popular. He was on CNN like every other week at the time, even lately. Anyway, so battle goes down, and we're holed up in the corner of our house, and tanks coming through the house through our backyard, which was actually our front yard, because the engineers that structured those houses are pretty much dumbasses. They built one room, and then a room next to it, and then another room next to it, and then the backyard would be basically in front of it, and the door would be at the side, not at the front. So it's a pretty weird design.
It is odd.
Yeah, so we were at the end of the house, like at the farthest room, and at the back, like the wall that we faced was pretty much our neighbor that also had the exact same structure of the house, except the other way around. Anyway, so tanks were coming in, and like the ground is shaking, bullets flying everywhere. 2 days, and then everything settles down. Americans come door to door telling us to come out and be searched, and we got searched and all that, and then basically
I feel like we spent more time on the door than the actual war here. So there's bullets flying, there's tanks moving in.
Yeah.
Like, what was that part all about?
Well, I mean, there isn't much to it. We basically just cowered like all the other families. I mean, I was young, and my mother was in there.
Stayed inside, and you could hear bullets like zipping by.
Yeah, bullets, explosions. It was intense. We didn't just hear them. It was like we were just right there, and the wall that was like the wall of our backyard was actually broken down by a tank because it hit it, and yeah, it was pretty intense.
How long did it last? Or how long, I guess, were you holed up in your house there for the whole 2 days?
Yeah, we were holed up 2 days. Well, thankfully we had food and all that stuff. My cousin, actually, which was my aunt's house, had an AK, and he was like holding it by himself. And was like, "What the fuck are you doing?" I didn't say anything, obviously, but my aunt was like, "You dumbass! If the Americans come in, the first one they shoot is you. Why the hell do you even have it at your side? It's not gonna help you." I was like, "Maybe some insurgents will try to hide in our house. I'm not gonna let them. American will kill us." Anyway, so so that happened, and that went on. The next thing that I remember happening was like just life going on, and a couple of weeks later,
real quick, like as the battle was raging and everything, do you remember, like, obviously fear's the number one thing, but as far as like anger at the sides of the battle, were you just like, what was that mentality? Like, these fucking Americans, or like, both of these fucking people, or like, what were you thinking as far as just the direction? Well, I know you were young at 15.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, I was 15 at the moment. I didn't really have a specifically orientate my political opinion or anything, but at the moment I feel differently, of course, but at that time I was just scared, and with my family just waiting to see what happens. That was it. Yeah, but so after that, a few weeks ago, we kept like life went on, and then with my family we went to visit the shrine to just go pray and stuff. And when we went in, A lot of the people obviously changed, but some of the people that worked for militia after surrendering, the American agreed to keep. So the commander that used to be kind of my boss, when I say commander, it sounds like a military commander, but he was just a dumbass that had control of the search point that was situated right at the shrine. So he was still there, and he was like, "You should come back because we still have a lot of Iranians coming in after the battle. Maybe next week's, hopefully, in the coming weeks, hopefully." So
Still no pay though, right?
Yeah. At that point, after the second time I came back with them, they did start to pay me.
How much? I need to know, like exactly how much, because
that's too dangerous of a job to not get paid a decent amount.
Yeah. Like you should be getting paid like those fucking crab fishermen on like Deadliest Catch, right? There should be like a voiceover as you like translate and check papers, like Ahmed is making more money this week than most Americans will make in a year. But instead, like what are you actually making?
I did make bank. So let's see. As
Nice.
far as numbers go, I made the first 2 months. I made 15,000 dinari, which is about $14.
Oh shit!
$14.
That's gonna make it rain.
I'm always bamboozled by foreign currencies.
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
God damn it.
15,000 dinari
I'm
is-
such a
is about-
fool. I don't know why I thought. I'm like, 15 grand. This motherfucker had me going. Oh, nope, $14.
Yeah,
Couple
that
of
was-
foot long subs.
I mean, you got to think. I was young and I didn't have anything.
Or a little
else.
hash.
And that too. But
You get them for
14,000 dinari, I could have bought like shoes, a few books for my school, and new clothes. So it was helpful. I mean, I didn't do much. I just went there 2 hours a day. It wasn't like a 9 to 5. I mean, the danger, of course. But
Yeah.
after the Americans came, we were hoping there would be no more danger. That's that.
You're welcome again.
How did that pan out?
Thank you very much. The American dollar felt good. Yeah, so after that, Americans came, of course, I think at 10 o'clock in the morning and at 4 o'clock in the midday. And they just came to check around. They go into the shrine, even though a lot of people were angry about that because they were, quote unquote, not Muslims.
What happened when they came, when you guys were in your house and they came to your house? Was it after the battle that you left and then the Americans found you, or did they actually break into your house?
No, they didn't break into the house. They just knocked on the door really, really hard and shouted, if your families come out, hands on your head, no weapons, no movement. So we all came out like the family that we are, and we stood there. Americans started coming in. We went in the house, take a really quick look, and they just saw women and stuff. They didn't even search us, so they just left.
They didn't find your cousin's AK either, eh?
Even if they have found it, everyone had an AK there. So
I assumed so.
Yeah, Kyle's got a couple in
a lot of
frame.
people had. Yeah, he had a couple of AKs under the cabin, but they didn't search very well. They weren't searching for AKs; they were searching more for people that were hiding, or anyway, from the insurgencies that were hiding, and big weapons, possibly RPGs and stuff. Those were the things that they were looking for, because RPGs played a big role in that battle. Yeah, lots of casualties from the insurgent side.
Wow.
So 2 years of Battle of Najaf, and I believe 40 American soldiers died, and 4,000 or something, or 3,000 insurgents died. So that shows the effectiveness of your military.
Of tanks. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the insurgents also had a lot of hardware. They had a lot of good Hummers and big trucks, shielded trucks, I remember. But I mean, of course, it didn't come close to the.
Yeah, there was I don't want to get too specific, but there's a member of my family who was in the first Iraq War, and he had a lot of mixed feelings and stress afterwards about how lopsided it was. Like there was some guilt because he was a tank commander, and they just rolled the fuck through the Iraqi tanks and stuff, and after the fact, it was something he had to cope with.
That's an interesting perspective. I hadn't thought about that, of being like, we were in the war and we did what we had to do, but I was in a tank that they gave me and said, hey, drive this as your job as a tank commander. In this war, it just happens to be an invincible magic ship that you can just drive around.
I mean, in these battles that happened, the only problem Americans faced were the numbers. I mean, these insurgents would scatter into neighborhoods, and in every house there would be 5 or 4 of them. and it doesn't matter what you have. Is it the drone? Is it the tank? I mean, you will get ambushed. It's a lot of time. It takes a lot of time to clean out those neighborhoods. So that was challenge number one, just the numbers and how they were scattered, and obviously urban warfare. I mean, it was months before the main battle of the Najaf ended. The battle that we experienced in Kufa, which is like a little, it's a really small town right next to Najaf. Pretty important as far as position. It's right on the Euphrates. And that took 2 days. But the Battle of Najaf, the main Battle of Najaf, took 2 months or something.
For the insurgents that were there, you're talking about them, was it common for them to have to like break into someone's house and be like, you're going to hide us here? Or did they usually have enough people who were on their side that they could go find somewhere? Or was it kind of a fear that they would show up and harass you?
I couldn't answer that, man. I'm sorry. But I have no idea. Maybe, but I've never heard of that or never seen it. So I don't know. But it is possible, obviously. I mean, they used a lot of shitty tactics, even though it's against all their mottos and they're Islamic, and you know how it goes. These insurgents, when it comes to it, if it's life or death, they will do anything. Doesn't matter if it's against their ideologies or instruction of their leader or whatever. Anyway.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't put it past them.
Man, that is intense.
Yeah. And so I didn't tell you about when I met with a few of the soldiers that they came to you. They used
the
to
American soldiers or the insurgents?
Okay. The Americans. After the whole battle, we went to the mosque one day, and I started talking to the my old boss. And Americans came in, and they started talking to people and stuff, just kind of seeing how the searching and the patting down goes on. There wasn't much to do. So they talked to me, and at the time I was watching a lot of English movies and stuff, and I still have my DVD collection. I used to buy 10 DVDs a day, which were basically I don't know, 1,000 dinari, like 90 cent, which is like basically next to nothing for movies. I spent all my money just buying DVDs of shows. Like I remember Lost and 24 were big at the time. So those were my favorite. Yeah, exactly. That's really weird, but I really love that show. Anyway, at the time. So I have a lot of DVDs, and I've picked up a lot of language from that. So it was my third language, so it was pretty impressive for these guys. So they were like, so you speak Arabic fluently and a bit of English, that could be better, but also Persian that we very much need because of all the pilgrims that are coming in. So the American soldier is like, if you come tomorrow, we will take you to the checkpoint at the next to your neighborhood. We need a few translators there. So you got to stand there for 5 or 6 hours. And we'll pay you, of course, $100. And I'm like, oh my God, $100? Are you serious? So that was my biggest payday as a translator. So the next day I came over and they picked me up and I went there and they gave me a vest and I standed there and basically didn't translate anything, absolutely nothing. Just talked to the soldiers in the first day. A few weeks later, after the combat, the dust settled down, a lot of pilgrims started coming in. A lot of people started getting arrested. I mean, Iranians really hate Americans, even the pilgrims. Yeah. So anyway, a lot of translating was needed. So I basically I was on my toes. My English was very weak at the time, so I was barely speaking. And yeah, so that was also a big challenge for me. So I did that for a couple of months, and I think.
What was the attitude of the soldiers like when you were kind of getting to know them and talk to them?
The best. One of the funnest thing I've done, in this whole shitty situation, was translating for the soldiers. They were telling me all about the American life and how I should go to America since I'm learning and I'm smart enough and this and that. They were motivating me to do all kind of things. So I just tell them I would really love to go to study in America or maybe in Europe or wherever. And they would motivate me and they would you work here 6 months on this salary, you'll be able to save up a bit of money. You should save up and this and that. And so they were really cool guys. Really cool guys. I didn't really have bad experience with the American soldiers.
That's good. You said it was annoying dealing with how much the Iranians hated the Americans, even the pilgrims. What do you mean by that? Like they just?
Yeah, I mean they wouldn't be wanna touched. That's number one, which patting down becomes really challenging. So that's why they called a few guys from the mosque, from the all insurgencies that they used to, like the checkpoint at the mosque. So they used to pat down so the American basically did respect that, because a lot of Iranians started getting angry and started shouting and this and that, and weapons were pointed at some point, I remember.
Why was
that was
such a big deal about being touched?
Yeah, I mean, they didn't just, I don't know, Iranians. I mean, Iraqis, most of Iraqis, if they would be want to search by a soldier, they would just, okay, go ahead, man. No big deal. But I remember a lot of the pilgrims from Iran made a big deal about it. And I used to intervene and come in, speak Farsi, their language, so they would feel a little bit better about it. I'm like, don't worry about it. It's just for security, no big deal, and this and that. But it didn't help. I was like, no, this American dirty peasant will not touch me and this and that. Yeah, I remember a lot of hatred from Iran.
When you translated, did you like tell them straight, like stuff like dirty peasant, or did you like smooth it over?
Oh, absolutely not. I definitely did some.
Say it again.
Because
you did, you did smooth
I
it
was
over, or
really
you didn't? I caught.
Yeah, I mean, I was young. I mean, I was afraid. I remember, like, every time someone would say something that I would feel would offend the other party, I was like, oh my God, how am I going to say that?
You're a terrible translator.
Yeah.
I need
exactly.
to know. Like, if I'm
so
sitting there paying you 80,000 denarii or whatever.
So if they just took a transcript of your translations, they'd be like, this is the friendliest checkpoint that we've ever seen. Like, everybody seems to be getting along. A lot of thank yous and pleases.
It's not that extreme. No, but I mean, a lot of anger was also conveyed by their facial expression and how they start screaming. So I didn't have to translate everything. Anyway, but when there was like a few words thrown at, I wouldn't translate them unless I was asked. I don't actually remember if I ever done that.
Do you remember like one line or one thing you were told to translate that sticks out in your mind as something that like was like, you're like, oh shit?
Kus omak comes to mind, which means you motherfucker. But much worse, because in the Western culture, motherfucker is used like a buzzword, and in Arabic, that's like serious shit. So when you say that, like, you're offended, like I fuck your mother or something. So that's the thing that I would never translate or never even dare to translate. So,
oh man, that must be stressful with curse words like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Kyle.
I would want it straight. Like I'd have to be like, look, if they're saying some crazy shit, I need to fucking know it, because things can escalate here. We're not talking about hurting feelings. We're talking about people dying. You let me know what they're saying over there. Like, you can smooth me over a little bit if I step out of line, but don't you smooth them. I need to know. I need it like warts and all.
Yeah, that it must have been annoying to have to be like, all right, I'm translating this. What I'm about to say is from him. It's from him. Keep in mind, not from me. I think you're great. I'm on your side. All right, like. You're got to be everybody's buddy.
You also have to consider that the fact that it was a checkpoint. It wasn't something official or anything. Exact translations weren't needed. So basically, I had to just tell them what they were saying. In any context would have been it would have been okay. Doesn't matter. I don't always have to be literally translating every single word. So as long as the message gets through.
How did like your day-to-day life, just routine, kind of change up after the Americans showed up?
Yeah, so after the Americans showed up, there was still a lot of what do you call it? Like still a lot of movement from the insurgents. So they were still there, obviously, but they got a ceasefire order from their leader.
Was it something like you were being stopped and checked more often, or you'd go outside and be like, oh, look, a Humvee and a bunch of soldiers again, surprise?
No, I mean, we were kind of in our bubble. We didn't go far very much. I used to go to school, go to the thing. I used to go to friends and go home. That was my life for years at that point. But after months later, I mean, a lot of people, like my family, my cousins that were older than me, they were like, you need to stop working for the Americans. It's not safe anymore. So I think I worked 3 months in total, and then I stopped. So I just quit. I told them I had to move and concentrate on my schools, and my finals were coming up, which were actually coming up at the time. So I just quit for that reason. I was kind of afraid.
You think it was the right move at the time to be like, yeah, this is getting a little too hot? Or is it something that, looking back, you're like, oh, I probably could have kept doing that a little longer, made some more Skrilla?
No, it never got hot. To be honest, if I'm honest, it never got hot. Not working for that checkpoint. It never got hot. I mean, the heated discussions between a tourist and another salesman or a soldier that was trying to pat down. That was the most extreme thing I witnessed at the time. So it wasn't hot or anything, but I kept hearing from friends and family, they were like, you gotta stop from working for the Americans. You never know what happens and this and that. You know how people are, just fear in general. So it was a messy situation at the time. So you don't want to get it tangled up in something
That new Jack Bauer is a real pussy, eh?
Is there a new Jack Bauer?
Yeah, they got a black Jack Bauer now, and I'm like,
oh my God.
If you're gonna bring in the new Jack Bauer, you gotta fucking escalate, right? You gotta set this up to the next level.
I don't think anyone can fill Kiefer Sutherland's shoes, man.
Kiefer Sutherland will take you in a fucking room and pull your fingernails out and put a power drill in your kneecap. He'll show you a video live feed of your family, and he'll be like, tell me where the bomb is! And you're like, no! And they're like, kill the wife! And they fucking kill the wife, and he's like, tell me where the bomb is! Kill the boy! And then somewhere in another country, they're killing the boy. Like, Kiefer Sutherland doesn't play no shit. And then they bring this new guy on, and he's like, I'm on my own now. And it's just like, yeah, that's the whole point.
So Jack Bauer is now a black guy, or they just redid it and now it's a new agent? Because if his name is Jack Bauer and he's now just a black guy, if I were a fan of the show, I'd be like, no, you can't just have 24. Gimli be an elf all of a sudden.
And why the hell does he need to be black? What is that about? Is that like something like a...
I don't care that he's black. I'm okay with it. I'd be okay with a transsexual Jack Bauer, quite frankly, but you got to be hardcore.
Usually it's the fact that it's a reboot. That it's not very good, you know.
Yeah, I don't care if you've got a Latino Jack Bauer, like whatever you want to do, like to mix things up and get another demographic involved with Fox, like I'm fine with that. But he's got to escalate. He's got to take it to the next level. He's got to be like cutting eyelids off episode 1. We got to find that bomb.
I don't know the extreme level, but anytime I see like a reboot of a show, and instead of the crux of the pitch being like, and it's new and better because this plot or this edition. And instead, it's like, it's different because their skin is different or maybe their genitals are different. Fuck you, it's different. Like when it's one of those, it's like, okay, you probably threw a shitty thing together trying to knowing that some people would watch it just because of the, kind of pandering you're doing. Whereas with a real reboot, you can tell. You're like, oh, okay, this is a groundswell up. Like it's going to be a new thing. What you thought The Hobbit might be. Even though it's not really a reboot, but whatever. We won't get into Hobbit.
No, I just looked it up. This is the new Jack Bauer, the guy from The Walking Dead, like from the last season? Do you guys know him?
I don't think they're the same actor, are they? Because the guy from The Walking Dead, you're talking about the one who got his leg eaten or whatever, and he was like, you ate my leg! Tainted meat! Tainted meat!
It is him, I think.
Is that the same guy? I didn't think it was.
Yeah, it's the same guy. Damn. That's such a shitty casting. I don't like it.
It's certainly not a Jack Bauer level of talent.
It doesn't even look like him. He looks like fucking 20. He doesn't look hardcore enough.
No, I really enjoyed. Dude, 24 is good. Like go back and watch. Like 24 happened right in the. It was broadcast like right in the heart of 9/11 and all that shit. And like and the whole point is that you've got this one fucking government agent who he's like, oh shit, there's a national security thing going on. My group has been compromised, so I can't trust those above me and I can't trust those below me. It's up to me to fix this, and it's so important that nothing else matters. So if I've got to kill people, torture people, like kidnap the president, whatever, it has to go down this way because otherwise, like a nuke goes off in LA or something of similar circumstance.
For you, since you've already seen 24, obviously, are you watching? Because I know Kiefer Sutherland's in a new show that's about like. Last Survivor.
Designated Survivor.
Designated Survivor. Is that any good? The concept seems really interesting.
Oh yeah, great show. I definitely
turn on CNN, man. They've got a guy who isn't qualified running the country every fucking night. I don't need to go over there and see Kiefer Sutherland pretend to be unqualified. You can turn on CNN and watch that shit live.
Dude, there's no way it's going to be as exciting as Jack Bauer, or not Jack Bauer, Kiefer Sutherland.
I don't know.
What else is he in? Wasn't he known for being like a rabble rouser, like bad boy before he was a lot of cocaine?
He was in the Lost Boys back in the day. His dad's Donald Sutherland.
Oh, I remember the Lost Boys. That wasn't.
I've seen the Lost Boys.
I didn't like that movie that much.
Come on, man, that's a good movie.
I don't know. I thought it was shitty as well.
There we go.
I don't know. I didn't like
one.
Yeah, because when I started watching 24, I was kind of a fan of Kiefer, so I started watching everything that he was in, like movies, shows, anyway.
Have you ever seen the one called like Phone Booth or something like that?
Oh yeah, I've seen that. He had a small role in that. I mean, not a small role, but he wasn't much.
He's not on screen. He
was a sniper.
He just got his voice.
Yeah. But I liked him in that. He was cool in that.
Yeah, Colin Farrell.
Colin Farrell.
Yeah, Colin Farrell's in this this phone booth, which don't fucking exist anymore. And Kiefer Sutherland is talking to him, and he's like, I'm in a building looking at you right fucking now with a sniper rifle. He's testing me, and he's like, what? And he's fucking shoots a guy, right? You know, he proves it right away, and he creates this whole scary scenario on the street because he's a sniper in a building where it appears that Colin Farrell is the one shooting this man on the street. And everybody's like, that guy in the phone booth just killed a man. And Keith is like, don't leave the phone booth or I'll kill you. And he's stuck in this weird standoff. It's more of a...
You always want to believe in movies like that when you watch them. You're like, oh, I would be Colin Farrell and I would be outwitting this guy on the phone. Like, I'd be figuring this out. You know how you put yourself in there? But in reality, like, I always, like, have a super thought on top of that when I see, like, the guy be like, oh, you don't believe I can kill you? Bang! And just shoot some random asshole walking by. It's like, no, Taylor, don't lie to yourself. You'd be that guy. You'd be that guy who just got his brains blown out. And then you are a setup for the first major hump of the story arc. You are not fooling anyone.
You're not Colin Farrell.
The phone booth. Yeah, you're not Colin
dead pimp number one.
And in Helm's Deep, you're the guy who gets hit by that fucking crazy crossbow bolt. You're not saving anyone.
The way it like hits him and carries him onward like 30 feet and then impales him against the wall.
That was actually meanest Tirith, but that was a good one too. Yeah,
that was
I do
awesome.
that when I watch.
Both happened both. Yeah.
I do that when I watch. When I watch NBA games, I do that a lot. I was like, oh my god, that's such a sweet move. LeBron going in for the great dunks. I watch a lot of NBA. I'm a huge basketball fan. I used to play basketball in Iraq as well. So I do that, what you just described in basketball. I'm like, at the end, I'm like, oh my god, more like the fat guy sitting in the courtside watching the game. That's me, not LeBron.
Even like if you fantasize like, man, what if I were in the NHL? It's like, all right, well, baseline fantasy, we got to make you like 6'8" and 300 pounds because you don't even meet like the base level of athleticism. So they'd have to bring you in as like, hey, he's big and is good, kind of like so already it's like, god damn it, like now there's no chance. There's no way. Even in my fantasies, I couldn't do it. I'm still getting the puck stolen from me.
If I'm going to have a fantasy like this, and in a similar way, I have to do this to enjoy like fantasy movies or most movies. I have to suspend my disbelief. I have to make it a real kind of scenario in which this could happen. I can't just be like if I'm fantasizing jerking off, I can't just picture like, oh yeah, and I'm fucking Natalie Dormer. That happened. I got to be like, all right, so I'm here. And I just happen to run into her. Like, there has to be a way for it to happen, for it to even be real in my mind. So with the NHL thing, I'm like, how does that happen? Like, all right, so I win the lottery. I invest well. And then I buy the fucking St. Louis Blues. I fucking buy the goddamn team, and I get to pick who the GM is. And then I get on the ice, whether they like it or not. Like that's the only way you could make it happen. Then you could do it. Like, if you were like that Scrooge McDuck tycoon who's like, owner, player, coach. like don't stop it just getting on the ice.
Jaromir Jagr is setting himself up for that. If he currently plays for the Florida Panthers, he's 45, just turned 45, I believe. Just had the most successful season of any hockey player in the NHL in history for someone over 44. So he's killing it this year.
Low bar.
It's like him and Chelios and a couple other people, but the highest of that low bar. And he bought a team in Sweden or Switzerland or somewhere, Czechoslovakia. He bought a team over there in one of their leagues so that if the NHL ever says, honestly, you're just too old, he'll be like, all right, I'm going to go be the owner and the head center there. Doesn't matter if I'm not the best because I own the team, and I'll be coach. Fuck it. Fuck you. Like,
I'll build
like
a team around me. It'll be great. Imagine the vanity that unleashes in you. If you're like Sidney Crosby must really think his shit doesn't stink, right? You see it in the way he plays, the way he abuses the other players out there. He's not afraid of anything. He knew they weren't going to fucking suspend him or do anything relevant because of who he is. So he can fucking nut shot, chop fingers off, all that.
Someone got suspended for a nut shot just last night.
Not Sidney Crosby.
Not Sidney Crosby.
Kyle's mid-story, but Taylor, why doesn't Crosby get his ass kicked more? I mean, it's not hard to do,
just
right?
Him versus him.
Yeah, is there a McSorley on his line?
No, there's not on his line.
It's just because he declines fights all the time.
It's just that he declines, and if something happens, whereas someone like, I don't know, I'm trying to, like, who's the captain? Like Giroux. So if Giroux got in some shit for the Flyers, he would back it up with a fight if need be. But he's not going to jump into a fight headlong because he's so good that it's like, no, don't do that, you idiot. Like, let somebody else take the punch. That's the exact same thing with Crosby, but Crosby never jumps in a fight because there's literally no reason for him to ever be in a fight because he's the best player in the world. Like when he gets in a fight, it's never like, man, you really motivated everyone. He would lose the fight for sure.
Yeah,
I would think he's got a really powerful lower body. Like he's one of the strongest guys in the league as far as that goes. Like it's evident in his skating and his edge work how fast he can change directions and so easily. But yeah, in a fight, I think he'd get tossed.
He's probably bottomed 5% in NHL fighting, and I just wish he got in more fights.
And I don't think the Penguins have anybody. Maybe I just don't know the roster well enough. I don't think they have anybody that could really throw some haymakers. Who knows? I see. The NHL is not letting their players go to the Olympics in 2018. Did you hear that?
Yeah, I did. They've been talking about that for a while. They asked Wayne Gretzky about that. He owns a team. That's why, right?
He owns the Coyotes, I think.
They asked him like his thoughts about that, and it was something like, we like to compete at the highest level and all that, but we kind of got our own thing going on here. It was one of those. And what he did say was like the biggest goal for a hockey player is the Stanley Cup. A gold medal is amazing. It's incredible. It's great, but we want the Stanley Cup. And that was the bottom line.
Like globally, everybody knows that the Stanley Cup's the biggest trophy. Like in hockey, it just is. But all they're doing with this is it's not a good way to grow the sport, which I don't like. And it makes it so that the only Winter Olympic event I ever watched anyway was hockey. I don't give a shit about luge or skiing.
The skeleton.
Like, that can be neat in highlight clips, but I'm not going to watch the whole thing. And if there aren't NHL players there, I'm not going to watch a bunch of minor leaguers and washed up guys who aren't in the league anymore hash it out. As Ovechkin already said, I don't care, I'm going anyway. And so Ovechkin's going. All the good Russians are going to end up going, I guarantee. So Tarasenko's going to go. So that kind of sucks for us. We're going to lose him next year. And now Sabotka, I guess that's 2. But all that means is if the NHL doesn't go to the Olympics in hockey, Russia is going to butt fuck everybody.
I've always thought that the Olympics kind of just butt fuck the good teams. Like if your team has some elite players on it, then your team's best players don't get rest. If you have a mediocre team, like you really want to be just not good enough to make the Olympics, alternate style. And then those guys get full rest while all the stars come back broken and beat up.
I think there should be a different kind of Olympics for those. All right, so like Winter Olympics, if you're sending a team from like a tropical region, you shouldn't have to face off against like the fucking Canadas, Russias, and like I don't know, fucking Netherlands of the world or wherever USA. The fuck skiing is incredibly popular. Like sure, the USA just because they got so much goddamn money, and we it's just absurd. Like we'll be good if there's something to be good at. We'll be good at it if we really want to. We just will, and we might just be the best at it because we'll just spend money until we are. But like if you're the best example, I think, is the Jamaica bobsled team, right? Like, they shouldn't have to compete with some Canadian douchebags who have been bobsledding since birth. They should have to face off against, like, 3 guys like us from the USA who are well-funded.
I feel like they shouldn't be allowed to compete, not shouldn't have to. Like, because so I was a swimmer, right? I really think I could have made like Senegal's Olympic team.
You could have,
right?
Yeah, sure.
For most people in the world, Senegal's a tiny little country. I think on the eastern or western seaboard of Africa. You haven't heard of it. I'm sure their swim team sucks. I think I could have made it. I might still be able to make it. I don't know.
Yeah, they've all got food poisoning and shit.
Yeah.
Like half the year. Like you're fine.
Yeah, they might not have a pool in that country, right?
They swim in sewage.
Well, they have an ocean.
Countries.
They swim in sewage.
The sharks get them all off the coast of Africa.
So. Yeah, and I've always, sometimes you see these guys, and they can hardly, the 50-meter pool is big. Like, you have to be able to swim to get across it. And these fuckers can't even, finish a 200, right?
That's interesting. Think about the facilities required just to meet the bare minimum. That's always what it is with sport, right? What is the bare minimum it takes to make this happen in any region, right? Baseball, it's super fucking low. You need a field, a ball, and a bat.
Soccer.
You don't need the gloves. You don't have to have them. Soccer is super low. Just the ball, really. You can put sticks on the ground for a net. But when you get into swimming, and you have to have that Olympic-sized swimming pool,
You do.
That's fucking expensive because it's a very specific distance you're measuring, right? Like, I bet a lot of people who are good at swimming know exactly how many strokes it takes to get to one side or the other. You might be fucking counting them in your head. Like, I don't know, what do you do as you're stroking and in some sort of zone, I guess, some sort of water treading zone, like what is is there any counting in your head? Are you looking at landmarks on the side of the pool or at the end?
I don't
to
know
time
if
things?
the elite guys are different, but there's a tee that is a certain distance from the wall, and that distance is very consistent. And as you're coming up to it, like you know where you are mid-stroke compared to where that tee is, and you start like preparing for your turn. Like, do you need to start short stroking it? Do you need to do a little glide toward the end so that you can do your turn at the exact right place?
Because I know in hurdles, for example, like there's a specific amount of steps you're supposed to be taking. It's like I think it's 3. I think 3 is optimal. It might be 4 is optimal, but it's like 5 is like you're fucked. And like there's a very specific way to do it. I guess over the course of a 50-meter swimming pool, like that doesn't come into play as much. You're not 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3.
Back to Woody's point of like the whole they shouldn't have to play against those countries. I think
They should
arguably
get to play.
that they should definitely have to play against them because that's more fun. Like if
that
there
defeats-
is.
That defeats like the whole purpose of an Olympic, which is like a global thing, and every country that has qualified has to like.
You're missing the point, though.
Not to
Yeah,
mention, if Cambodia ever makes a hockey team, I want to see how they do against Russia, just to see how it pans out. Who knows? Miracle on Ice 2.0, Cambodia season some national pride.
They're all
against the
5'3".
But the Russians don't train that hard, Kyle.
That's true. Only in the winter.
I think they might.
They do. I was
Which
kidding.
is all year. that would be a funny Russian joke. He's like, we only train in winter time. And he's like, winter time is all year.
We
When
only
it's
train when snow is on the ground. Yeah.
But Taylor, to your point at the beginning of the discussion, why did the NHL? Is it the NHL?
Yeah,
Yes.
NHL.
NHL. Why don't they allow their players
So,
to
basically, the reason they wouldn't want to is my understanding is that they could, number one, get injured there, and Woody's just changed. I was gonna say, oh man, that's a record. Send them both away, but they don't want their players to get injured. So when they come back for the playoffs, I guess if that's when it is, or it's either that, or if it's not during the regular season, it's because they won't be fully rested. That's pretty funny, Woody.
That was hilarious.
Act himself.
To be honest, I've done that once.
That hurt
It's
more than
okay.
you might guess.
It does hurt.
Oh,
I have
God,
glasses.
stinks.
I did that once. I tangled like the cord with my glasses, and I just dropped my whole glasses in my eye. Yeah, that looked painful.
That's the feeling you get, like when you're laying on your back using your phone, and you're like going like this, and you drop your phone on your face, and it hits you.
Oh, I've
Like,
done that.
that's
so
that
many
same
times.
feeling. I feel like
When
such
I'm
a
in bed.
fucking idiot.
Oh,
Yeah.
this has to be worse.
When I'm in bed, I do that with my tablet, which I also have a thick
Your
case on.
tablet.
Yeah, like my iPad. Look how thick this thing is. This is on an iPad Air. I've dropped it on my glasses, and so many
Yeah, you're
times.
dropping a solar panel on your face.
Yeah, exactly. Anyway, about the NHL, because the NBA is also facing the kind of a similar problem right now because they play 82 games a season, and it has been a lot of injuries. There have been a lot of injuries, and a lot of players are just really tired. So I guess I get the point why they.
I'm
NHL
sure-
and
I'm
NBA
sure
have
nobody will
pretty
make a
much
gif of that.
identical
I'm
seasons.
safe.
Yeah, they play 82 games in the NHL.
Yep.
wow.
NHL, NBA both play 82 games, pretty much the same span, which is why I don't know anybody who's like a basketball and a hockey fan. It's always one or the other, because it would be. I mean, Bill Burr talks about it sometimes on his podcast. I haven't listened to that in a while, actually, but talking about baseball or hockey and basketball, and I'm just like, where are you finding the time to watch all? Like, these are two sports concurrently. And you're talking about football, which like kind of overlaps a bit. Like that, it's nothing but sports. But
I don't take
know.
any time to follow hockey. I look at the standings, I read the articles, and then there's some constants. Like Sidney Crosby will always be a pussy.
people were getting a little upset at you about that.
Oh no, anything but that.
No, I thought that was really funny though, because of all the things. It's like, he really is a good player though. I don't think Woody sees it. And it's like, no, do you think Woody is an idiot? Like, of course he sees it. He knows he's a good player. He's fucking with you. He's a Flyers fan. But I noticed behind you, Ahmed, what you also I have behind me right there.
Oh yeah, I
the
see it. The
Magic anthology set.
Oh, yeah.
Are you? Yes. And Kyle will be so happy to come back and not have us talking about hockey Olympics.
Yeah,
But
let's do it.
are you a big Magic guy?
I'm not a big Magic guy. I'm just a Magic guy. Just like
Just
you
a
guys.
regular Magic guy.
I just delve into it once or twice a year when a new expansion comes out, which I've missed on the last expansion that came out a month ago. unfortunately. Just no money for it. I mean, it's really expensive.
Gotta do some
Yeah,
translating.
especially when you make $14 a day.
Yeah, $14 a month, not a month.
A month?
Not a day.
Yeah. It'll take a while to buy some magic
Yeah,
cards.
it'll take
$14
a couple
a
thousand
month?
years. Yeah, I said 15,000 denarii they gave me for the first month, and then something like 20. Maybe they did it 20 the second month.
That is highway robbery.
Yeah, exactly. I worked basically for free, but I mean, I was
A little more than free.
Yeah, a little more than
yeah,
free.
yeah,
And I guess
yeah.
as a kid, with a job like that, it might. And you said it was only a couple hours a day. It might have almost been fun, kind of feeling like.
It was. That was one of the aspects, because it was a lot of fun to go out there and speak to a lot of people in different languages. But yeah, at the end of the day, I just came out with a lot of stories, and I would tell my mother, and she would slap me every time. She's like, "Stop it! You're not going tomorrow." She did that a few times with me, so that was funny.
And then you'd always show back up the next day and be like, "Oh, I went."
Oh yeah. Because I used to go after school at. We had half days at the time of the war, so basically every day at school was half day. So from 8 to 12 or to 11 sometimes. So after school, I immediately go to the shrine or to the checkpoint to translate.
That Coke looks amazing. In a glass bottle?
Damn, that is some Coke.
It even looks taller than a normal Coke.
It is taller than
All
a
right,
Is that
first
a
of all-
Mexican Coke?
Can
Oh,
you,
yes.
Can you confirm
That's-
it's a glass bottle? Oh,
That was awesome.
Firm.
That was
All
a
that-
good combination.
I thought he was just going to tell me, but that was better.
Hey, speaking of Coke, did you guys hear about the whole Pepsi debacle?
Oh,
Came
the
With
out the other day?
Kendall
commercial?
Jenner, right?
Oh, yeah,
I
with
saw
the
that.
gender and stuff. Oh
I
my God,
don't
that was ridiculous.
understand what people are upset about. They're upset
Well,
because of mock protests or something?
Yeah,
Dude,
why-
it was
Why
hilarious.
are people upset on the internet every day? Because of every ridiculous reason there is. But I mean, the ad itself was pretty dumb and pretty pointless as well. It didn't convey any like specific message. There were just
Let's watch this ad.
protesters
Yeah,
and-
yeah,
let's
yeah,
watch
yeah.
it.
Great
we can
idea.
watch the ad.
I'm going to pull this up, but
Yeah,
you know, we'll
Ahmed's
race, I guess.
spot on there.
Hey,
Yeah.
Kyle, how about I find the ad, you do an ad read, and then I'll
Ah,
be
I
ready when
like
you're done.
it.
Okay.
Oh man, this is how real shows do things.
What do you do when you need to snack, but all you can find is junk food? Rely on your self-control to resist the temptation. Please, you eat the junk food. Start snacking healthy with NatureBox. NatureBox makes snacks that actually taste great and are better for you. Created with high-quality ingredients that are free from artificial flavors, colors, or sweeteners, so you can feel great about snacking. Some of our personal favorites are the peanut butter nom noms, the chocolate hazelnut granola, and the praline pumpkin seeds. NatureBox recently made their service even better. Now you can order as much as you want, as often as you want, with no minimum purchase required. And you can cancel anytime. It's simple. Go to naturebox.com and check out their snack catalog. There are over 100 snacks to choose from, and they're constantly adding new, delicious snacks. Choose the snacks you want, and they'll deliver them right to your door. With naturebox.com, you'll never get bored. There are new snacks each month inspired by real customer feedback. And if you ever try a snack that you don't like, NatureBox will replace it for free. And right now, you'll save even more with NatureBox. They're offering our listeners here 50% off your first order when you go to naturebox.com/PKA. That's naturebox.com/PKA for 50% off your first order. They are truly delicious and better for you snacks. So check them out. Link down in the description below.
Very good. Check out NatureBox. They're flipping awesome.
So here in Europe, we don't actually have NatureBox. I've looked it up, but we do have a similar service. I don't want to.
Which we can't name.
No, yeah, we
Yeah,
would not talk about.
will
Don't want
not-
to hear about your horse shit Europe service. We're talking
No,
about
it's
NatureBox.
It's not bad.
NatureBox.
but, not bad.
NatureBoxwannabe.com.
I mean, the
If-
fact,
if I-
the
if
fact
I had-
is
If
the
I had
fact is that
NatureBox,
NatureBox is exploding with high quality products, succinct, punctual service, and they're going to be expanding into Europe soon. I
I
sure
hope
of
so.
it.
I hope.
bet
I
your
would
bottom
first
dollar.
Sign up. Because I'm happy with the supplier, and I imagine like NatureBox is a lot better because I've looked at their website and they have a lot of cool shit.
They do.
But I couldn't because that says only US and Canada, so unfortunately I couldn't sign up.
Are we queued up
Soon,
at
yeah.
0 with this commercial?
Yeah.
I'm good to go with the Pepsi commercial. Anytime.
All right, Kyle. All right,
Yes.
ready, set, play.
Oh, so uncomfortable.
It's a these people had it coming. We all know that. Like I know many of these situations. No, I mean that.
I actually didn't watch this.
Am I an idiot? I don't get it.
That's because they tried to fucking walk the line between both sides and try not to really take a fucking side.
Hey, hold on. So which?
That.
Oh, never mind.
Yeah. It might be because they actually used like real life footage. That was weird. I didn't know that.
We'd have drugged the Kardashians from their home into the streets and burnt them for the witches they are. They'd have been done instantly. Like,
it was edgier than I expected. Like I'm watching it, I'm like, damn, like that's a misbehaving policeman. No donut. Like, like there was some edgy footage in there. I don't know if I got the. I guess they're saying that Pepsi will help people talk out their problems, and maybe
Pepsi, whether you beat people or you're getting beaten.
Wait. This one we just watched has like this one we just watched street. Hold on. This one we watched just has violent like protest shit in the middle of it. I didn't see this one. Is that
the? Did I fuck it up? Is that montage guy not the real commercial?
The montage thing was not the actual.
I don't know.
No, it is not. It is not the actual commercial because that would be wild.
I love that I thought it was. That's funnier than the commercial.
Okay, so
I was like,
Woody thought that the Pepsi commercial was Caitlyn, was whichever fucking gender this is, walking around with her Pepsi, and then it just she's about to take a sip, and it's a quick cut to a black woman and a police officer screaming at each other, and the police officer decking her in the side of the head, and then it just a wipe cut, as you do in Pepsi commercials, to her walking, panning up from her leg and her long, luxurious leg or whatever. Like this is definitely not commercial. I have the real one here.
What the fuck are we doing? What did we just watch?
I don't know. I think we watched some montage of bullshit.
Do you guys remember? Hold on. Do you guys remember the video that I made where I changed the weather thing to make it look like the day after tomorrow? Yeah. That's what just happened to it.
That's what just happened. That's totally what just happened.
You said you found it. You have it.
Real. So there you go. Here's the real one.
All right, we just watched. That's pretty funny.
That's really funny. That couldn't have gone better, actually.
Yeah, I agree entirely. That was great. All right, are we queued up at 0?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, play. This has no audio. Do you have audio?
No.
Oh,
yeah,
it's kicked on.
Oh.
It takes a while.
I didn't watch this 2-minute one.
Yeah, I thought the 2.5-minute commercial was augmented with all this commentary, which I was like 30 seconds. That's the real one.
Yeah, the one I saw on Twitter was just a 30-second clip of this.
Yeah, no, this is actually. It looks
this shit.
really weird.
Oh, this is awful. I hate this so much.
It's so dumb.
Are they gonna say anything?
Nope.
Notice
not with words, Woody. Not with words.
As it's going on, notice how painfully enforced the diversity is.
Yes, indeed.
How
Look at
ham-hammed it.
The peace signs and the Muslim girl.
Yeah,
She doesn't look peaceful. She doesn't look peaceful at all.
She just got angry. She just started wrecking.
She's like, fuck photography. I'm gonna enact some change.
I'm feeling thirsty too, though.
Oh, I see. She didn't like the pictures in front of her, so she's gonna go take some real pictures.
Yeah, something.
Because that's what this girl does. She goes and takes pictures of her diverse friends dancing in the street with cops.
It's the middle of the day. Where do these people have jobs?
Yeah, none of these people have jobs. Nobody has time for a midday parade.
I don't find this commercial offensive at all. Like, if anything, it's kind of offensively non-offensive. Like with the diversity and the smiles and the well-dressed people, and it's.
To be honest, I don't know why are people mad about this. It's a very dumb commercial, but I don't see any controversy in it.
Oh, she takes that wig off.
Muslims are mad about it.
Someone was forcing her to wear.
A lot of ways the Muslim man.
Yeah, put the Muslim girl again on. Put
No,
her up.
like
The black guy.
the blonde wig, like went back to fruit that
Kyle, I'm not getting what you're saying.
Yeah, you're breaking up.
Oh, now here she is, giving the Pepsi to the cop.
Oh.
And the Muslim girl's all too happy to take a picture. He just drinks from this open can handed to him by a protester. Actually, pretty terrible policing. I wouldn't do that.
I mean,
This is like, I think it's funny. This commercial at like the response, like it's uncomfortable to watch because it's so ham-handed and how much it's pandering. You know, like but it's funny to watch because the people at Pepsi, they had a whole marketing meeting and everything set up, and they were like, we need to make this so that not a single person can be offended. We need to bring up the diversity matrix. All right, what do we need to do? We need black guy. We need Muslim girl. We need Asian guy. We need white guy. No white guy there. Get the fuck out of there.
Got all the cops we need. No more white
And then the
guys.
cops, how do we cast the cops? Get 7 mean-looking white guys. All right, there you go. Perfect. And then we get put this dancing hippie white guy in there, and then another black guy, Muslim girl, this, and it was so intentionally and ham-handedly enforced in there that the person making that had to think that everybody watching it is just a complete dunce. He's gonna be like, well, I guess everybody likes Pepsi. I guess we may disagree on a lot of things, but at the end of the day, have a Pepsi, am I right?
When we watched the first one with the police beatings and such, I was like, this is edgier than I expected, actually. I thought it was going to be much ado about nothing. And
I was going to say, like, that was ridiculous. I didn't think this was real. I was really shocked and surprised. People were like being lined up and pepper sprayed in the face, and I'm like, oh my god!
At the end of the commercial, it's just a guy pouring Pepsi into his pepper sprayed eyes, and then holding a cold can of Pepsi against his, beanbag bruised face.
Imagine the millions that they spent on this commercial, and now it's being pulled.
But wait,
at a minute 45, you've got the transsexual group.
Oh yeah,
notice that. There was
people
so much
are acting like this.
I missed some.
This commercial is some sort of
Notice
big
that
failure.
they spend less time on the two transsexuals than on any other group.
But think about how much attention this commercial's getting, right? Are they not getting $1 billion in free press?
Nobody likes Pepsi.
Dude, Pepsi.
You
I
live
like
in
Diet
Coke
Pepsi.
country.
I'm drinking a Diet Pepsi right now, but
I have no idea how
50% of the soda market. Like Coca-Cola dominates.
Pepsi, you know why New Coke got invented? Because Coke kept getting beat in the taste tests. People actually like Pepsi more.
I don't know.
I just
citric acid.
Yeah, as far as the name goes and the brand recognition, it's a lot bigger for cola. Even in the Middle East where I live, and in Europe here as well, and America as well. So, I mean, cola is the king, no doubt.
Yeah, I think it is globally, definitely. Everybody, there's more Coke drank globally than water. I'm pretty sure that's true.
So the follow-up to this story is that
seems like it wouldn't be.
Fuck out of here. That is a requirement examination.
You don't know these things. Okay, then more beverages drank by the Coca-Cola product. Or no,
Just
goddamn it, because they make water.
Keep going with it. Keep going. Be like, yeah, even if you include the animal kingdom, Coke still wins.
No, I'm doubling down.
Lots of
Go Trump.
This ridiculous commercial, like it's funny because it's a commercial that tried so hard to pander to every one of these little groups that they perceive as like little special interest groups, that these aren't individuals that just like soda. These are all people who are defined by this color of their skin and their genitals. And so we'll market to them as such. That's what everybody likes. And those same people are all the same, like the SJW crowd that they were trying to appease so hard as the same one that hated on it.
Yeah,
not SJW, that's too extreme. The people they were trying to pander to ended up hating it.
Well, the people that they're trying to pander to like to be offended. So, shockingly, they got offended.
That's true as well. But, I mean, it's just, even I don't care about it, but I think it's a bad commercial. It's just a stupid commercial. I can't believe they aired that. Like, why would you think, like, oh, yeah, we're going to co-opt this thing about protests, which is really edgy right now, and people have stances on it, and we're going to make it about our sugary soft drink. Like,
most commercials are bad, and this one doesn't stand out to me at all. This is a commercial I ignore, like most of the others.
It stands out to me as uncomfortable because anytime I don't like any commercial where a regular commodity makes people start dancing around, because I feel like it's insulting to me. Like when people dance around with a Swiffer wet jet, I want to vomit.
I like a good musical in my commercials, though.
Like,
I'm on the other team on this one.
You're getting fucking fingernails and dog hair out from under your goddamn fridge. Stop dancing around like it's so easy on your back.
Not me. Are you selling some sponges for your oven top? Get the Castagli in here.
I don't like that at all.
Start singing,
like a
bitches.
musical for,
I need a sponge.
I'd like a musical bug spray commercial because I enjoy that. If I get to kill a bunch of stuff with the bug spray. That's always fun when there's you find the problem, right? Whatever it is, maybe it's a whole nest of spiders that just have hatched out, and there's a web that's full of little baby spiders everywhere.
Right out of my hair,
You'll see a big wasp nest or whatever it is, and you're like, I have a can with your fucking picture on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll be right back. If you've got that can with his picture on it, it's the end of the fucking
remarkably
day.
effective.
Oh, so good.
I like it when you just wound them. Like maybe I miss them, I hit the window, and then they touch the window that I sprayed. Now all of a sudden they're like, oh my God, I'm half the bug I used to be.
All fucked up. Yeah, I like that part.
I think you can also use just soap and water mixed together and spray their nest, and somehow it creates a soapy coat on them.
Bees, the wasp. You can't fuck with the wasp.
You're not supposed to kill bees, are you?
No. Well, you're not supposed to. They make the honey and they pollinate the crops and such. But the wasps, those are the problem. And there's plenty of other cooler things they use against them.
Honey?
They probably make something else that's really good.
They probably make something shitty. It seems like wasps would make black peppers or something.
Well, I'm the person until I find out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm no farmer, but I bet wasps make pepper.
I mean, I know, Ahmed, you've probably killed some of those camel spiders that everybody on the internet seems to think are giant, and I had my whole world shattered when my friend who was a soldier told me, oh, not at all, that's forced perspective. It's not that big. And I'm like, don't you lie to me.
I have not killed a spider, but I have killed a snake.
I was hoping you were going to say a camel. I have not killed this camel spider, but they killed the camel.
I have rode a camel.
I
have rode a camel and an elephant.
Kyle, have you ridden a camel?
I've ridden a camel and elephant.
When did you kill a snake? Was it attacking you?
It was around the time where the earliest stories took place, so 2005 or something. A snake was just lurking around in our garden, and my mother saw it once, and she was really afraid, ran inside, and she told us about it. No one saw it. So 2 days later, same snake sneaks up in our kitchen, which our house was a house, let's just put it that way, and so it was pretty open, and it these kind of things could sneak in from underneath the doors. So that was a problem from small little insects and stuff. But when a snake snuck in, that was a real big deal in our house. So everyone's panicking and stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm really scared shitless right now because we have no idea what kind of snake it is. We don't know anything about snakes. So I just pick up my shoe that I was wearing, and I start throwing it at it, and it would move 1 meter away, and then it would just come back and start doing her thing in the corner. So eventually I pick up a knife from the kitchen, and my mother starts giving me, not that knife! That's my favorite knife! So anyway, I just throw the same knife at the snake, and I hit it right in the middle of its body. So it was a really well throw. I was really surprised by my throw. Anyway, so I injure it, and it start doing her thing and moving really fast here and there, and eventually it just
panicking
dies.
Yeah.
For a split second, when you threw that knife and it instantly killed the fucking snake, did you consider maybe am I a goddamn superhero? Should I be walking the streets of Iraq every night with a bandolier of blades attached?
Am I Steven Seagal? That was what I was wondering. Yeah. No, but at the moment I was like, oh my God, that was badass, and the snake started moving still. It still was moving, so I was like, oh my God, that was Phil. And I threw another shoe at it. It was still moving, but after a few minutes, it just died.
We had a snake in my backyard, and it was pretty.
Sorry?
What kind of snake did it end up being? Would it have messed you up if you bit you, or did you just throw it away?
An ass.
I have no idea.
What color?
Let me tell my snake story.
It was black, but not black, but a bit gray to black. So I put a few garbage bags on my hand, like gloves, and then picked it up and threw it in the streets in the middle of the mud and water that was dominating our streets. that was.
Man, seems like snake proofing your doors is that would be high on my list.
Yeah, not in Iraq's engineers list. They didn't think about these kind of things.
They don't mind snakes.
No.
We're in my backyard building a swing set for my kids, and I've got a friend or two over, constructing it. And the snake in the backyard is black, and it's like, I don't know, 4 or 5 feet long. Like, it was a good sized snake. And someone points it out, and I don't know snakes. Like, I don't know anything about them. But I'm like, what do we do here? Like, should I kill it? Should I not kill it? Like, is it keeping the mice away? And he's like, well, if my kids were playing in this backyard, I'd kill the snake. So I'm like, all right. And I had a shovel nearby, and I kind of used it as a spear. And instantly, I cut off its head. Like, it just went right through it. It was no trouble. It wiggled around a bit, but clearly it had been decapitated. And the same guy, like, he gets up and takes a closer look at the snake and goes, oh, yeah, no, that one was fine. I'm like, fuck. Yeah. Now I'm a murderer. So...
Yeah.
My grandpa, he was walking with my younger brother in the woods. This is when we were both much, much younger. Like, he was probably 7 or something. And they're walking through the woods at my grandparents' farm, and there was a coiled up rattlesnake there. And my grandpa saw it and was like, hey, look at that snake right there. Look at that snake. And as my brother was looking at it, just kind of, it's not like getting closer, being stupid or something, just kind of like doing that child inquisitive, like, what is this new creature? Like, I've never seen this before. Like filling in paradigms and archetypes. And then right as he was doing that, my grandpa had quietly, like, lifted his shotgun up, and he just, boom, just blew the entire center of where the snake was coiled into oblivion. And and my brother just started crying and crying. My grandpa was like, well, shit, it would have bit you as soon as you walked over there. Like, like, yeah, it would have. Like, that's a good thing. That's not even the last time he killed an animal in front of us. He skinned a raccoon in front of us once. He tied, there was a tree in the backyard, and he caught a raccoon. And I don't know why he skinned it, but he tied it by its tail up to, like, the branch. I'm sure Kyle's seen this done. And then basically you take your knife and you cut around the skin of the tail, and then you reach in with your fingers, and like you're pulling the plastic off of a new piece of electronics, you just all the way down. And it's still, the image is still in my head, sitting on the porch, looking at that totally skinned raccoon with its entire body of skin just hanging like a coat that it almost took off just from its arms, and being like, man, this is real shit right here. Like,
see, the raccoon, I'm kind of on board with, but the snake, that's just not good grandparenting, right?
Oh, it definitely is.
What a
Kill
good
the
grandparent. No, okay. A good thing to say would be, oh, there's a rattlesnake. Stand behind me, right? And then you kill the rattlesnake, and the kids are like, I remember that time Grandpa saved me. Not, hey, Taylor's brother, go check out that snake, and, like, off guard, kill it.
Hey, go make friends.
Like, go make friends, and then, like, sniped it out from under him. It's like, it was to the side and behind him, so it was safe. It was just, or to the side at least. But it was, I don't know. It was funny. That raccoon, though, man, I can still picture that. I thought we were going to eat it, and that creeped me out. And then I was like, oh, thank God raccoon isn't a meat that you eat. It's probably lean and...
No, people eat it. They definitely fucking eat it. Richard Christie tells the story about he's a stern writer. He tells the story about his dad back in Kansas, and like he eats roadkill for one thing if it's fresh, but one of the things that he used to always do is, I guess, the black people in that area ate raccoon, and so he would go and get raccoon and sell the raccoon meat to them. And they were like, so he skins the raccoons and he just shows up with like a cooler full of raccoon meat and they buy it. He's like, well, no, but you leave the skin on. That way they know it's a real raccoon and not a cat. I was like, fuck. So that's a problem in their lives? Counterfeit raccoon meat? I just imagine like a black guy going, God damn it, Maisie, you got tricked again. That's a cat. That ain't no coon.
I'm not eating cat meat tacos again. I won't pretend it's the same.
I've lowered myself to raccoon meat. I'll go not a step lower.
What if it actually is really good?
No, like, it's not. He said it tasted okay. He said it tasted like barbecue. He told another story where like his mom prepared like this barbecued raccoon, and then this other lady's over there like, oh, this barbecue is so good. She's like munching this big sandwich of it up, and she's like, what is it? She thinks it's pork, or is it beef, or what is this? It's chicken? He's like, it's raccoon, and everybody's just because nobody wants to eat raccoon.
I wouldn't want to. Ahmed, would you eat a raccoon?
I would not.
I have no idea. All the animals are the same to me.
About eating. I don't eat anything I'm not. Sorry?
Are you familiar with the raccoon? I don't know if they exist
Yeah. I know what a raccoon is, but I've never seen one outside of a zoo. If that's
My friend Kitty, she didn't know what a skunk was.
Oh my god.
Didn't know.
Bad animal to not know.
And she certainly didn't know like what a skunk did. She didn't associate the smell of skunk with skunks. So when her dog gets sprayed with a skunk, she's like, "Oh no, what's happened to Muppet? She's foaming at the mouth." And I'm like, "Hang on, I'll be right there." And she opens my bedroom door without me like, and the dog just runs into my room and jumps in bed with me, foaming at the mouth and covered in skunk spray. And it's like, fuck.
Well, the next couple.
Oh, they're all gone.
It's
That
scrubbing.
stink coats the goddamn walls. You've got to take like soapy towels and scrub your goddamn walls after that happens. Oh,
I've never smelled that, but I've always heard about it. But I don't know. That sounds brutal.
You can smell them on
it's
the
not as bad
road
as-
just driving by. Like if there was a skunk that sprayed anywhere near a road, and it's not just like a 2-second like, oh,
No.
it's like for a while you're like,
Like
did
2
somebody
miles.
fart? And then it becomes like not did
2
someone
miles.
fart? It's like this is way too intense
Yeah.
for a fart. Like, oh goddamn fucking skunk.
2 miles is not an exaggeration. Like if there's a roadkill skunk,
Yeah,
like
it's ridiculous.
yeah.
Holy shit! I never knew.
If you get sprayed by a skunk, it's not like, well, I guess we're taking another shower this morning. It's like, hey, yeah, you know those meetings scheduled next Friday? No, not going to make it. I smell like shit. No, just trust me. Like, I'm not
And
going
there's
to make
stuff to do. I don't like. You're supposed to bathe in
tomatoes.
tomato juice. I was gonna say V8. I knew it was wrong, but yeah, you're supposed to bathe in tomato juice. I guess that somehow neutralizes it. But I met a dog that had been bathed in tomato juice, not totally neutralized.
No, you
Very
don't
red,
totally
though.
neutralize it. I've had it a bunch of times where our dogs would get sprayed. One time when I was like maybe 15 or so, my dad's dog is fighting with a skunk in some bushes. Like they're in they just I don't know what they're doing, but you can hear them like the dog's going ape shit, and this weasel is making noises, and then and you can smell it. So like I go into the bushes with a stick. It's a steel rod actually. And I get there, and they're like facing off against each other. And the dog's got like slobber and drool all over its face because I think the spray makes them foam at the mouth. And he's been shaking the thing. And the skunk's a little shaky. You can tell he's been shaking a few times. They're about the same size. And I was like, that skunk's not even looking at me. And just fucking ended his ass like immediately before he could like spray me at all. But he had sprayed the dog like I don't know how many consecutive times, like for 5 minutes. Or something
don't
like
even know
that.
how
he
that
was like
works.
shooting blanks. Just
They do like multiple sprays.
Is there like a
awful.
refractory period, like after the second?
No,
spray
it's
or
like they're like women. They're just squirting all that like
but
constantly.
at a certain
It's
point,
shocking.
there is that refractory period of it has to remake its skunk gland juice, you know?
Yeah, I
and so
think it
it
could run
like
out.
maybe
Sure.
like after 5 minutes of continuous spray, it's got to be like, all right, this is unbelievable, but you're gonna smell like shit forever. And then it'll walk away. But
They
man,
stink a long time.
Did you see that news story about the fake Miami Dolphins player?
No.
no,
Well,
What
allow
is
me
it?
to share you with. share
Is that
this with
hockey,
you.
Miami Dolphins?
Yeah.
no,
it's
Miami Dolphins is football.
American
NFL.
football.
Oh, football. Yeah.
So this guy, and I'll share it with the stream.
Oh, that is fucking hilarious.
I don't know how I felt about this. So look,
Fake Miami Dolphins player scams women into sleeping with him for 3 years,
dude,
comma, gets caught.
look at this. I made history by running a 3.0 in the 20-yard shovel, fastest NFL combine ever. Whenever there's pictures, it's like just deliberately like thick masks and blurs and things like that. He never shows his number, right? He just like, hey, this is me playing for the Dolphins this weekend.
It looks like there's 3 numbers on the back of that guy who's running, if you look.
there's
there's
which
3
picture
numbers.
are you looking at?
On the first one as you
for a
scroll down.
combine though. Yeah.
Oh, for a yeah, that.
Yeah,
Oh,
go
this
down
is-
a bit. Look at picture number 4. It says Maserati. Rick
Oh,
at
he's
the
got
top.
a special filter on there to make it like the
And-
contract.
and the
totally,
angle, like there's no number on it. I think they typically, no, maybe not. I was gonna say they had numbers in the deltoid, but yeah, these like group photos. You don't know which one is him. This guy's just been brilliantly faking playing for Miami for like 3 years, and he got all these women to fuck him for it.
All
And-
this to get late.
Yeah, and at first I was like, oh, what an asshole. But then I was like, wait a minute. His only victims were gold digging whores.
And
Right?
they look it.
This-
they
this
look it.
one-
Throw it to the women.
Yeah, I see it. Oh my god.
This one is brilliant. It's just a picture that's probably from like Getty Images or something.
Which number is it? Their number.
It's the one of the Dolphins huddle. Where it's
If there's a
big
number,
group
just look right above it. Number 6, probably.
Six.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, number 6. It's just a big Getty Images photo of a bunch of Dolphins players. This could be a huddle from years ago.
It could be
years ago. And he just says, in the huddle with, go Fins in the most ridiculous thing. And it's like, this is a perfect picture of the post, because it's like, which one is he? Most of their names aren't showing, and they got like visors on, so you can't see their face. I'm sure he's there. Like,
That guy ran the best
trick.
fucking scam. And the fact that it wasn't like constantly getting called out meant that he was doing it well. He was doing it well. And you know what he's going to do now that the Chive or whoever's called him out, whatever's happened to him? He's going into free agency. He's moving to a city near you folks. The Buffalo might pick him up. The Niners, perhaps. They just had a down year. Hey, maybe the Falcons could use some help in their secondary. This man can help.
So excited to be a member of one of the first new squads for the hashtag LA Rams. Starting off on the practice squad, but I know I can work my way up. Hashtag hard work.
Look at picture number 3. Like, he's posing that as him signing his contract with the Dolphins, right? It's just like, there's a strong black guy. It could be me. Filter the hell out of it. You don't know.
And he's like, hey, put the filter on that makes the black guy in the photo look like he's just a couple stripes of red ink and the rest is just background.
Yeah, make me look like
the
background
filter that makes it as difficult as possible to see everyone in the picture.
I want to appear like dark energy appears on radio telescopes.
This is me signing my contract in UV. Got a infrared one later.
So is he a bad guy for pulling this scam, or is he kind of like the Predator, where his only victims are bad people?
He's a bad person. He's a bad person, and the people he's scamming are probably not great people, but they should know better than to. They like if you think you're going out with a professional athlete, like you think you'd ask a couple qualifying questions, right? Like, man, what's it like being on the Washington Capitals or the Miami Dolphins? Oh, it's great. Not a lot of free time. Yeah, I noticed that. It's in the middle of the week, and there's a game on Sunday, and you're having dinner with me on Friday. You're not a Dolphins player, are you? I am not. Okay, just wanted to figure that out. Like,
no, I don't think chicks don't ask questions like that. I feel like it would just be established. It would be a thing, and like they just believe it. They want to believe it, of course. And there's and there's just you'd need something. Really, like, they're unfamiliar with the ins and outs of the NFL and what an NFL player would do and should do and all that stuff. Like, we could spot this forgery, I think, because we've all watched a couple of NFL games at least, and we know a little bit about the NFL and about social media. And we can all look at this guy, and he doesn't look like an NFL player, if I'm being 100% honest. Like, he looks a little chunky. And he certainly isn't running a 3.0 in the 40, right? Or is that what he said?
NFL players can look like that. I just feel like I'd get his name and then Google it. And it wouldn't take long before he was like, oh, my name is, Johnny Williams.
Even the smallest AAA ball players, like, like when you get followed by somebody on Twitter, like notifies you. And like some guy like Pete Jimmy John will follow me and I'll be like, who the fuck is that? And I'll Google it real quick and I'll be like, okay. He plays like AAA ball for like the Yankees or something like that. Like it's easy to Google these people down, but they do it.
I mean, I don't know. 3 years is a long time. He did it for 3 years. That's pretty amazing.
Oh, he's still going to do it. It's not over. It's not like he got called out on CNN. He got called out on the fucking Chive.
I found it on Reddit, but I just feel like the stroke of brilliance here was targeting the bimbo market. You can fool them for years and years and years, and they'll never catch on.
They're playing the same game too. You'd think they'd catch on.
Yeah,
he plays it better.
Man, that is pretty funny though. Oh, why would you not just Google him, or at least like look it up on ESPN.com?
Right, that's the thing. All you need is his name.
Come on. Girls are not going to do that.
They don't care about how many blocks he got last year. They care about how much paid.
Who cares about that? Yeah,
that's probably Googleable as well.
Yeah, that's what I do. If let's just say
sports cap. Whatever.
If a female athlete were going to potentially fucking date me, I'd be like, how much does this bitch make? All right. Oh, shit, yes. all right, we've done it.
Okay, well, if it's a female athlete,
Jackpot.
you're going to be like, wow, how much does it pay to be in the WNBA? You owe them money. That's unreal. You have to pay for your own jerseys. That's ridiculous. I'm so sorry.
And
Like,
the electrical?
yeah,
Which female sports
bring
do
your
you
own
actually
ball,
like watching?
BYOB in the WNBA?
Oh, watching? Well,
MMA, tennis.
MMA.
Is that the whole
Tennis.
list?
I don't like watching tennis. I was going to say, though, if you're going to pick a chick from a sport to, like, hook up with or marry or whatever.
Well, or even like where are
Tennis was
female
more-
sports maybe on the same tier as the men? We're
I mean,
close to
none
it.
of them at all.
None of
But,
Well, I
like,
don't mean in competition, but
I
in
don't
interest.
like watching men play tennis at either.
Yeah,
Tennis.
chess. I think
Fine.
chess. You can argue chess.
Chess, they have separate women's divisions too, which is
Yeah, I know.
Well, I'm not trying to say they're even
It would
in
be
talent.
arguable that women could hang out with the.
yeah.
What I'm saying is, where's there a sport where the interest in the women's sport is in the same general
None.
vicinity as the man? MMA.
Among us or among the planet? You know, if
Maybe
it's
soccer
me,
and
The planet.
I'm mildly interested in women's beach volleyball whenever that comes
Ooh,
on.
that's a
Yeah,
good one.
that's-
Yep.
No. But let's be real. You like that? Like if they were wearing full suits and like a
Watch
top
it.
hat out there, like you wouldn't watch it. Like you're
No.
not watching, being like, man, look at that play. You're watching, going, look at that ass.
Yeah. On a strong point, Kyle. I'll also add women's pole vault to the list.
All of the sports where they don't have to wear much.
Well, I mean, I don't know. Women's running.
I like women's swimming. Oh, women's running is great when they stretch out before and their
Oh, but
fucking
that's-
hamstrings look like
No,
That's
we're
not
missing
running.
the point.
I want to fucking massage those hamstrings so bad, like it's a coconut oil, and just I want to be your grease boy. That's what I want.
Honestly-
Like I want to be an Olympic runner's.
Grease boy.
I want her to be like, grease boy, I'm getting dry, and I want to fucking be running with that bucket of lard or whatever I've put in it, and just fucking
Coconut oil.
I
That
can't
shit
eat it,
is-
so rub it on me.
listening in the sun.
Yeah.
I think of all the sports that women play, as far as the interest level being highest, it has to be MMA. At least if we're talking just about a U.S. centric thing, because maybe I don't know. You being of the world, Ahmed, you follow soccer more, I'm sure. Do people watch women's soccer?
People do watch women's soccer. It's pretty popular, but I am not a very big soccer fan. I'm more of an NBA guy.
Oh,
I like basketball and I watch tennis sometimes, but soccer is like low on my list.
As I'm
Is
thinking about
basketball
it,
like the really popular sport there right now? Because basketball's growing like crazy in China too.
In China, yeah, but in Iraq it never got more popular than it ever was. But it's always been there. You know, it's always one of the activities at school. So I was in a team and we won a championship on the city level.
That's awesome.
So that was fun.
Goes without saying, I assume, but not a lot of hockey in the Middle East.
No,
Yeah, no, I've never even heard about hockey before I moved to Europe. So
good.
I didn't even know what hockey was.
Good.
I think all women's sports are popular because the women are hot. Like I'm thinking about this. People don't watch women's tennis because the tennis itself is good. The 100th ranked man would beat the top ranked woman, right?
I think an
The
interesting
200th ranked one did, but
I think you
Oh,
got to
I'm sorry.
look at, if you look at gymnastics, for example, then you find a sport where
That's a great example.
where women are talented in different areas and they're shaped in different ways and their strength lies in different places, and so they compete in a very different way than men. The men's gymnasts are sometimes showing off incredible strength, especially core strength. They throw in the rings and stuff like that. But some of those female gymnasts are doing incredible things that I don't know if the men can do. And if they can do it, it won't look as good. And oftentimes that's part of the competition, is how it looks. So in women's gymnastics, and I love women's gymnastics because they wear those fucking onesies and their ass are fucking hanging out. And the photographer, when they do the floor thing where they start on one corner of the floor and they take 4 big steps and they start tumbling to the other corner, those photographers, every time the crotch axis rotates toward them, they're like, fire the fucking camera off, fucking AK-47, just got it. There's just camel toe and just these are the most.
does it bother you that they're 14?
I would say it doesn't. Just based on the way this is going.
Oh
They're
my
not
God.
all 14. There are some
No,
young
they're not all
ones, I'm sure.
They're
But
not going
many-
to stay 14.
Many. I think the Chinese send in like those 8-year-old little kids and claim they're fucking adults and shit. But as far as the United States and most of the other countries go, they're just fucking hot, and they're like 18 to 24. That's kind of seems like a real
A lot
good
of them are in college.
range that they're in. Yeah. Yeah.
That really is the best
That means
example you could have
get
come up
something
with.
to drink.
I
far-
want to say gymnastics. Like if it comes to how good they are at the sport, I like women's MMA too. And because I won't say they're as good as the guys, but they're so much better than regular people
But
that
it's entertaining.
I would say this:
Yeah.
a lot of the people watching MMA can't tell the talent difference between the women and the men, right?
Yeah, that's true. Because you don't know what you're looking for really unless you know what you're looking for.
Yeah,
Like if you're
unless
not
you-
familiar with the sport, you're like, okay, this is two women beating the shit out of each other, and after this, I'm going to watch two guys beat the shit out of each
Yeah,
other.
and the women match the men in heart, typically.
They do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Women's mixed martial arts just works in a way that I think women's boxing doesn't even work because of the nature of boxing. There's a lot of padding there, and it's just like the caliber of woman it takes to use. I think they use 8-ounce gloves to hit another woman with 8-ounce gloves and actually fucking knock her unconscious. Like it just doesn't really exist. At least it doesn't exist in like high enough numbers that you can build a sport around it. But in MMA, there's several girls who with those 4-ounce gloves, I presume.
In
What are the-
MMA, yeah.
What the women also wear 4-ounce gloves because in women's
think
NBA,
so.
for example, ball smaller and such.
I hear you.
Yeah.
But in any case, in MMA, they knock each other the fuck out. They break arms, they break
cut
noses,
each other,
they
they-
beat bloody. Yeah, it's the competition is at the same level, whether the talent is or not. And in the WNBA, like you're just not seeing the same level of athleticism because it's against not only other players of the same caliber, but they got a fucking rim and
They
a
need to
ball and
lower
all
the
that
rim
shit.
or something. Make it more look like the guys' game.
Get them in there dunking or something. Give them
Yeah.
a trampoline, whatever it takes.
Trampoline.
The trampoline
Remember
idea is
that
brilliant.
sport?
I do.
You remember that sport? I think it might have been on Spike TV.
Was it
where
called
was
slam
ball?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was the most ridiculous sport.
It was a basketball court, folks, that was littered with trampolines built into the floor with padding around them. And occasionally, yes, players would fall between the trampoline and the padding and either get injured or stuck.
Don't forget
Like,
the
it-
boards. There were hockey-like
Right.
boards around the side, and checking is legal.
They are fucking getting elevated. All right.
Sounds
Like these
hilarious.
guys are all like college
We find
athletes or something. Like they're not NBA talent, but these guys can play ball and they are just flying through the air. It was fun to watch.
I'm gonna get a slam ball video.
All right, I got one.
Did
So
you?
aren't women better than men in figure skating and ice skating and that kind of stuff?
I don't know.
Uh,
No,
No.
no,
Really?
not
no,
at all.
Ice skating, definitely not. Like,
No.
as
Women
far,
aren't the
well,
best. Look, who's the best ballet dancer of all time? Think, right?
It's gonna
There's
be
only
a woman.
You can only think of one name. Who's the only ballet dancer whose name you can even think of, right? Is it Baryshnikov? Is that the guy's name?
apparently not even one. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Or Shimnipov,
Yeah, Baryshnikov.
Alevnev. Just throw a bunch of V's and O's.
Baryshnikov.
I've got slam ball on for the people. I just watched a huge check.
Yeah, I'm watching some slam ball right now that I just linked to you guys. This is a sport
Yeah,
that should have
same.
taken off. That this should be what the NBA is.
Oh my god, this is ridiculous.
No, it shouldn't.
It takes
They're-
regular people and it makes them superheroes. It's amazing.
But imagine how dangerous this would be if it was a real professional sport where
Oh my
they were
God.
getting the best of the best people. Because a couple of these guys just look like they're just here for fun. Like
Yeah.
they wouldn't make the cut if they started getting paid for this nonsense.
Now,
Not a
when
lot of
you
dribbling,
described-
I've noticed.
No, but when you described it, I thought like it was some kind of a joke or a game show. But this looked like
It's a sport,
looks like
bro.
a real sport.
This is
Yeah.
amazing.
This
Dude,
is
I want to watch
hilarious.
more slam
Look
ball.
at those layups.
Yeah, I like how you can lay it up to yourself.
20 feet dunk. Damn.
How high is the rim?
I think it's the same height.
Oh, it must be.
Yeah,
But-
because they're getting the ball up to like the top of the backboard. It's
Yeah.
it's a pretty silly sport.
They're
Yeah.
putting the ball like down into the hoop when they. Oh, that was a
Wow.
good check.
I was
Yeah.
going to say there wouldn't be any defense played in this game, and then right at that point, someone blocks a shot. That was pretty
Yeah.
nice.
Oh.
I like all these sports like this. Whenever they try to come up with a new thing, you know, like do you remember like BattleBots? I liked fucking BattleBots. Like going there with the RC robots and fight to the death.
Oh, I was always so annoyed by that because there was a trend where the BattleBots basically there was another show where they did it too on like the Science Channel or something where they put in all these robots that people like usually dads and their sons or something in some team makes and they have a weapon, and all the ones that I'd want to win would have like cool ass pincers on the front to like grab you, and then some saw would come out like right at it, or the cool one would like explode to like flip you over a bunch. And always the ones that won was some boring piece of shit, just circular, you know, clock-shaped thing that had a couple of nubs and spun obscenely fast. That's always what won, because it's like, oh, what's the big pincer gonna do when he comes in and gets the top of Imhotep and he goes to squeeze and it's like, oh, what do you think? What do you know? All the little frail appendages fell right apart as soon as they touched it, almost like it was made in the garage and soldered by a 12-year-old. Like, oh my god, this is crazy. It's like, yeah, of course you just fucking won. Like, it was annoying. Did you agree, Kyle? You know what I mean?
I liked it. But you did get into like there were some stylistic matchups that just didn't work. I always felt like the hazards on the course, they had these hazards built in. Like there were some hammers that would come down and just continuously
flaming stuff, and
there were flames. There were like lots of stuff.
Like
hazards,
rollers
saw blades
that
would
went
just
really
come
quick.
up.
Yeah,
Saw blades would just come up from the floor. I felt like those were not dangerous enough. It didn't seem that like putting your opponent into one of those was really anything other than the crowd.
It's never a knockout blow.
Nah,
if I made a robot and someone on the field that started getting sprayed by fire, you just be like, I made this out of metal. Like, you told me I had to make this out of metal to enter the contest. Like, I'm not worried about your fire. But the pit one, I remember being annoying sometimes because they would open the pit when it was behind one of them instead of just having it open. And then it's like, oh, well, you've opened a real Sarlacc pit for the pincer machine now and for this top to knock him in. That was a fun show.
I don't know exactly what they do, but I feel like we need the minds behind Slam Ball to hold a golf tournament and just see what happens.
Did you hear the best golfer in the world fell down the stairs today and might be out for the Masters?
Oh no.
I don't know who the best golfer in the world is.
I don't know shit about golf. I just saw it on Twitter earlier today, and a bunch of people were freaking out because they like bet money on him. I guess like he's the number one golfer in the world, and it's so close to the Masters being started, and he fell downstairs at his own house apparently and might have injured himself. And it's like,
it's
good
funny
because
I couldn't care any less if it was the best.
If Jimmy Fallon falls, let me know.
If it was if it was the 16th best women's curler, I would care more.
She cannot sweep tonight.
Yeah, something about golf is phenomenally uninteresting to me. I just want to cruise around golf courses on my paramotor and fuck with people. That's what I want.
Yeah,
they're gonna hit balls at you.
They'd have to get some real elevation to make that work.
It seems like I'm at a real disadvantage since all I want to do
is... Give me a 9 ass.
yeah. It would seem like things could go terribly for me, but in my dreams, it goes great.
If you had to golf right now, would you be able to go out there and be like, all right, I can, like, let's say, Elon Musk calls you up and he's like, the way you've been steering your paramotor videos, the way you're controlling that centripetal motion, it's giving me some good ideas for my tunnels or whatever the fuck you would say. And then he's like, let's talk about it on a round of golf. And then,
my tunnels.
my tunnels or whatever you would do.
You gotta have moving tunnels. Go on.
He'd take you on a golf run, and you're gonna talk about it the whole time, like presidents do. It's a nice golf course. You're gonna go out there and do it. Would you be like, all right, I can bullshit through this, or would you about to take the first swing be like, oh my god, I'm sorry, Mr. Musk, I'm actually too busy today. I gotta go. Like,
dude, I've been to the drive. I've never played golf. I've been to the driving range and I've played mini golf, so I have I know how bad I am. When I watch people drive, I feel like I could do the motion. Like if I swing a baseball bat, right? People who play baseball will recognize me as someone who sucks at swinging, but people who don't will say, "Yeah, he swings a bat like everybody else." Like it's kind of a thing. Somehow in golfing, I didn't do that. Like my follow through wasn't coming back up over my shoulder. It was kind of low. I was like somehow like a baseball that hit the ground and didn't finish right, and it would hook or loop or whatever the fuck it did.
Keeping your left arm straight.
We started driving balls, and then we got someone to help us drive the balls. And by the end, I got pretty good at hitting them straight and pretty fucking far, like a couple hundred yards or something. But the thing was that helped me was not trying to hit it hard at all. Like trying to hit it like 60%, 70%, just really focusing on keeping the club face closed and not opening up and not slicing it, and just hitting it straight and square. And the club and the ball are so fucking advanced that like they kind of do the rest.
That's
or at least most of it seems like.
Golf that I don't. Apparently, good golfers make good decisions, and they often do things at 60%. They lay up and then make it in 2 shots rather than try to make it in 1 and turn it into 4 or something like that. And but in every other sport, it's like, well, shit, if you don't push yourself, you'll never get to that level. But apparently in golf, you just make conservative decisions all the time, I'm told.
In golf, I would think it's more like, all right, this is a 500-yard hole, and I can hit it 400 yards because they're pros. I guess that's probably a super, super long drive. I have no idea. I can hit it 400 yards and maybe hit that sand trap that's right there. Or I think I'm going to hit it 370 yards, land it right there on the fairway, and then knock it up. I think that's what Kyle was describing more, right?
Yeah. What I had, I think like the low 300s is pretty fucking far, right? Like that's what the pros do, isn't it?
I don't know. I can
Google.
golf like enough that I won't be embarrassed when I go out, but I'm not good. But I do the same thing you do, Kyle. Like, just go at like 50, 60% and try and get it to go straight instead of just trying to smash it and then having it hook.
Most pros 280 off the
fairway.
tee.
280, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, maybe I'm thinking of like what I was smashing in like Mario Golf. Then
Sure. Yeah. I think I could make it
Luigi
through
was
Wii Golf.
Crushers, yeah.
I played
As
Wii
it
bowling.
just sailed across the thing.
There was a point where the Wii was like really interesting, right? Like everyone was excited about the Wii was the biggest selling console, all that stuff. And I went over to a friend's house and he had a Wii, and we were doing Wii bowling, right? So I'm not a great bowler or anything, but I'm trying to be, and I'm going and I'm twirling the wrist, I'm doing the hook, and it looks like I can bowl. And my friend would just take the controller, bop it in his palm, and take what he got. And like, I don't know, he finished like 2nd out of 4 or something. like he didn't give a fuck. He would just like, bap, your turn.
That bothers me in games like Wii stuff, when people are like too cool for school and they're like, I'm not going to stand up and pretend I'm bowling for this bowling simulator game. I'm going to sit here smugly and wrap it against my wrist to show I'm above your games, people. Like, I don't like that. Like when you're playing Wii tennis and somebody's sitting down, I haven't played in so long, but that bothered me back when I did play it some, when we first got a Wii in high school, like just doing I don't know. I saw, Kyle, your face turned a little bit too. That bothers you too, right?
Yeah.
People don't participate.
Yeah, I haven't done a lot of that. When Wings was here, we got him that maybe as a Wii Fitness or something like that. That's one of the things that we spent that money on, and I liked that thing. And we all got up and did the thing. You know, I think there was a dancing thing, and I don't know. I don't even remember all the different games. But now that I've got the Vive, it's like that seems so old school. That seems so rudimentary when you can actually go into the world and do all that stuff. I've got a game that you listen to songs, like you pick the song and the song starts playing, and to the beat of the song and at the speed of the song, these orange or blue orbs are flying at you faster and faster, and you have to punch them. And you have an orange hand and a blue hand. You have to hit them. You have to hit the right one with the right hand, and so you're throwing like combinations and stuff. After a 3 or 4 minute song, you're just
right. Yeah,
it's good though, right? You're getting your heart rate up. It's when I got a DDR pad. Dance Dance Revolution, for anybody who doesn't know, when I was, like, I don't know, 15, and I started doing that every day, just having fun with it. Like, I started losing weight, like, just because I was having so much fun dancing on that goddamn machine. And it was always one of those hobbies where it was like, you're doing it to, like, some ridiculous song, and it's like, keep it up. Step on, or whatever fucking nonsense it would say as you're dancing. And it was in this, like, we had it in a room in our basement where, like, you couldn't hear people coming. And every time like a friend or like someone was coming over unexpectedly and they didn't know about the DDR room and they open the door, you have to do the same thing as like when you're masturbating. You're like, who left this on? who could have been dancing in here? What an idiot! I'm not sweaty. You're sweaty. Like
you're sweaty. I did this.
Oh, that was so much fun though.
Team building event for Woodycraft where we like race go-karts or whatever. I've talked about it before, but one of the things we did, I took him to, it wasn't a Dave and Buster's. I don't think there's a Dave and Buster's in Raleigh. It was like a cheesy version of it, and they had a DDR machine, and we're all going out there and we all suck and it's whatever. Somebody on my staff, I forget who, it might have been Chiz, but I'm not positive, was actually good at it, and he was just shredding everybody else at DDR. It's like, you've got talent, doing the freaking double jumps.
That's when you go the endurance approach, and you go, Chiz, I challenge you to DDR 7 songs from now. Like, that's what you do.
Maybe, yeah, but it was just like, wait, like it was almost like he cheated. Like, no, this is the not good at people league. What are you doing? You're not good at the game league. But
I had a friend who was so into DDR that he built his own pad. And
built his own what?
His own pad, like his own dance pad. Like he saw that we had one, and ours wasn't even like nice. It was like not that much to get one at the time. And he was like, I don't want to do that. And now he's a computer programmer, and so he went to Home Depot in a like Circuit City and printed out some like paper pads for the arrow directionals, and he made his own pad with like sensors to do. We're like 15 at the time, so it was really impressive that he did this. And he got so into it. He went from being 40 pounds overweight to maybe 5 pounds overweight over the course of a summer as like a 15-year-old from doing that, because he had that bar on the back. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Where like, I never got to the bar level. Like I never danced so fucking hard that my body was a bust.
Where's
like,
restricting you? You have to become a marionette to dance as fast as is required.
If you don't know anything about DDR, some of the songs are so impossibly fast that gravity isn't fast enough for when you lift your foot up to have to like put it back down again. Like you have to be able to like forcing your feet down to like hit it, and so you have to hold onto a bar behind you and then just go with your feet moving around like a wizard. And at
like
that
an
point,
Irish
it's more
dancer.
Just exactly like your Irish dancing. And he would do that, and it would always draw a crowd at every arcade we would go to. And I never went to any arcades, but I'd go to movies with him, and the movie theater always had an arcade, and so he'd always like bamboozle me into getting to movies like 40 minutes early so I could sit there and like basically watch him as a huge crowd of people congregate. And it was funny to watch people be like, oh my God. like and some people, like the younger people like our age would be like, man, that's like, someone would be like, that's really cool. Like, oh, I've played this. But like anyone who's a little bit older, an adult, would be like, oh, what's happening? What's happening to this isn't music, and that's not dancing. Like
Guitar Hero does that too. Like if you see someone who's good at Guitar Hero, and like the things come so fast, it's all going, like you can hardly comprehend it. And I got, let's say there's a level above good, right? So you can be great at Guitar Hero. I got good at it. I could beat this, I think every song on hard, but only some of them on expert. And but people who could really rock it and finish like the hardest Fire and Flames, that like, I remember, I think I saw it on Reddit or Dig or something. It's like parents are finally impressed by our video game skills because that game looks impossible to the uninitiated.
It really does. Like, it gets so stressful so quick because you get like one like, and you're just like, well, all is lost. Like I just 600.
Or like you're crushing it, and then somehow you lost your momentum, and like 6 or 12 things fall apart until you get back in the groove, and now you're just battling whatever, the crowd booing you off the stage. Anyway, ad time.
It is indeed.
It is.
I'm going to tell everyone a bit about Dollar Shave Club. Buying a razor is a lot like buying a car. To get smooth luxury quality, you have to pay a huge price, and you're mostly paying for splashy marketing and features you don't actually need. That's why I shave with DollarShaveClub.com. It's the smarter choice, luxury quality at an economy price. Dollar Shave Club's razors are amazing quality, and they've got the shave tech I actually need and none of the overpriced gimmicks that I never do. I just saw an ad from a razor, Monopoly's newest razor. Have you seen this thing? It's got 24 blades, swivel pivot robo razor, with a laser pointer. Ridiculous. Every year they make a tiny change to the razor, and then they try to convince us that it's a totally new razor, and it's something we need to spend more money on, but I'm done with it. I'm done with it all thanks to Dollar Shave Club.
24 blades. Do they put some in sideways and shit?
Some of them are on their sideways.
Carry on.
It's a phalanx of blades. If you haven't tried Dollar Shave Club yet, you're missing out, and there's never been a better time to give them a shot. Right now, you can get your first month of any of their amazing razors for only $1, including free shipping, and after that, at just a few more bucks a month. There's no long-term commitments, no hidden fees, and you can cancel anytime you want. So, get your first month for just $1 at dollarshaveclub.com/PKA. That's dollarshaveclub.com/PKA. Yeah, those blades really are awesome. Because of our sponsorship with them, and because I've signed up for the blades a while back, and then my girlfriend signed up for the blades. So there's just a never-ending supply of those blades. I know every time I open the drawer, there's going to be a fresh new blade, and I really do like them. They're excellent.
We're genuine customers too. That's what we use.
Yeah, I remember when you guys had the CEO of the Dollar Shave Club on the show. That was a good show.
Yeah, it was interesting. We had him on. I had a whole bunch of prepared questions about business and stuff, and it seemed like he pled the fifth the whole time. And then we went to am I an asshole? And suddenly that was his wheelhouse. That's where he really wanted to join in.
Yeah, that was a cool episode.
And now a bit from Boll and Branch, who I've been sleeping on. Oh, they make the most wonderful sheets in the world. I got these sheets. What has it been? I mean, it's been at least a week.
Maybe I have their sheets.
Yeah, we all do. I think it's been 2 weeks maybe now that I'm sleeping on them. I love them. They are excellent. So let me tell you a bit about them. If you've ever stayed at a luxury suite or a 5-star hotel and you feel like you feel like you could sleep forever. You know how good you feel in those sheets. I want to tell you about a great brand, Boll and Branch. Their sheets turn your bedroom into a luxury suite. You're never going to want to get out of bed again. What makes these sheets unique is that each one is fabricated from 100% organic cotton. That means Boll and Branch sheets not only feel incredible, but also look amazing. You're getting twice the comfort and style at half the price. You'll love these sheets. Try them for 30 nights and see for yourself. If you're not impressed, return them for a full refund. Anyone who sleeps on Boll and Branch sheets loves them. That's why they have they have thousands of 5-star reviews. The New York Times, Forbes, and the Wall Street Journal rave about them. And even 3 U.S. presidents use Boll and Branch sheets. Go to bollandbranch.com today and you'll get $50 off your first set of sheets plus free shipping when you use promo code PKA. That's $50 off plus free shipping right now at BOLL and branch.com. Spelled, BOLL and branch.com. Promo code PKA.
$50 off is a serious coupon.
It absolutely is when we're talking about these wonderful sheets. I thought I had nice sheets before I got my cool package from Boll and Branch. I did have nice sheets, but now we're on a new level. This is wonderful. I've got my super fancy pillow. I've got my super fancy mattress. And now I've got these top quality 5-star luxury linens just lacing everything. It's wonderful.
It's cool being a PKA host because shit shows up at your door and it's did my wife order this or did Dr. Chiz order this? I never know.
Dr. Chiz.
yeah. Sometimes stuff rolls in and I don't know everything I buy, but sometimes it's, it sponsors stuff and it's cool.
We had a terrible storm here, the last 2 days. It really, I wish I had a rain meter so I knew what had fallen, but it felt 6 inches in 2 days or something. Like there was a river running through my fucking yard and down my driveway and then into an actual creek and then stuff's washed away. There's trees down. The internet went out for a whole fucking day at one point. And then last night, it started getting crazy and the lightning. It sounded like an explosion in my backyard where the lightning was so close. And then I heard that telltale sound of hail falling. That tick, 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 tick. I was like, oh, fuck my car. And I'm I run outside and I look and it's just white dime-sized balls of hail just falling everywhere and bouncing. They're hitting and bouncing, and some of them are smaller, but the big ones are dime-sized. And they're falling fast, so fast. It looks like they're just being dumped on us in buckets. And I'm just my garage has cardboard boxes all in it that need to be thrown in the dumpster I need to flatten them all out, put them in the dumpster, but I haven't. So I'm out there like a human tornado, ripping boxes and throwing them in every direction, making room for my car. And I make just almost enough room. And then I just fucking drive in there anyway, just push everything out of the way. And none of the cars were hurt, it turned out, so it was all for naught. But it was really serious. I hadn't seen a storm like that in a while.
Yeah, we got hail a couple days ago as well. Not dime size, though. It's rough.
Really big.
Hail sucks. Hail's really cool. Probably my favorite form of precipitation when I'm inside and I'm home. But when I'm not inside and home, it's just stressful. Even though it's probably less dangerous than snow.
Stones coming out of the sky, man.
Yeah.
If you have seen hail in Iraq are pretty rough. Sometimes we get in the winter. Pretty rough.
You get hail in the winter. I didn't even know.
Oh yeah. We don't.
I think those are mortar strikes.
They are rough.
But we do get a
your
lot
hair
of
made
hail.
of metal and very hot. Yeah.
The funny thing is, in winter we get a lot of hail and rain, and in the summer we get a shit ton of sandstorms, which are ridiculous, like really hard to live through.
How long do they last?
The longest sandstorm I've experienced was about 2 weeks. I think.
2 weeks. So
2
what does
weeks
that? What
of
does
just
that
like
entail?
blackout sandstorm?
Yeah,
happening?
It entails that basically there is no life outside of your house. There's no one outside. If not for 2 weeks, but maybe for 3 or 4 days when it's heaviest. So there's basically nothing outside. No life, no shops, nothing open. Because if you go outside, your skin will be pierced by sand. I mean, it's that hardcore.
You just get sandblasted.
Oh yeah, you can look it up. The Najaf sandstorms are ridiculous, like where I lived, because it's basically adjacent to the desert in Saudi Arabia, because that's the south of Iraq. So if you type Najaf sandstorms, they are ridiculous. And I've been through a few of those.
Man, that sucks. That's a natural event I didn't even consider. Sandstorms.
Yeah, sandstorms are ridiculous there because of the desert, and there's a lot of wind at the time of the year. So basically, it translates to a lot of sandstorms.
Do they come in just unexpectedly? Like, I guess it's a sandstorm time.
Yeah, really out of nowhere.
You mentioned that you learned a lot of English off the start from watching TV shows and movies and stuff. Was there anything that was lost in translation that you figured out later where you're like, oh, I shouldn't be saying things like that, or that doesn't mean at all what I thought it did? Because it seems like I imagine if I had to learn French from French movies, I would say things off the start, at least, in very odd ways that French people will be like, "What in God's? This isn't a screenplay." Just be
quoting Pepe Le Pew all the time.
Yeah.
Come on lines.
I've had that a lot, especially with English, because as you said, I learned it from movies and TV shows and stuff. But later on, I started picking up books that were translated or maybe had a side of English or something. And I started after accessing the internet in 2007 for the first time. Well, that was a whole nother world to explore. So I started reading that a lot there and posting on forums and stuff in English and Arabic. So that helped a lot as well.
I like to think you use stuff like yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker, in everyday language. Just like, you guys want to go to Chipotle? Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
Yeah. From my teenage days, 2003, 2004, I had a PlayStation 2, and I used to play Grand Theft Auto and Mortal Kombat and that kind of games. I also used to play a Siphon Filter game. Maybe you've heard of it. PlayStation 2 game, fantastic game. Anyway, so I was at a level where there was something going on in a closed room, and there was a whole thing going on. I basically couldn't progress in the level because I couldn't understand much of they would say or what the mission was. So I just go around. Apparently, I found a few Easter eggs about 2 people having sex in a room, and I had no idea what was going on. So 10 years later, I don't know how in the hell I came across it, but I was on the internet looking up Siphon Filter, and I see some video on YouTube about that exact scene, and it hits me immediately. I'm like, oh my God, this is it. So I click on it, and it's apparently 2 people having sex and saying some ridiculous things, basically some S&M shit going on. And that's ridiculous because I was like 13 and I had no idea what was going on. My mother was sitting next to me.
That is a lot of patience to be like, oh man, I want to play this game, but I can't read all of the instructions they're giving me. I guess I'll just figure it out. If so much of games are in English and they're like, oh, you need to go find the Ruby of Mystery if you're looking to find this side quest chest of treasure. And I'm like, no, I'm not. I don't have to do that.
Off
like,
the,
oh,
off
that
the
sounds
top
tough.
of my head, like I remember Siphon Filter. I remember what was it? Well, Grand Theft Auto. I mean, you just could go on a rampage. But if you game, Hitman. I wouldn't say Hitman 1 and 2. I remember specifically getting stuck on the first level because I had no idea what I had to do. I had to assassinate someone in a particular way, and basically couldn't read English, so that was that. So basically, every time I boot up the game, wait half an hour for the game to boot up on the PlayStation 1 or 2, and then just do the same thing, kill a few guys in the same level, and then turn off the game. That's why Crash Bandicoot was my favorite game, because it was so easy. You didn't need to do anything. You just run, crash stuff, and finish the level. That was fun.
That was a great game.
Yeah.
So when you first started watching American movies and TV shows and such, had you been watching American media for a long time at that point, or was that more when you first started, and before that you'd watch just more regional entertainment and such? I'm just trying to get a peg of like, that's right where you started learning English, and you didn't have any exposure to American media before you started buying those DVDs because you didn't have internet, I guess.
Yeah, because DVDs was my gateway, and I remember like I used to buy Lost and Prison Break, and every season that comes out, they would immediately download it via torrent and burn it on 1,000 CDs or DVDs, and then they start selling them really cheap. So I would always, I actually have like 1,000 DVD behind me in a closet. I brought them with me to the Netherlands, so I have them here. It's ridiculous.
Wow.
Like if I show you my collection, you'll be impressed. Like it's a shit ton of DVDs. Anyway, so yeah, that's the beginning of my learning English. That was my gateway. Like,
is it something? Was watching the American shows? Is that something that was totally fine at the time, where everybody's like, "Oh yeah, I like 24 too," or was it something where some people would be like, "Oh, what are you doing watching an American show, asshole?" Or was there any of that, or more just, yeah,
no,
watch
I
what
mean,
you like?
Yeah, you're mistaking Iran, because in Iran that you would get that look. In Iraq, they would be sold in shops just normally. No one, even like the militia, the insurgents, they didn't care about it. Like TV
I've heard
shows
The Simpsons. The Simpsons is how a lot of people around the world apparently learn English. I think that's recently been overtaken by Friends as, the sitcom,
Friends
or
is
the
one
program
of,
people use to learn.
I also watch Friends. Yes, that was also
don't
one of the things that taught me.
What if you pick Seinfeld instead and you just become a total narcissistic douchebag?
I also picked up Seinfeld. I was also I've watched pretty much everything. Like at that time, I always I still have Seinfeld and Friends. So
of course, these things are classics.
I wish everybody was learning English with Seinfeld instead of Friends. It doesn't impact me at all, but I wish I knew that was the fact out there, because it's just so much funnier.
Yeah.
I have AMA questions, and I liked this one because it's kind of, it works for everybody, I guess. It says, "What are you currently fixated on? What is the current thing you were fixated on?" That's the question.
Good question.
Right now, besides the the ancient civilization stuff with that Graham Hancock guy, because I'm still reading Magicians of the Gods. I'm most of the way through it now. Super fucking fascinated by that, and I buy into that completely. With the the civilization just has rebooted. I just believe it now because there's so much goddamn evidence. And I think that if anyone listening looks into Graham Hancock and his books and his theories and his speeches on Rogan, you'll probably agree. It just seems like it happened. So I'm really fixated.
Question
on that.
about it.
Yeah.
How advanced was the civilization that got rebooted? Right, like we're not claiming they also landed on the moon. Like, how far did they get?
No, nobody's claiming that. What they always do is they say they were definitely capable of those megalithic structures, because that's all that's left behind. So that's all that we know that they were capable of. If they made anything out of aluminum, for example, it would have just returned to the earth by this amount of time. It would have, if they made anything out of steel, it'd been gone too. But it's
evidence, right? Like if New York City was just, let's say you give it 6,000 years to just deteriorate and turn down to earth and get overgrown with forest or whatever, I think there'd still be a lot of easily found. They're like, ooh, there was a city here.
There would still be a ton of stuff. I think
Lots
the point of the
steel.
guy that Kyle's talking about is more like we get up to a point of like still very low tech, like stoneworking and shit, and then it's wiped off. Like we've never made it to like combining
Cars.
metal types and making
there doesn't seem to be any
big
evidence for
skyscrapers.
that in any of that stuff, that it went that far. And I certainly don't believe that. But what is interesting, and it's something that I don't know very much about, it's it's with their astronomy. They can definitely tell how advanced their astronomy got based on the way they built things and things that they took into account when making their calendars. And because there's this thing that happens. What's the name? What's it called? It's something about
Full moon?
Nah. It's something that happens over the course of. There's this thing that happens over the course of thousands of years that changes the tilt of the Earth, and they knew about it. And the only way they could know about it is if they had a very high understanding of astronomy. It's clear that they knew about it, and I just can't recite to you why it was clear. But they definitely know that they got to a very high level of mathematics, astronomy, and these gigantic structures, and also the stone cutting. Some of the stones that they showed and the way they're cut, they're just cut fucking straight. It looks like a saw blade cut them and then like went too far. There's one stone where there's like, it looks like they made a little bit of mistake and like the blade went in too far or something like that. And the archaeologists, where I really start buying in is when they say, now let me tell you what the established people say did this. And you tell me which sounds more ridiculous, that some guys did that with bronze chisels and stone hammers, which is their only tools. And what they say that the Egyptians and all those ancient cultures used was a bronze chisel and a stone hammer. They're like, do it. Make one of those fucking blocks with a bronze chisel and a stone hammer and have it be that perfect and that big, and then start working on moving it. I don't know. I've bought into that completely. So I invite anyone else to look into it. I don't want to sound like a raving lunatic or anything. I'm not going to start talking to you about ayahuasca or anything like that. But it really is fascinating. But the other thing that I got into recently is Daniel Day-Lewis. I guess today I went down a whole rabbit hole of Daniel Day-Lewis stuff and started watching. I watched Lincoln 2 nights ago, and that was incredible. I had never seen it before. I've been saving it like a fine wine till I really wanted to watch something amazing, and it lived up to it, I thought. And then I watched The Boxer, which is when he plays a boxer. And I watched it because I'd heard Joe Rogan talk about it and how, like, watch when Daniel Day-Lewis plays a boxer because he's not Rocky Balboa. The shots aren't one guy tees off on the other and then the other guy tees off back. No, it's boxing. He's like, watch how he covers up. Watch how he moves. And then I started watching it. And then I, like, watched him jump rope. There's this scene of Daniel Day-Lewis jumping rope, and he looks like Ali or something. It's going... Like you can hear a jump rope. There's just a different noise it makes when somebody who knows what they're fucking doing is doing it, and it's making that noise. Really impressed by Daniel Day-Lewis. So those two things are kind of taking up all my time right now, is like being really fascinated by all that Göbekli Tepe stuff and ancient civilization stuff, and also like watching Daniel Day-Lewis movies.
Mine won't come as a surprise to many people, but one thing I've been watching Sopranos. That's my entertainment of choice right now. And I'm almost excited to talk to Kyle about Sopranos. I have some issues and some questions and such that and if people don't know, Kyle has seen Sopranos many times. He's like a leading authority on it. I've heard him come up with like fan fiction off the top of his head about how the movie should kick off after what seems like a closing scene in the series finale that has no next step. Yeah, like what do you do next?
Tony's money's over there in Russia, and we got that guy from the Pine Barrens episode just floating around, that Russian commando. There's all kinds of things.
Do you see what I'm talking about? So yeah. Anyway, so I've been watching The Sopranos again. That's a thing. And then in paramotoring, of course, paramotor talk, but I did this Icarus race in Florida, and it kind of opened the door to a few new things in paramotoring. First, it was just getting up in the sky and existing in the sky, and that was like amazing to me. And then I started doing some acro stuff, which is like a branch of it. And now I'm going down 2, where I'm 1, learning acrobatics, and 2, getting into cross country. I have a friend who lives, as the crow flies, it's like 30 miles. Now I'd have to fly a little longer to get around an airport and such, but the thing is, the drive to his place sucks, and it's like an hour, because there's either traffic on one side of this big lake or indirect roads on the other. And I'm like, dude, I should fly to his house, fly with him, and then fly home. That would be like an adventure for me. And I'm aspiring to do it Sunday. We'll see how it goes down.
That'd be cool.
Yeah, so my paramotoring is kind of, going on 2 parallel branches to the next level, and Sopranos is my entertainment.
Yeah.
That's so interesting because I was introduced to paramotor. I had no idea what it was through you and your channel. I think your some of your vlogs that I've watched are really fascinating about the whole paramotoring. But I thought you were joking at the beginning when you started talking about it on PKA. Like for weeks, I thought.
So did we.
Yeah, I was like, this guy is ridiculous. He's gonna strap a fan on his back and he's gonna fly. Oh my god! And then to see you actually do it and then go through the training, like every other week, I catch a vlog from you, and it's been fascinating. So how was the race last week? You didn't talk about it.
Yeah, we talked about it on PKN, and yeah, it was a little mixed. There were the parts of it we had the drive that I hoped we'd fly, but overall, like the big thing is it stretched me. You know, I flew in weather that was probably worse than I've ever flown before. I flew in midday, and you know, at the end of it, and you fly across the finish line. It was like, yeah, it was a really cool thing for me. And now I'm like, well, shit. You know, I didn't know that I could do that. And then things I would pass up because there's no rush, there's no mission, now are like in my wheelhouse. Like, ooh, I can do this. So, you know, a good example is Sunday. I think I'm going to fly a little farther and, you know, launch a little sooner than I otherwise would. So,
the U.S. has launched a missile strike on a Syrian military airfield where the gas attack is believed to have originated. I guess they fired Tomahawk cruise missiles from a couple of boats, and yeah.
Huh.
Well, that's fucking great.
Good.
I'm sure this will lead. I'm sure this won't escalate out of control.
Kyle, name 5 other times it has.
Vietnam.
Vietnam, go back 3 years. We fucking.
Well, Vietnam was a proxy war with the
Again?
Russians, and this could be a proxy war with the Russians.
Yeah,
So
they're all proxy wars with the Russians.
Because of Russia, because of the Russian involvement with Syria, it's going to be a complex situation that I'm.
What's gonna happen? What if there was a Russian advisor at that fucking plant? We just fucking blew him up.
let me lay it out there, and someone tell me if I'm doing it incompletely or incorrectly. So one of the fears with Syria is like both people. ISIS is in Syria, and both Russia and America dislike ISIS. The thing is, America would rather have some, you know, currently small or unknown player, I don't know who, emerge as the victor in this thing. And Russia would rather have, I think his name is Assad, emerge as the leader. And he's currently the government leader in Syria, but the government doesn't control everything because they're battling with ISIS. So if the U.S. goes in there and tries to install some like democratic government that's, you know, new, then that is against what Russia would like to happen, which is to take Assad and make his power unquestioned. And that's how you get a proxy war.
Yeah, and then you've also got, it's not just ISIS that Russia and us and the Iranians who are also there in large numbers are fighting. There's also like a lot of militia groups who may or may not owe their allegiance to either ISIS or the United States or Iran or fucking Pakistan or who knows where, who are also fighting for an independent state away from Assad. It's not that they're terrorists or they're ISIS or they're this or that. They just don't like fucking Bashar al-Assad. And they want him out. They want him ousted.
Bashar al-Assad? Iran?
He's saying smaller
Iran
groups.
Iran and Russia are the biggest supporter of Assad at the moment.
Yes,
Iran are the ones that are funding him, which is actually a problem. Do you guys think that Trump could actually deal with such a complex situation? Because,
No.
I mean, it's going to be a shit show.
No, definitely not.
I believe Trump has a hard time with Thanksgiving.
I don't think Trump understands the situation at all. What Trump heard was that there were children who got gas, and he was like, well, that's bad. I don't like that.
If we could bring George Washington back, or your favorite president to handle this, they wouldn't be able to solve it. Like, they would hopefully look at it and be like, we're not going to be able to do that. Well, they would have so many hurdles to overcome first, from indoor plumbing to cell phones to touch
What's that Negro doing in the room? Like,
Mr. President, I know wooden teeth were popular then.
Shut up, you whore! Get this woman out of the office. It would go terribly.
No, that's still how Trump does it.
that would go very poorly, as they like misunderstood how many people were like watching their speeches, where they're like, wow, DC really has grown since I've been here last. It's like, no, this is just people here right now. There's more people than you knew existed in this country. Like,
yeah, but
that would make a great movie, like a previous president coming into the future and becoming a president right now at the moment.
That
would be fun. I'd watch it. That would be hilarious.
I worry about Trump in a couple ways.
Such an easy way to do it and make it cool. You have your current president in like some unfathomable, difficult situation, some real tight spot, and however, they're like, sir, we have a interdimensional portal. And he's like, well, you think we could get Kennedy in here to like weigh in on this? And then they start doing that. Maybe he starts bringing he gets like all the presidents in there, and then Nixon he like
Haru.
Well, I mean, South Park did that a bit last season. Did you guys watch South Park last season?
Yeah.
Yeah, that was great. They did that a bit with the whole Trump thing, and yeah, that was funny. I'm excited for the new season. Hopefully.
Oh,
So
yeah.
Trump, my issue with Trump on matters like this is he doesn't seem to be like intellectually curious or whatever enough to get schooled on a situation, right? Most presidents, whether it be W or Clinton or Obama or whatever, would come up to speed. Trump just seems to be like, you handle that, report back to me. So the real question is like, hey, do you like the way Mathis would handle this? Mad Dog. Do you like the way that, whoever would handle this? And because I think Trump is likely to just sort of listen to him, accept either any conclusion he comes to, and go with it. And
if we look at what he did, maybe we could figure out where he got the idea to do it. He didn't send warplanes, right? That puts us in danger. Al-Assad has anti-air. He's got some pretty sophisticated systems that he got from his Russian friends. We can't really be just flying planes over and dropping bombs, even our stealth shit necessary. $2 billion airplane. But so they shot these Tomahawk cruise missiles, which are extremely long range. If you remember, every other war we've ever fucking fought where we just launch those bitches off like, how like Roman candles go.
Yep.
That's how we shoot those $3 million Tomahawks.
30 million. Yeah.
He definitely didn't want to risk a U.S. pilot being shot down, an international incident. So they went with those long range missiles. So that is a good sign. But the next thing we'll be hearing is advisors on the ground, and then it'll be money and materiel, and then some advisors will get hurt, or a school will blow up, or some person from some group that we care about more than the average Syrian, apparently, like a child, will be gassed, as if it matters if you're gassed or blown the fuck up or burnt alive, which is how they normally get shit done over there.
Speaking of that gas thing, was Assad, or we still don't know who did it?
So the U.S. military is saying that a Syrian warplane did that. That's what our military is saying, our military intelligence.
It's Assad. Who else
Assad claims that there was an Al-Qaeda chemical weapons plant that was hit by an American munition, and it blew up and caused all that damage.
That's a very convenient excuse.
Yeah,
he got greedy with that excuse.
You're right. You got Al-Qaeda and America with that one.
That was too much. He should have been like, when he was like planning it out, his lie and being like, oh, I'll say that it was an American shell. He has too many yes men, guaranteed, because anyone who wasn't a yes man would have been like, are you high? No, nobody's going to believe that it's that perfect for you. Like, just say that, like, one of your soldiers did something crazy. Like, give a little so that this lie is believable. No,
right.
Off with his head.
I don't know, maybe it was this, because what did we have just last week? We had a scenario where apparently a lot of civilians were herded into a building, and then there was a U.S. strike, and all the people died. It seemed that someone was trying to frame the United States for some mass murder, some collateral damage incident. And here this week now, we've got a gas attack. And well, this is kind of like what happened last time. It was the U.S. They dropped a bomb and hit an Al-Qaeda chemical weapons. My point is, like, we don't know what fucking happened. We just don't. We could be being lied to and manipulated, and it could be we could all be getting trumped right now. Maybe there were no chemical. Maybe we dropped some
we're getting
gas.
Gulf of Tonkin.
Yeah, maybe we're getting Gulf of Tonkin here, or Lusitania.
What's the Gulf of Tonkin for people that don't know?
That's the manufactured incident that sparked off the escalation in Vietnam, where that happened off the Gulf of Tonkin, where supposedly that warship was attacked and people, but they just weren't. We just manufactured a little incident.
That blows my mind. It blows my mind that they literally just pretended a U.S. warship was attacked and started a war over it. And I don't know why, because it's not that much different than W, who said there were widespread weapons of mass destruction when there was no proof. And I know there's no proof because there were no weapons, so that's how that goes. And there's a lot of big wars where U.S. leaders just totally fake their reasoning.
It makes you wonder, that's the one we found out about, Mm-hmm. There's so much shit from way back in the day that like time has just passed, like where it's never going to get
Do you remember
uncovered,
the
it's never
Princess
going to
Bride?
be revealed. Like there's so much stuff like that.
I do, but I don't know.
The
Yeah, I don't
whole
know the
premise,
connection.
the reason the princess gets kidnapped at the beginning is because Finnick is going to frame another country for her kidnapping and murder. He is doing a false flag for Prince Humperdinck. False flags are as
Here's
old as
another
time
example.
itself.
We've got the Gulf War,
haven't watched that in so
Vietnam,
I fucking
and
watch it once a month.
Princess Bride. We need 2 more.
You've got so many movies on your once a month regimen.
I watch
like you
tons
always
of
stay up
fucking
on.
movies. Marriage.
I don't know. It makes me nervous.
Together today.
I'm
So
nervous to
coming
have
up-
Trump in charge on this. It could get very complicated, and it requires a sophisticated person to understand all the players. And we don't.
He
have
doesn't seem to have any understanding of the Syria situation at all.
It's a 3-dimensional situation. He is going to play 1-dimensional warfare against it.
He'll play checkers.
Bet it.
You just
Absolutely.
have to hope that he listens to the more knowledgeable people around him and not
And
his gut.
They say that his
Happen.
attention span
I
is
don't think
low,
so.
that he has a hard time absorbing the documents, that when they brief him before a call, if you're about to talk to like whoever the fuck from Australia or Japan or whatever, they say, all right, Mr. President, we've got these documents here for you. And then there's a guy that's going to brief you. He's going to, just like if any of us were about to like before we started with Ahmed here,
Yeah.
we had a little conversation about Ahmed. And I was like, well, this is what he's done. This is where he's been. This is what we'll talk to him about. These are key things that we should hit on.
I wish
Someone
that he
does
would.
Trump for each of these world leaders, but he's just like, hit the high points.
I wish that whenever he was doing his press conferences, he would stand like 10 feet back from the podium like he was a Pokemon trainer, and he'd have his entire staff there with him, and they'd be like, Mr. President, the current economic situation, it's incredibly complex. What are you going to do to get our jobs back up? He's going to be like, I made economics, not my strong suit. Rick Perry, I choose you. Defend it. And then Rick Perry has to go out there and defend it, or whoever he would pick for
Good
that. And
luck
he'd be
with
like,
him.
no, military situations, you have no experience with this. What are you going to do in Syria? Rick Perry, return. General Mathis, I choose you. He throws him out there. General Mathis, use bamboozle. Get him off my ass. And he tells him what to do. Like, that's what he should do. Like, he shouldn't be given any, like, he needs to tamp it down on how he responds to things.
This motherfucker
Because
is
he
talking
doesn't
to
seem to understand
fucking-
Syria, at least Syria at all. He doesn't seem
He's
to even
hanging
want
out
to
with the president of China right now down in Mar-a-Lago. Was
Is
that
it right
that-
now? Is that happening?
Yeah, right now.
With
They got a
Xi
Chinese guy.
Jinping.
Yeah, thank you.
XI. I don't know how we pronounce that.
Xi. He landed a couple hours ago. I watched him, step off. His plane's big. Xi's got a big fucking plane. It says Air China on the side. It certainly doesn't say fucking Xi Pin or anything. It doesn't say like president. It's not pimped out like ours are. Like the president shows up in his fucking plane, right? Like, but especially ours. Ours might just show up in his fucking plane.
Yeah, right.
That's how it works. And it is interesting if you think about it. He's brought the president of China over, not to Washington, not to the White House, which is a more prestigious thing, right? It's a level up if you get to go to the White House and you get to fucking go in there and shake hands and do all the ceremonial shit. No, he took him to Mar-a-Lago. He's like, this is where I hang out. It's my place. Golf to the Chinese is a little different. It's seen a little differently than it is to us Western non-communists, shall I say. They see it as a billionaire sport. They see it as something that they don't want to be attached to. Xi Jinping has never played any fucking golf. He never has, never will. I guarantee it. If Chinese media had a photo of his ass chubbily crawling up a hill somewhere, like that'd be the end of him. He's not getting another 5-year term. Like that would be it.
Funny picture.
That is.
Have you seen those pictures of Trump chubbily?
Yeah, it's because he gains weight in a hippie way.
So coming off all that, do you guys think Trump will be impeached? Do you think
No.
that's a possibility?
No,
I do.
It's a possibility.
With all-
I think it will happen. Let me. So impeachment is just when they start the proceedings. That's like saying, do you think Trump will be sued? The real question is, do you think he'll be sued and found wanting and be thrown from his office? And I don't think that is going to happen.
I don't think so.
Impeachment proceedings are much more possible than him actually being thrown from office. But I don't think any of it will happen. But yes, it is a possibility.
So what Trump has going in his favor is that Republicans would be the people doing this, thing,
Yeah.
right? When
years seems fair.
Well, yeah, when Clinton got impeached, there were Republicans, Newt Gingrich in particular, I think, was running the show.
Star.
Yeah, he hired Ken Starr and they just pursued him forever. That started off as like a real estate trust thing, and it ended up with him getting a blowjob. Like they just went anywhere they could find shit on Clinton, and that's where it landed. But the Republicans aren't going to do that to Trump. Like Nunes just recused himself because he was dealing with all these ethics violations where he would take this somewhat private information or whatever and show Trump like privately, like, hey, this is where the investigation is going. You're going to say it came from the White House?
Yeah, that's the weird thing about that, right? I'd love for you to correct me if I'm wrong, and I'd like to learn more about this because it's so fucking fishy. But it seems that the White House taps Nunes on the shoulder and says, "Hey, come here, we want to show you some stuff." And they take him in that skiff, which is apparently a secure room where any kind of surveillance is impossible. Like, I guess it's just electromagnetically isolated, and like they can't be spied on. It's like the on that show Get Smart, the old black and white show, they used to have like the cone of silence or something, and both people would put their heads in this thing, and they couldn't hear each other. Everybody else could hear them, and they couldn't fucking hear each other. They're trying to pass top secret information. But anyway, they put him in this skiff. They showed him something, right? They showed him this information about Trump's name being unmasked or some horse shit, and then they send him back with that information, and he goes, I have some information. I'm going to go tell the White House. They need to know about this. And then he fake comes back and tells them about something they just told him about. And now we're trying to decide which other members of that committee get to see that information. And people are being bussed in and out. And then the White House says, oh, yeah, he's hearing the same information that Nunes heard. But they're like, well, how could you possibly know that? And they're like, we just know. It's a bunch. There's so much smoke. There's so much bullshit. There's so much he said, she said. No, because
that's not the way I understand.
Makes sense.
But here's one thing that bugs me, though. So typically in law, if you ask someone to recuse themselves, they do. They've got no stake in this, right? If Taylor's a judge and I say, hey, look, I think that the defendant over there, you should recuse yourself. 9 times out of 10, he says, fine, I'm out, right? I don't want to give any appearance. Nunes, they asked him to recuse himself because he was appearing to be on the team of Trump. It's like he worked for Trump instead of investigated him, and he just fought for weeks, scratching tooth and nail. No, I won't stop. I won't stop. Like, dude, what the fuck? Like, everyone thinks you're working for this guy. It looks sketchy as fuck, and they're asking you to recuse yourself.
I mean, they don't always recuse themselves. Like a lot of the times, they don't.
They usually don't fight against it if there's anything.
I mean,
there.
Loretta Lynch didn't recuse herself during the Hillary Clinton investigation. I'm just saying that it's common for these people, if they feel like they have something to gain by not recusing themselves, they'll try not to.
Judges.
Yeah,
that's what you have to keep in mind too. He's not a judge; he's a politician. The judge, of course, would be like,
"That's
true. I'm done." The politician is like, "You don't think I'm capable? How is this going to look on my record if next year when they roll the commercial, he was taken off the committee to?"
Well, no, Loretta Lynch isn't a politician; she's a judge. Oh, yeah, she was the attorney general.
Well, I'm talking about Nunes, whatever.
Maybe that was sketchy too. I don't know, but it was weird to me that Nunes worked so hard not to recuse himself when there was all this evidence and people were calling for it. And it wasn't until the lawsuit started rolling in that he was like, "Fuck it, I'm out."
The whole fucking thing is annoying to me because I feel like half the time they're just like, it's just lip service and lies and misdirection and muddy the waters and, oh, look over here, here's a thing, and oh, well, let's investigate all this horse shit that will never lead us anywhere, and it's clear just on face value it won't. It's real frustrating to watch the whole thing go down, and nobody is making themselves look good, right or left.
No,
Democrats
really. Everybody.
No leader. Democrats are leaderless.
Yeah, the Democrats filibustering Gorsuch was
I love
so
that
dumb.
move.
That was why. Why would you love that?
I'll explain. Because I feel like the Republicans have already proven that they're willing to do anything to advance their cause or stop your cause from advancing. Right?
The reason they were able to go nuclear is because of Harry Reid in 2013. It's the Democrats who did that.
Yeah. So. Back in 2013, if you guys remember the Do Nothing Congress, et cetera, what was happening is anything Obama liked, the Republicans disliked. They could not find any common ground. And I think it's generally accepted that even things that they should have been able to agree on or find something, the Republicans were just making it kind of their platform to be anti-Obama. And So that to me says, all right, these Republicans will do anything. Scalia died, and I had it wrong before. He died 11 months. Obama had 11 months left as president, and they just wouldn't even hold a vote, right? So to me, I'm like, all right, the Republicans have established that they will use whatever tools they have in their toolbox to advance what they're trying to do. And now the Democrats...
It's not just Republicans, though. It's
I
both
feel like-
sides that will do that, because the Democrats are the ones who put that into place and allowed them to use this nuclear option. The Democrats are using the best thing they can right now in the filibuster. Both parties are always going to use, to the nth degree, whatever they can to get what they want.
Let me circle back to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So in my head, what all this Democratic filibuster thing does is force the Republicans to use this tool in the toolbox. So now it's in play. Like, that to me is what the end game here is, that, like, look, we're not going to give you this without you using this tool, so that if we ever get in charge, then we'll have that tool too.
Yeah.
We won't be doing the
it doesn't make
unprecedented
sense
thing.
why they would do that, because they were the ones who implemented that tool. And so, of course, when you implement a tool, you expect to use it. And so it seems silly to me that they'd be like, hey, this tool we implemented? Well, we know it's so horrible that we're going to force them to do it by doing this filibuster. Where it's okay, so you actually implemented a tool that you see as super terrible,
right? They were
unless
using
it's
it
on your side.
for lesser things. Supreme Court nominations is a pretty big deal, right? Last many presidents, 4? I don't know. So so they're like, hey, they're making the Republicans establish a precedent where you don't have to have a supermajority to get your guy. You can just barely scrape by. And in my head, it's a smart move, because in either scenario, if they vote for Gorsuch or if they don't vote for Gorsuch, you're getting Gorsuch.
It's not
so
a good move, though, because now they
can't.
My understanding is they can't filibuster the next nominee if need be.
Well,
so basically,
they couldn't filibuster this one either.
So they kind of spent it on Gorsuch, I see, like a magic card play where they went, aha! Mm-hmm. They played their instant, and it was an ill-timed instant. They should have kept that in hand and waited. Because, Gorsuch already, when he was appointed to the 10th Circuit Court or whatever, Obama, Hillary, all the Democrats voted to approve him in, because he's really not very controversial. He's just not. And
the only controversy is the fact that he's
not
Merrick Garland. So, that if you're a Democrat, that's how you see this. The only controversy is this guy's up for this guy's up for a vote because the Republicans played dirty last time. And they're just saying...
it's not, but that you keep going back to that.
Yeah.
If the Democrats had the run of it and they had the ability to stop the Republicans from putting in a Supreme Court justice, that's the responsibility. They need to use all the tools legally that they have to keep that from happening. Exactly the opposite way, the Republicans had a responsibility there to be like, all right, we have no obligation to do this, and our constituents would be fucking livid with us if we did. So no, we're not doing it. We're representing what our people would want. So it's not like there's just all anti-Bush, or they're all anti-Trump, or they're all anti-Obama, and they're just trying to be obstructive. Like, yeah, they are, but that's, in a way, that's kind of their job. Like they're not supposed to just bend over backwards. And so I guess in that way, it makes a little bit of sense for the filibuster, because the Democrats need to show at least, like, hey, we're not rolling over. We're at least doing what we can. So I understand it from that point of view. But it's not like it's not a malicious, like, fuck you, we're not passing it. It's like, that my people would hate me if I did that, and I'm protecting my job, if that makes sense.
See, I feel like there's this, they're both playing the same game. They both do the same things. But it's not. Like, this do-nothing Congress became a thing because the Republicans stopped all legislation on a level that didn't happen when Bush was president. Right? They broke new ground and just opposed
How's it
everything.
happening
now? I would say that in my
Absolutely
head, and I try not to look at it, through just Democrat lenses. I flip it around, but I would say the Democrats are doing everything they could, because that's now the precedent. Like, the Republicans did this, so now the Republicans are doing. They're slowing down every cabinet appointment they can. They're doing exactly what the Republicans did.
No,
when Obama was in charge.
It never took this long to get Obama's people approved for cabinet positions, if I remember correctly.
I've been hearing the opposite.
It never took
anyone
even
to get their cabinet
not even close.
choices appealed.
So I don't
correct me if I'm wrong. It doesn't matter. With the nuclear option thing that they've done, now they can get all of them through with a simple majority. Is that correct?
I think so. I think they could anyway. They just had to decide to use the nuclear option.
I know. I'm just making sure it applies to all of them. Now, one thing that I've heard thrown out there is that there's a reason why so many of Trump's selections for these positions haven't been filled. He doesn't care if they get filled or not, and they haven't put the correct paperwork in on purpose.
Yep. Yeah.
Because he feels that those. He's like, they don't need anybody fucking running that agency. Fuck that agency. That agency's nothing but a hole in the ground. Or you gonna hire a guy to run the hole in the ground that costs money? Nah, let's just wait.
And there's two lenses to view that. One is the one that you put out there, which is like, that thing is stupid anyway. Why do I need to appoint, I'm making up a number, 1,200 people when only 100 of them are doing all the work? Like, just, fuck it. Yeah. But other people are saying like, oh, this is what happens when you have, a non-Washington person. Like, he just doesn't have the knowledge of how Washington works to fill all those other jobs. Like,
this isn't applying to that, but as far as all the people I've talked to in government jobs, every single one of them will tell you that, like, I don't know about other countries, obviously, but they'll tell you 20% of the people in there are doing 100% of the work. And 80% of the people are futzing around because they know they won't get fired and they can get away with it.
That's
and
almost
so I don't
true
know,
in corporate world too, though, right?
Not necessarily. I'd say in corporate, it's more like probably almost reverse, like 75, 80%. And then those 20% who do nothing and add nothing eventually get axed because it's like, hey, we were looking at some numbers and you're a waste of space. Really, saying 75, 25, that's already egregious because a company that has 25% of its staff and they're working towards a profit and they're not contributing, like that wouldn't be a very long-standing company. So it'd be very much streamlined in that way. Yeah. But like I don't know about like on the level of Trump. I was just talking to friends. And of course, the friends I talk to, I like to believe, are the ones doing all the work. And they are so fucking pissed about it where they're just like, God, I just watch people sit and do nothing all day because they know that they can do it. And they can treat people like shit and get away with it. Which
I think
obviously enrages people who want to work hard.
And in the Army, oh my God. Like,
there's lots of good government employees out there. I'm
sure. But like, so right now he wants to increase Army spending and I didn't realize, like, when someone transfers from a place to a place, right? They come home from Iraq, they like do nothing for 2 months, or when they're about to go somewhere, like their responsibilities just wrap up and nothing happens for 2 months. And when they arrive, they spend it. I'm just like, oh my God. Like in the corporate world, people do not have like, if you just hypothetically transferred to fucking LA, I don't know, like there wouldn't be a 4-month no expectations out of Taylor period.
That is because you chose to move to LA for a new opportunity and you've got all your shit lined up. Instead, we're talking about Donald Trump saying, hey, Woody, get your shit together and go kill some Syrians. It's go time. You're like, fuck, can I have 2 months? He's like, yeah, okay.
He's
in this scenario,
like,
I'm saying like he's going to headquarters or some other satellite office or, same company. And the
military doesn't do that. They're going to like,
they do that all the time.
Scary.
No, they constantly move people from base to base.
But without warning and stuff.
All those government agencies,
with
warning. Like that,
not everyone's at war.
Spend way more than they need to on transportation or goods or whatever, so that they can hit that bottom line to make sure they don't lose any funding the next year. Or it's like, oh, guess we better fire off fucking 60 more Hellstorm missiles for the fuck of it to make sure that they know that we need 6,000 of these a week.
I was watching a second ago. I guess they fired around 50, 55 Tomahawks today. That's what they did.
Seems like a lot.
Seems
like too many, I'd say.
All the same air. I think I said before, but they hit the airfield apparently that those chemical attacks originated from.
I just wonder, like, how many millions of dollars we spent to build craters. Right?
So many, probably a depressing amount of money.
I bet it's like $150 million attack, and a lot of it was against dirt.
Oh, it was absolutely at least $150 million attack. And then you got to keep in mind, like, we had those boats there for that attack. Do you even add in the amount of money that it cost to keep 2 big fucking boats in the Mediterranean with like 1,000 sailors on them, ready to push a button to shoot 50 missiles?
Think about it like the missile's the same thing as bullets almost. Like, what % of bullets actually hit an enemy? Like a tenth of a tenth of 1%?
Yeah, it's really interesting how that works. It's changed from war to war. I can't recite any statistics off the top of my head, but I've looked into it, and like Vietnam was really interesting. Like, and like as the war's going on and like different weaponry is introduced, the amount of bullets that are required to get a kill. And they start doing that math, and they change things like the rate of fire on rifles and magazine size. It's really interesting.
It takes a lot. Thing, it takes a lot, but a lot of it's just for suppressive fire. And
sure, yeah.
You watch. not that you haven't, but I've been watching like real life combat footage and stuff, and I see, oh yeah. Like I'm no military strategist, but it's like first we need to get, they call it something like firing supremacy. That's not the supremacy part is right. The first one's wrong, and it's kind of like paintball, right? You're either the guy cowering or the guy shooting, right? I've done it in paintball. If you've got 8 guys firing ropes, the other people are pinned behind cardboard barriers thinking, oh my God, this is a bad situation, right? And they do that in real war too. Like as soon as I fire a bullet at some Americans, 12 of them just start raining lead on me so that I'm ducking behind rocks. And that's why it takes so many bullets. You know, a lot of it is just, it's not even aimed at a person. It's aimed at the area to get you to duck.
Yeah.
And anyway.
It's interesting.
Yeah.
I've speaking of something that's kind of like an urban legend or a myth, I was looking around for stuff because I was just thinking like, I don't know, it was one of those stupid little Google things you do where you're like, I wonder what a myth is out there that I believe is a myth, but it actually isn't. And then like on a different tab, be like, I wonder what a myth is that I don't believe, but it's actually true. And I started trying to find something there. And I'm gonna say a couple, and I want you to tell me if this is a real fact, a true fact, or propaganda.
I'm psyched for this.
All right. Sex before competing in sports makes you worse because
That's a myth.
Backwards.
It's a myth. Kyle, you're pretty confident about that.
That's a myth. That's bullshit.
It raises your testosterone level, I'm told.
Is it?
That's why Ronda Rousey fucks before every fight.
You're correct, Woody. It raises your testosterone and it gets you hyped. Ovechkin says part of his game performance, can't tell if he's joking because he's Russian, hard to read that cadence, but he says he fucks before and after every game.
Ah.
To
His
make
poor
sure
teammates.
I was trying to. I wanted to make a joke. I couldn't form it.
Oh, looks like somebody didn't play too
I was
much
like, that
tonight.
guy's ass must be sore. No, that's not
How about,
working. Nah,
How
Kyle
about
nailed
this
it.
one? Satan is the ruler of hell, according to Christianity. Is that true, or is that a myth, or is that real?
Okay, so I think it's true, but using psychology,
Don't you Google, Kyle.
I think it's going to be
I was going to
false.
look up something completely different, but I was about to Google. It had nothing to do with this, but you triggered something in my head about a different religion that believes that God is the true deceiver. And I've been Graham Hancock turned me on to that. I want to go to that in a second. But
Satanism?
As far as I know, no, Satan works for God. He did, right? He was one of Lucifer was one of the God's angels. He was jealous that God was loving man more than the angels, and he rebelled against God, and he was overthrown and sent down to hell, et cetera, et cetera. I don't know that he's the ruler of hell because of what I just said. He was thrown into hell, right? Although everything like pop culture wise and everything I've ever been taught says, the guy with the viper-gated tail and the pitchfork down there, he's the one running the show. So
Yeah.
I'm just going to say that the devil runs hell, though by its very nature, it seems like God runs hell.
I'm going to say that the devil doesn't run hell because I'm just getting that vibe.
Ahmed, does the devil run hell?
It's funny because in Islam it's kind of similar to Christianity as far as hell and heaven and the devil and all that shit.
The first part of the Quran and the first part of the Bible are pretty much the same thing.
They're all Abrahamic religions.
They
so
are
got a lot
they
of
are
similarities.
similar. Yeah, there are
Thank God.
Abrahamic religions and ideologies. A lot of them are similar. But in Islam, what we have learned is that no, he doesn't run hell. And so yeah, I don't know. Maybe I guess I'll go with that. He doesn't.
So you're correct, Ahmed, and I guess all of you are correct. He does not run hell. He was sent to hell, and it's just always assumed that I guess because he was the first guy to show up in hell that he kind of established a base, I guess, and then as more people showed up, he just did like the pretend authority figure where it's like, you believe I'm in charge, so I am, and then send people around. But yeah, he's not actually in charge of hell.
Real quick, not to change the subject, have you guys seen The Invention of Lying? It's a movie from Ricky Gervais.
Yeah, I saw that right when it came out a long time ago.
Yeah, that movie is hilarious. Basically, people, maybe I shouldn't spoil it, but this movie takes place in a place where no one can lie. So everyone tells the truth 100% of the time. So this guy somehow imagines or starts lying, discovers lying. So he goes to the bank and he's short on money, and he's like, the cashier woman is like, well, sir, our systems are down. How much money do you have on your bank account? And he's like, he wants to say 300, but he needs $800. So he's like, wait, I can say 800. And he says $800. And then she just gives him $800. So a few scenes later in the movie, he basically found every religion on earth, and he says there's a man in the sky, and he does that, and he says that, and if you do 3 wrong things, you go to a place that is not very very nice or pleasant called hell, and if you don't do that, you go to a place where you get a mansion, and everyone gets a mansion. That movie's hilarious. I watched it a couple of weeks ago. It's pretty funny.
That religion I was thinking.
One. Oh, go ahead. I'll jump
quickly though. The religion I was thinking of, Graham Hancock was talking about this in one of his whatever you call it when you stand in front of a bunch of people with a fucking PowerPoint and tell them stuff. It wasn't a TED talk. It was somewhere else at a university or something. But he was talking about this religion that it believed that the Christian God was not a god, that he was actually a demon who had come to Earth to deceive humanity into believing that he was a god. That was his game. He likes to go places and make people or entities believe he's a god and then have them really worship him. And so what they explain, they talk about the Garden of Eden. And in this religion, they see the serpent as the good guy. He's coming into where humanity's imprisoned and saying, you've been fooled. You don't even know the difference between right and wrong. You're just here to worship that guy. That's all he's doing. He's just sapping your worship juice up, and that's all he cares about, right? Eat the apple, and you'll have knowledge, and you'll be freed from this evil, deceptive demon. And so they did, and God throws them out. And remember what God did after that happened. He's like, Eve, now not only you will be in pain the rest of your days, all women. And you'll be confused when you're thrown out of here, and you'll have to suffer the serpents and the beasts of the land. He just went to cursing us left and right when we ate this apple of knowledge, so we know the difference between right and wrong. Then look at like what he does, and I'm parroting what Graham says in his lecture. He burns us when we're bad. He forces us to worship him, praise him constantly. Are these the actions of a generous, kind, omnipotent, omniscient being? No, they're the actions of a fucking intergalactic demon who's fucking taking up our worship juice. Satan's the good guy.
That is
Strong point.
That is pants on head retarded.
And like the Christians burned these people alive and persecuted them throughout the ages, and they went underground and they are no more.
I feel like both sides of this viewpoint are pants on head retarded. But
I'm just saying that being like, dude, Star Trek, that's not real. The real Star Trek story, they were in a Ford Windstar driving across the country. They weren't even in the future. And it's just like, no, that's not. You're just taking a fantasy story and making it into a slightly different fantasy story. Being like, because clearly that guy Graham Hancock doesn't buy into any of it, and so he's just treating it like a fanfic thing where he's like, this could be real too, you know? Look at how
Graham Hancock believes that our soul or our being, like the part, he doesn't think it's our brain. He thinks that our brain is like a television set that is receiving the signal that is our soul. That's what this physical part of us is. And that when the body
we just passed into a new field.
And when the body is gone, that your soul or your intelligence goes on living afterwards.
And he's a scientist?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but like I would believe like there are lots of scientists who are religious, but very few I don't know. Like he's not
religious. He doesn't preach that religion I just was talking about.
No, I know. I was saying there are scientists who are religious. So when they're like, oh, I'm a Christian and I'm a physicist, or I'm whatever and I'm a scientist, you're like, all right, yeah, I understand. Like there's a cultural thing to that. But for a scientist who's really into science to be like, I don't believe the brain's responsible for all this. It's like, yeah, well, do 3 minutes of Googling and you'll be like, oh, yeah, see, they used to think it was the heart, and then they very quickly found out it's the brain as soon as we had the capacity to analyze the brain.
Well, what he's talking
that believes the Earth is 3,000 years old.
We turn our brain off, turn it back on, and we're still here.
That's even more ridiculous.
We don't turn our brain off and turn it back on. What do you mean? Can you define?
When has a near-death experience, your brain stops, you're flatline, no electrical impulses in your brain, then they just turn you right back on, and I'm here again, and it's me. It's still me, I don't know what consciousness is. I don't think anybody does, and I don't think science has figured it out quite yet either. That's kind of like the biggest question of them all, right? Is like, what is consciousness? Like, are we either a product of this like fleshy goo between our ears, or are we something a little bit more important than that?
It's interesting that a guy like him, who seems to make fun of religion for taking a naturalistic event and imposing a super complex, unknowable being as the catalyst for it, and then saying, oh, and the brain, that's not responsible for all of our thoughts, feelings, emotions, and actions. It's actually this infinitely complex and undefinable ethos in our body that is responsible for that. You know, it's like the same thing, that same paradigm of you're explaining natural cause, a natural system with an unexplainable, unknowable entity because it's confusing. You know, it's just kind of the same structure.
I don't know enough about the brain and how it works. I don't know that we've definitely settled on that the brain is what creates our consciousness. I just don't know that. I don't know what. I don't think anybody does, or that are. I don't know that our consciousness
it
ends when we're turned
creates
off.
Your consciousness, like the fact that when your brain shuts off, you
It
cease
facilitates
to be, you
it, but
cease
does it
to
create
perceive.
it?
It
Facilitates it, but does it create it? That's the question.
Yes, it does create it, because there is a video I linked to us like in our PKA chat a couple days ago. Prosco, it's some disorder where you're no longer able to control your body. You don't have,
you have to
without
the guy had
looking
to
at it.
look.
So basically, this guy has sensations on his body where, like, if you like slapped his hand, he'd be like, "Oh, I felt that." But if you told him to close his eyes and then put his hand to his right like that, he wouldn't be able to put it in the space that he wanted, because as soon as his eyes are closed, he can't feel
what's the word for that?
locomotion.
Is it proprioception or something?
Proprioception. That's exactly what it is. And so he just doesn't feel the locomotion ability. And so it's just, he has to look at everything he does to make sure that it's actually going. So it's all relayed back to the brain. The brain's the only thing that allows that information to be perceived. So as soon as
But
that,
now you're talking about motor mechanics and stuff.
No, but it's not just that. As soon as that area of the brain was damaged, he lost the ability to perceive information in that way and to respond to information that he would have been perceiving. And so it's like
about his body
because of his brain.
Yeah, because the
body
brain controls the body. I'm not talking about command and control. I'm not talking about what's required for one thing to exist. I'm talking about. I'm saying that they could be, both things could be true at the same time. I know the brain is what allows us, and when I say us, I mean my consciousness, to control everything else. And if you fuck with my brain, then I just can't do that shit right. But what I'm saying is that what makes me me might not be all about the gray stuff between my ears.
Things
I
like
might just be
love
me.
and hurt and
No, that's your brain. I'm talking about me. What makes me me? The me that is.
That's
me.
all your brain.
Yeah, that's the brain. Yeah.
It's
Have you guys heard about the Italian doctor that is trying to put a decapitated head from a person and put it on another body? Yeah. Have you heard about that?
He's getting
2020
a full body,
or something.
Yeah, full body transplant.
Yeah,
he already has full body. No, actually, it's a head transplant, because he's gonna transfer a head to another body.
Yeah, but he doesn't become the life of the guy whose body is taken. He doesn't like come out of the surgery like, I'm Jeff now.
Well, no one knows. No one knows. We'll see what happens.
We talked about this on the show
man.
a while ago,
Works.
in that there were some people who felt like whatever makes me me, the thing Kyle is talking about, existed in the heart, which today sounds crazy, right? Today everyone's looking at your brain. But not long before I was born, some people thought your soul was in your heart, and it wasn't just a pump. So if someone actually does pull off a brain transplant, we'll all look back on it and say we already knew, right? Oh yeah, we already knew it was in the brain, but it'll be fun to observe it.
Well, it's not. It's a head transplant. So just to be clear, because the audience is listening and maybe they're not. This man is living right now, and his body is fucked. They have a new body over there, so they're gonna chop his head off and they're gonna put it on that new body, and he, being the head, is going to control that new body. The guy who used to own that new body, his head is somewhere else right now, okay? And it's rotting in the ground, and whatever made him is either A, also rotting in the ground in his brain, or B, is being projected onto some other TV screen somewhere else.
Both guys are still alive right now.
Both guys are alive, yes.
You know what I'm saying, though? When they
Yeah,
cut
yeah,
his fucking head off, he won't be
Yeah, okay.
because he'll be dead. Because they're not.
I agree
one
with
guy
that.
is getting one guy's head is getting a new
Yeah.
body.
One
the
guy
other
is
guy's
dying,
head
yeah.
is getting burned.
You
No,
think
he
they give him
actually-
the old shit body so they can still fill the casket?
But
Otherwise, 6 guys just gonna be like, oh, he didn't weigh anything in the end. There,
There'll
I
be 2
guess.
bolts coming out the side.
one of the
Yeah, but I mean,
scientists
if
talked
that
about the
works, it's pretty
possibility-
crazy.
I heard scientists talk about the possibility that his consciousness could be in some sort of weird limbo inside of his own brain, unable to touch or feel or sense anything, but only to be conscious in a void inside of that body. And they talked about how torturously in that would be to one's mind, your consciousness, to just exist without any way to
express
sense
yourself
anything.
at all.
I don't
Yeah.
understand how we are remotely close to the head transplant, and here's
We're
why.
honestly we're not.
Right
Yeah,
here in my
I don't
arm.
think he's gonna succeed.
Where people, this is a scar in my
Yeah, I
arm.
see it.
There's my ulnar nerve was damaged. There was a tumor in it. They pulled the tumor out, and then I lost some big percentage of the nerve, and it's why this hand doesn't work that well. They can't fucking connect the nerve that's here to the nerve that's here. Like that's not a
It's broken,
thing.
and it's not just broken; it was destroyed by the cancer.
It wasn't cancer. It was a surgical thing. When they cut, I think it was a pack of blood or something. But when they cut the tumor out because it was getting bigger, they also cut the nerves that it was growing inside of. So they're just scalpel damage in there. And over time, some of the nerves found each other, and it went from like totally paralyzed to, I'll make up a number, like 30%. But that's where it is. If they
this
can't
guy has no
fix
damage.
that, but they'll
So
be
what they're
damaged
talking
when they
about
cut his
doing-
head off.
Well, they're not going to just lop it off with an axe. They're going to very carefully dissect it from his body, removing all these necessary plug-ins carefully and making sure that we don't fray any of the wiring. And they're going to try to plug him back into this new guy's spinal cord.
So I'm outside my expertise, but my idea is they're like
Wiring harness back there.
Yeah, they're with a trillion wires in it, and that they
Bundled.
can't reconnect nerves, and that's where I thought we were.
Yeah.
I think
Because
they
this is
can
the first
reconnect.
time.
The biggest
It just
challenge
depends
that's-
on how they were separated or damaged.
that they will face. The biggest challenge, I think, is going to be, because I read in an article that the operation will take 36 hours or something.
It's a long time to be
36
dead.
hours.
36 hours.
And
Like
how
$11
the hell are you going to
million,
keep a head
$150.
alive? Yeah, and how are you going to keep life?
I
It's
know
going to
the
be on a
answer to that.
transfusion
It's
machine.
really
right?
cool. Yes. So the Soviets did this shit with a fucking German Shepherd's head. Anybody ever seen the
Saw it.
video of the
Yep.
German
Oh,
Shepherd's
wow.
head?
Watched it in neuroscience
Fucking
class.
chop this German Shepherd's head off, and they fucking pump oxygenated blood in one side of its brain and out the other, like using its circulatory system that's there, and they're just pumping oxygen, and the dog's head is just there, like, fuck.
Wow.
Yeah,
Fuck!
it's just ahead. Like what's probably going to end up happening with this, because it's the first time we're trying it, is the guy who gets his head cut off will die during the surgery. Like I if I had to bet on it, I'd put like all my money on the guy dying in surgery and he never wakes up. And if he does somehow wake up, it'll only be like he won't be able to control anything. Like this is one of those like forge ahead surgeries, kind of like when Carson did the separating two Siamese twins at the brain. Like it's going to be like a breakthrough surgery where they learn a ton of shit, but this one's not going to pan out.
With
like,
heart
there's
surgery,
just no way.
It went like that too. Like people like, oh, they did a successful heart surgery. He lived 3 days, and then some guy broke a record and lived like 14 days, and then like there was an artificial heart that lasted for a year, and isn't that crazy? And now like they have it, they're way ahead.
Pretty routine almost. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't want to overstep because I don't know. It sounds like you might, but yeah, now they can put in new hearts, and it turns out okay.
Mm-hmm. It's really
I want
just the
pig
supply
heart.
of hearts that's the problem. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
get
that
a pig
was-
heart.
Yeah, that
I got
also
a
was
pig heart.
What do you tell them when they ask you about your pig heart? I tell them it's 'cause I'm sweet as baking sugar.
Ugh.
What are
So,
we talking
guys,
South
did
Park.
you, South Park, yeah. Did you guys see the video I put in the chat? This
But
is a
we
game
didn't
we used to
finish
play.
Taylor's thing. Like he had a whole.
Oh yeah, I want to
series.
go
Sorry.
back to
What was
the
it?
urban legend thing. There's a couple
Yeah,
hard
yeah, yeah.
So, Iron Maidens. Do you know what an Iron Maiden is?
Yes, I do.
I
The
don't
band?
think so.
Yeah, Saddam Hussein's son had one, and he fucking used it on people.
So an Iron Maiden, what it is, it's picture a big sarcophagus that like a mummy would be in, except it opens and it's full of spikes. And you would put someone in it, and it's made of Iron Maiden, and close it, and it would pierce them, usually in non-vital areas, and they'd just be forced to stand up, kind of pinned there. And it was a torture method.
Like a really shitty magician.
Like, yes, like a very shitty magician. And they had like an eye slit cut so they could see if you were still alive in there. Because eventually, of course, you'd bleed out if you're just punctured all day. So that was an ancient torture method. Or was it?
It was. It absolutely was. And because, like I just said, Saddam Hussein's son had one, like a legitimate one. It's not like he went and made one. He's like, hey, give me one of those good ones the French used to use. And he fucking put people in it.
I'm going to agree with Kyle because he seems to know what he's talking about.
No, I've heard about that before. Saddam Hussein, like, son, you're talking about Qusay, right?
I don't know.
Qusay and Uday.
Yeah, Qusay was one of the most brutal guys ever in the history of Iraq. Like, he invented torture methods. Yeah, I remember in the 80s there was a story about Iraqi football team losing a very important game. Yeah, and he put the entire team in jail, and he cut off their legs and tortured the entire football team of Iraq in the 80s. He was pretty ridiculous.
That's not a good way to practice for the next game.
They won 4 World Cups in a row after that.
But the next team will know that if they lose,
they need to defect.
They know what they will lose.
Well, you guys are all wrong. The Iron Maiden was never an ancient torture device. It was actually made at first in the 18th century for circuses as like a sensationalist, like this is what they used to do back in the old days. Throw you right in the Iron Maiden, close it up. Aren't you happy you live here? Or like however they talked. Like that's what they did. And then it's in modern days, I guess that the Hussein boys were so inspired that they made their own, but it was not an actual torture method.
Do you guys know what a paper town is?
Ancient times.
Paper town?
No.
Yeah. Oh, this is cool. And somehow it seems similar to an Iron Maiden to me. So back in the day, maps were harder to make than they are now. And to stop people from just copying your map and saying, hey, I made a map too. It's just like Taylor's, but I didn't copy, I swear. They would put fake towns in place. It was called a paper town. So, Taylorsville might not even be a real place. But if I copied it onto my map, I know I copied from Taylor. Like they'd get one wrong. And but what happened is people would go there enough that like someone might put a store, someone might do a thing, and paper towns can become real towns because of that. And an Iron Maiden became a real torture device because of a fake thing.
Yep. So because of those circus folk, a lot of people got tortured in Iraq in the 21st century. I guess.
They were going to get tortured 20th anyway.
Century. They just made it a little more creative.
Yeah.
This one.
They find a way.
So everybody knows about touching baby birds and how you're not supposed to touch them or their mom will not take them
disown
back.
the baby bird, right?
Is that a real thing, or is that an urban legend?
So I'm going to say that's not true, based on the fact that we had a bird nest under our porch and the baby bird fell out, and I put the baby bird back in, and it was raised to maturity and flew away.
I'm going to say it's not true because I think I've heard this one dispelled before.
Yeah, chickens are birds, right? In the same category as you're describing, right? Because
no,
we
they're
had
not
chickens.
Birds.
Well,
the chickens are birds.
Category,
I think
right?
they're birds.
They are birds. Come on. But we had chickens, and we always used to play with the baby chicks, but their parents wouldn't be angry or anything. So I don't think that's true.
All right. Well, y'all got that one right. Could any of you explain to me what a vomitorium was? Anyone? And it's an ancient Roman word. It's,
I think.
Yeah, it's either like they were gonna vomitorium. God, I know this.
I think the myth is that people would eat, gorge themselves, vomit, and then eat more. And I went to a vomitorium when we went to I think it was a town that got burnt down by like a volcano that wasn't Pompeii. It was like another one.
Vesuvius.
Maybe? I forget. Anyway, so and in this case, they said it was the home of a wealthy person, like based on what it was. And it was just a little corner. Like not plumbing or anything, but like kind of a hole. The whole floor was stone, and this spot wasn't, and they would just kind of vomit in that spot and then get back to eating. So how close did I come?
That's that. I immediately thought that as well. I knew that it was either one of two things, because I know the Romans that word is not the word for the fetish for liking to get vomited on. Although I think that like the another phrase for that, it is a Roman shower or something like that, is what they call it when the one person pukes on you. Because I think the Romans were into that, vomiting on each other as a sexualized thing. But I'm going to go with this one.
Okay. Well, you are both wrong about what a vomitorium is. It actually has nothing to do with vomiting at all. A vomitorium is an entrance to a coliseum or an amphitheater of sorts, because it looked like it was, quote, vomiting people back out onto the street after events ended. And so it was called the vomitorium. It was just the entranceway or the exit way from the coliseum. So it has nothing to do with vomit. There you go. The more you know.
Indeed.
Edit that in. The star swipe.
With a little Bill who wants to be a law sitting there. just for no reason.
Donald Trump needs to watch that shit.
Which, how a bill becomes law.
Yeah, that'd be funny if they like come into his office and he pauses that. He's like,
he signed a law. He did a real thing. Now ISPs can sell your personal data to advertisers.
Huzzah!
I really thought there
One
was a
less thing.
chance that he wouldn't sign that.
Oh, I've got a good one for everyone, but for one person in particular is going to know. Martyrs and 72 virgins. You
That
get
is not
72
true.
virgins, guaranteed in the bank.
No, it's not 72 virgins. That's a mistranslation. It's 72 raisins.
Raisins?
Yes. Google it.
I have my own theory.
Fucker.
So the 19 terrorists take down the Twin Towers and the Pentagon and whatnot. And they go up there, and there's like Patrick Henry with like a baseball bat ready to kick some ass, and George Washington, and they all just start beating on the terrorists. And they're like, what the fuck is going on here? And they said, no, it's 72 Virginians.
Virginians. Well, I'm sure Ahmed actually knows the answer.
Well, I do actually know the answer. The answer is that there's a verse in the Quran that was telling a story about people who defended their home. They did jihad, which is the literal definition of the word jihad, is doing an action in defense of your belief or your home or your family or your land. That's jihad, not blowing up yourself. Well, that also could, in some context, and someone would argue that it also is jihad. But there's a verse in the Quran that says those people that did that got 72 virgins. So basically, yeah, the idea is true. You do get a 72 virgins if you do jihad. But it's always taken out of context from that story. It always, they think that it's applied to anyone that does it. But in the Quran, it doesn't say. It just says that happened and God gave them 72 virgins. So,
Yeah, it says on this very, I'm sure, reputable list that it is a matter of debate in Islam, nowhere in the Quran, but is reported in other texts. So,
Yes.
You know what? That wasn't fair of them to put on here because they just said, I don't know. This is the
CNN,
last one on the
the New
list,
York
and they
Times,
were
and-
getting
It has-
desperate.
it has
Yeah.
been mentioned in the Quran, but not in the context that people believe it to be. So it's kind of always taken out of context.
Makes sense. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Kyle, what were you saying?
I was just sent those 3 links from CNN.
Oh, raisins or virgins. I
Yeah.
remember hearing something about that, and I was like, there's no way that a bunch of people just have continued to misread raisins for this
it's-
long.
I've
They're
heard it
just
too.
translating-
I don't pretend to know what's true, but I will say that 72 raisins isn't really that motivating to me.
If it's the
Very.
year 1 and I have 72 fucking raisins, you're gonna be like, what? Where did you get them all? May
I think so.
Could I smell your hand? The hand you touched the raisins with? You got 72 fucking raisins back then, and they're like, look, if you martyr yourself, your wife is getting all of this.
All of these raisins. That's a mid-afternoon snack.
I just feel like
Good snack.
Even year
He is
one
just
version of me is
regular.
worth more than 72 raisins. I hope I bring in a dead raccoon every once in a while. You know,
I'd want to
roadkill.
like trade it in for a different meal. You know, be like that raisins are great. Can I exchange those? Do you do exchanges here?
No substitutions.
Have it your way. You know.
Was that the last one, Taylor? Or are there more?
I'm eating
there's
raisins
more.
now.
Nice. Well, this must
They're-
be heaven.
Oh, you have raisins.
The easy
I
way
do
to get
have
'em.
72 raisins.
Do you? How long do you have to wait to file a missing persons report?
They
72 hours.
I think there's. I always hear like 72 hours in the movies and stuff, but you can probably do it right away, right?
I thought it was 24,
Yeah.
but I'm going to guess immediately.
Yes, it's immediately.
Yeah.
See,
'Cause
because like
I-
a lot of the problems
sense.
with these questions
I'm
is that you're like,
you know, like if Jackie is just gone, Woody's like, Jackie didn't fucking just go anywhere. She's been taken. Like, we need to put this report in now. Like, it just wouldn't work. Like,
Yeah,
there's
that
too many
seems
people.
that makes so
ridiculous,
much
yeah.
sense because like
Yeah.
it's one of those things that you don't think about at all when it's said in like a show or a movie where it's like, oh, I'm sorry, we can't carry that out. We're so busy with paperwork and cop stuff that we gotta wait 3 days for you to report it. But like if someone like imagine yourself in that situation of telling a cop like my son's been taken. When was this? I don't know. This afternoon. Call me on Thursday. And you would be like, are you fucking kidding me? No, absolutely not. And so it's like the first time this question's really asked of you, you're like, oh, duh, of course. Yeah, like the cop
Right.
can't just say, no, fuck you, come back in a couple days. Like, yeah, of course.
I do believe
But,
that police may take it more seriously, like, depending on the story, right? Like, hey, I came home from school, my wife wasn't there. Like, yeah, well, sometimes
Tuesday.
that happens, right? You know, like,
I think if you say that, they're going to take you very seriously as a suspect. You're like, my wife hasn't been here since Tuesday. Why don't you fucking say something sooner? Well, in the movies, they always say 72 hours, and I
Yeah.
was worried, though.
Well, that's all of the good ones that I got. All the rest I'm realizing are like, I'll ask it, and I can only ask it in a way that gives away the answer. Because
Yeah.
I'd have to be like, how many wise men were there? And then you guys would be like, well, you want me to say 3, but that's clearly wrong, so not 3. I'll be like, oh, well, you're right again, you geniuses. Like,
all right. So I don't know why I'm wired this way, but I can't let go of old topics. Taylor and Ahmed did not tell us what they were fixated on.
oh, I actually, Ahmed, you go first.
Well, I'm sorry, I was.
What are you currently fixated on?
Oh, that. Yeah, that topic. I actually can show you.
He has visual aids.
Indeed, I do. This is the
You've
book
got it.
that I've been reading lately. Time of Content.
Tell me
Time
more
of
about this
Content.
book. Is
What's
it
it
a
about?
fiction book, a nonfiction?
It's
You hold
a
the-
it's a
the envelope?
fantasy book. It's a fantasy book that Witcher games are based upon. The Witcher series. Fantastic
cool.
writing, really
Yeah.
great story. So I read the Game of Thrones books about 5 years ago or something, and since then I've been crazy about sci-fi fantasy. So I've read Dune, I've read a lot of other sci-fi. Dune is great.
Are you excited?
I love
You know they're making Dune again, right?
I know they're making Dune again. That's gonna be great. So yeah, and then now I'm waiting for the Winds of Winter. So I'm in the middle of reading Time of Contempt. There are 2 more books in that series that I will be reading. I bought all the books in the series, so that's
Fucking
great.
love
If
Well,
you
you will
asked
have
me if
plenty
Ger
of
Martin
time.
will die before Winds of Winter came out, I honestly feel like it's 50-50.
Yeah.
It's coming.
Well,
Has anybody
I mean,
else watched Dune? I want to talk about Dune now.
I
Yeah,
don't know
Dune is
anything
great.
Have you
about
read or
Dune.
watched Dune? Arrakis, desert planet.
Ah,
You
that
got
doesn't
all
help.
the Atreides. It's so good. It's like
I hated it
super
as a
far in
kid.
the it's
I
like
hated it.
it's like the year 25 or 30,000 or something, and we've mastered like this intergalactic travel using this spice melange that only exists on this one planet called Arrakis, and the whole intergalactic government is like put this one family. It's very Game of Thrones-esque, and that it's a family in charge of that planet to like make sure that the spice production continues, because it's like the
Spices.
fuel. It is the only fuel that allows them to bend space and go anywhere they want in the galaxy. It's hyper important. And then like Sting shows up. He's Sting, like literally the musician Sting plays this character, and like he's from like this planet where their family is all like it's all polluted and shit, and like it's really fucking good. The movie suffers from a lot of pitfalls.
So
But the story, excellent.
The movie was bad, and super young Woody wasn't able to get it all. And they made me read the book in like 5th grade or something, and it must be on like a high school reading level or something.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm like, I don't know, I'm just fucking baffled by this whole thing. I looked at every word. I can't say I really read it, and that's my Dune background.
So Kyle, you've read the books?
No,
only the movie.
They're crazy long, and there's
Yeah. No, but there's only one or two official ones. But the rest are kind of like a compiled
Canon.
fan fiction. Yeah, canon.
Have you read the books,
so,
Ahmed?
I've not read all of them, but only the original Dune. So the original. Where is it?
So does the first book? Does that?
This one.
All I want to know about is Paul Atreides and his story. Can I get that from that book?
Wait a second. I'm drawing a blank.
He's the main character. He's the guy who fucking survives the invasion on Arrakis, and then he goes out in the desert, and he
the
he's
prince.
The one
yeah. That's
guy.
in the first book. Yeah. That's
Cool.
in the
All
first
right.
book.
Then I'm gonna read it.
Yeah, I would read it. That's a very interesting book. It's really well written, actually, as well.
I'm excited because I like the old shitty movie because the story is so fucking good. Like that I can abide its shittiness, and it's not complete shit. Patrick Stewart's in there. There's a few like interesting things, like the way they do battle in his future. It's not really laser guns anymore because at some point they created an energy shield, a personal energy shield that we can all wear. And so basically you're walking around with like a belt on that puts a force field around you. And if any projectile tries to enter that force field any faster than like, you could toss a baseball maybe, it's blocked. So the only way to do combat with someone wearing one of these is a fucking knife fight where you get them in like a jujitsu hold and then slowly bring the knife in through their shield and fucking kill them with the knife. It's it's cool.
I didn't want to say this, but I really disliked the movie when I watched it 3 years ago after I read the book. So it's good you already seen the movie, you liked it a little bit, and now you're gonna read the book. It's gonna be good for you.
Yeah,
you're gonna like it.
Yeah, I'm excited about the new movie too. I feel like it's just such a gigantic, like huge tale. So much there to work with. It's
I'll
like
watch it.
I feel like a Game of Thrones fan who knew a little bit about that world felt when they heard that HBO was gonna do this. I'm excited about
I'll have
that.
to look into that because I can ignore a lot of shit writing and such or I guess like shit scenes in a movie if it has a good enough fantasy world that I can kind of immerse myself in. Like I like that a lot.
It's sort of a next level of human evolution that they're talking about that like comes about, and there's a lot going on in this world. There's everything from like, I guess that thing's an alien, that giant fucking slug that they roll into the room in that tank or whatever. Like there's lots of stuff going on in that movie. I would suggest it, even though it's. I'm not suggesting it for the same reason I suggest Lincoln. I suggest Lincoln because it's probably one of the best movies ever fucking made. One of those Oscars, Lewis killing it. But I recommend Dune because it's just a fun ride and it's such a cool story.
Taylor, what are you fixated on?
It wasn't even a big. I when we brought up the fixation topic, I was like, if this misses me, nothing will be lost because what I'm fixated on is hockey because the playoffs are coming up and I always follow intensely everything about hockey as the playoffs go through, and Magic the Gathering because I'm fucking loving Magic. I played with a bunch of friends last night and I'm introducing lots of new friends that hadn't played it before to it that didn't even know I played, and so that's a lot of fun. I'm so fucking loving Magic right now.
Magic is great, man. I wish I could play with you, man. Magic is so great.
Play online?
So much fun.
Yeah, possible. But
See,
I've never played.
Don't play Chiz. He's got the Tron deck.
Ahmed, you play.
Right?
You obviously play Magic, Ahmed. Isn't there just something about the physical cards that buying one online, you would be like, I don't want to buy a good deck online because I can't hold it.
I've never played the online version because every card costs like almost real money, like almost as the real version of the cards. So I played the new version, Magic Origin, I think. It's on everything.
Xbox.
Yeah. No, I played it on Steam, but and on my tablet. So that was okay, I guess, because you pay for boosters and you get a lot of cards and stuff. But to be honest, as you say, like having the physical cards and laying them there on the table, it's such a great game.
And I like sharing it with people. Like I like when people come over and they're interested in it, being able to like show a collection and show just get them more into it because they'll like have their little shitty starter deck and they'll be like, oh, like just last night I was doing with some friends. I have a big was looking through it. My rare binder. I was just like letting them look through and pick some shit and like put it in their decks. And it's fun to share. It's fun.
Let's show off. What's your most expensive card?
This. People always comment, "Oh, Taylor does a good job of making sure that the audience that's listening gets a little bit of what's being watched." Not right now. Not right now. Okay, let me find two. I've got Progenitus, who's one of my favorite cards, and Emrakul, the Eon's Torn.
Which one is this?
Oh, yes.
Oh, yeah. This is beast.
This is a $60 card.
60.
I've seen it played.
I'd pay $65.
Chiz,
I probably did. So.
Chiz plays that in his Tron deck. It comes out regularly.
Dude, I don't put this card
in.
Wait, does he have...
You remember this one?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that one.
Gideon. Do you know how many times I pulled this?
How many Gideons do you have?
I have only 2 now, but I sold 2 of them. I pulled 4 in a month.
That's
from
crazy.
2 booster packs.
Is that a Progenitus?
Everyone started jumping around. I pulled 3 from a booster pack and 1 from another. Oh yeah, I love that card.
Is the hollow foil promo kind? So it's like $60.
Yeah.
Protection. Its game text says protection from everything. That's the game text, and so people are like, "Aha! I can circumvent that and go around this." It's like, that falls under the category of everything.
I mean, that card is really hard to set up. I've seen it played against me, but it's so hard to set it up in a perfect situation where you're not low on life and you're not being hit around by artifacts and all that kind of shit. So it has been played against me 2 times, and I've won both times. So because it always
to get it out is you play a cheap artifact like Ornithopter, 0 cost, or you get something to create a creature token. You have a whole deck. I had a deck like this till it was lost in a fucking flood. The only creature in the whole deck was Progenitus, and it was just that and a bunch of red and blue instants. And the whole strategy was to get a know-nothing like artifact creature token on the field, and then sacrifice it with Polymorph, which allowed me to reveal cards from the top of my draw deck and put into play whatever the first creature I revealed was. And it was always this guy. And this guy has protection from everything, and he has 10 attack. So it means you have 2 turns to win the game, otherwise you're going to lose.
Turns,
People don't know this about me. I played Magic for 19 years, never lost my virginity card.
No, that's a good joke. All right, that wasn't even Magic, but
enough Magic talk. Enough Magic.
But I joke that off. But I love Magic so much.
That joke went better than I thought. I was like, read the room, Woody, read the room. It's not going to work.
Kyle's really killing it on Magic the Gathering online, though.
Really?
I'm having a lot of fun. Lately I've been playing like a mana ramp deck that's mono green, and the whole goal is to get Genesis Wave out for as much as I can. So I'm playing those auras that make each of my lands worth multiples, and then I'm playing like Arbor Elf to untap them and retap them. Cards are about half price online, and you can buy singles, which is what I've done.
Yeah.
So I'll cast a Genesis Wave for like X is 17 or X is 20 on like turn 5, and then you just fill the board with cards. It's really fun. But Chiz is just a real cocksucker.
Green
to play
is
against.
That's such a fun strategy to play.
Chiz doesn't like it when you say that.
I don't
like
know.
what's funny is he'll be like Kyle would be like, Chiz plays a Tron deck and he's the scum of the earth about it or something, and then and I don't know anything, like I'm just eating it up like, oh yeah, I guess that's what scum does, and then Chiz will like reply with these well-written counter arguments on Skype, and I'm like, well, I guess Chiz is right, he's just playing the game, and
I'm not nothing Chiz has done is unfair or anything like that. But what he has done is, he's been a real shithead, and he's made a deck like he's made a deck that you wouldn't make when you're playing against a friend. You kind of made a deck that you'd play against an enemy. It's just a real cunt deck.
It seems like he's doing something that
Taylor,
is
can
annoying.
You explain this in an unbiased way to a non-Magic player.
So basically, what it is Chiz is deck teching way too much. And that's annoying Kyle, because Kyle is making a deck, from what I understand, that is going to be a good all-around deck. Like this, I could put it into any situation. My green mana ramp, you said you're just playing, and it'll be competitive. Like I don't want it to be so selective.
I've got like a legit tier 2 burn deck that's
you've got. I was just using that one as an example, but the burn one, you don't make it to beat a specific deck. You build it to be competitive. What Chiz, I assume, is doing is what's also annoying to do in real life is when you play someone and they tech their deck, which means make changes of cards that are specifically against your deck. So it's not two people playing competitive decks that are meant to be played against anything. It's someone took their competitive deck, took out all the cards like, oh, this is what I would usually run in here, but hey, against his deck, I'm not going to need to worry about in the instance. I'm going to take that out and put something that's all green hate. It's going to be land destruction because that's what he needs. And so it's basically taking a deck and making it solely
we do
for
that
the
against
purpose
each other.
of
To be fair, we do that
I'm
against
just saying
each
that
other.
bothers me, and it's annoying because you can always tell when it's like, oh, okay, so you're playing me with this deck you just revised, and you just played 3 cards that you would never have in the deck unless you knew I was playing a blue deck.
So, Kyle,
so it's not really like you're testing
you guys-
best
Kyle,
decks.
why are
You're
you
just picking.
saying that Chiz is? I forget if you called him a shithead. Scum of the earth might have been what I
Shithead.
called him. I forget.
No,
shithead scum of the earth?
What is Chiz doing that like I don't know, like
I
I
tried to
feel
explain
like
what I
Chiz-
imagined was happening.
you're kind of close. It's when I purchase cards, it's often to achieve like some mechanic or to make something cool happen because I want to see like it's like in Solitaire when you finally win, it goes like I want that moment where like lots of cool shit happens on the board. And it seems like Chiz buys cards like that goddamn artifact that costs 8 and his life count doesn't change once it's on the board. That are just like he puts out these pieces onto the board that it's just like, ugh, that thing's so hard to
I have
deal
that card over
with.
there.
Yeah.
Like you just put out a thing out there that I really need a niche deck to even deal with the threat that you've created that you
Platinum
spent like
Empyrean.
and he's got like multiples of them, and so like 2 of them come out, and I'm like, and every time I draw a card, I'm like, okay, if I draw Artifact Destruction, I can kill it, and then I can kill him next turn, because that's what it'll be. I'll have 20 life, and he'll have 1. This happened today. I had 20 life, he has 1, and then he plays a card that makes it so that his life count doesn't change anymore, and then I'm just drawing turn after turn after turn to try to find some of my Artifact Destruction to get that shit off the board so I can put the coup de grace on him, but every time, but he's just further and further putting me into a hole with cards that do things like exile my cards or tap my cards.
Chiz's counter argument was that he's playing within the same spending limit that you are. You guys agreed to some spent cap.
Yeah, but that's all out the window.
And he like showed all his receipts and everything, and he's like, "Look, if I'm winning under the rules we established, then I'm winning."
It's like I said, I've got no problem with anything he's doing. He hasn't broken any rules. Like I said.
The initial cost rule.
It's like I've got the Maury Povich meme. Like you say, you have no problem, but the fact that you called him a shithead has determined that's a lie.
You don't have to break a rule. He's playing in a way that angers me or I feel is shitty. You know, like just in MMA, there's plenty of fighters who aren't breaking any rules. But goddamn, why you gotta be such a dick? Fuck.
It's more just like when you're playing with a friend for fun. There are certain strategies that, when you play them, people don't want to play with you anymore because it's like, okay, the entire purpose of this deck is you're trying to win by frustrating me and making me discard my whole hand or milling me out or full control with blue or whatever it's going to be. Like some of the, like there's ways to play that's totally fine, and it is fine. It's just if you're trying to play with a friend, like if I were to play Kyle one-on-one on my kitchen table, there would be a 0% chance I would take out my Reanimator deck as he took out his in-person deck, and I'd be like, oh, yeah, time to see who's better, bitch. Because it'd be like, no, of course I'm going to win. And he's going to be very frustrated the whole time because it's not that he can't win. It's that he has no way to win. Like, he could play it as good as he can, but because I have a deck that's just a different strategy lined up to him, it's going to be better. The same thing with Chiz.
There are
like
ways to completely
that Tron
shut
deck
down.
is annoying as shit to deal with.
Have you
like,
guys played against Stasis deck?
Stasis deck? No, I haven't been in the meta for a while, so I don't know.
Yes, Woody, of course.
Yeah.
But that is probably the most ridiculous deck you can play against. It's pretty much you don't get to play every time you want to play. They just skip your turn. So there would be 5 turns where you're doing nothing, and the other guy is just putting his green stuff. It's a green-blue mostly. You can go green-red, but mostly green-blue. It's ridiculous. Basically, you don't get to play. So that's even more annoying.
Really, but
Let me do an
Kyle's
ad
right. It's
read
not
here.
unfair. It's just a matter of maybe Chiz isn't playing very family-friendly decks.
I think that's it.
Yeah.
And
Maybe.
Chiz is playing a more Smash Mouth version of Magic, that I suppose. You can put it that way. I'll say this: if we could put it in Civ terms, he's playing fucking Poland every goddamn game, or China. Poland, China, Poland, China, Poland, China, and I'm over there like Brazil. Like I'm just having
you're
fun
just trying
sometimes.
new shit, trying new approaches. Anyway,
All right, let me
try
tell you
Babylon,
about.
man.
I love Babylon,
Babylon's
but I prefer Poland. Comedy, and that's Civ 5. Comedy nerds rejoice. SeeSo has the comedy you crave with debut seasons of Shrink, plus more from your favorite comedians like Paul F. Tompkins, Dan Harmon, the McElroy brothers, Jonah Ray, the UCB4, which include Amy Poehler, Matt Besser, Ian Robertson, Matt Walsh, in hilarious, knee-slapping SeeSo original series. The Cyanide and Happiness Show is the perfect combination of offensive and hilarious while exploring the absurdities of modern life, politics, and history with a heavy dose of cynicism. The great thing, it's only available on SeeSo. With SeeSo, you get unlimited access to SeeSo original series, next day late night, hilarious stand-up specials, binge-worthy classics, including 42 seasons of Saturday Night Live, the entire Monty Python catalog. I was watching The Ministry of Silly Walks just last night, and The Pet Store, it's so funny, the IT Crowd, and more. A mind-bending superhero epic from Cyanide and Happiness? Check. An animated fantasy role-playing game starring Dan Harmon and hilarious and famous comedian guests? Check. A fake reality show that lampoons the reality show genre entirely and relies on fabulous improv performances created by the genius minds behind Comedy Bang Bang and Reno 911? Yep, SeeSo has that too. SeeSo is the next home for all of your favorite comedy, Britcoms and stand-up specials, bingeable classics, and more. And it's all on demand and ad-free. You like British comedies like the IT Crowd and Monty Python, or maybe you prefer classics like The Kids in the Hall and Parks and Rec. How about every episode of SNL and late night TV, including new episodes the day after they air? Well, SeeSo's the only way to do it. Access SeeSo content from anywhere at any time using iOS, Android, Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, Windows, or Xbox One. Ready for the punchline? SeeSo is just $3.99 per month. No joke, $3.99 per month for all the comedy you want, anytime, anywhere, ad-free. Just go to SeeSo.com, that's SeeSo.com, right now to sign up for 1 month free with promo code PKA at checkout. This is the best offer SeeSo has going right now. 1 month for free of laughing your ass off comedy at SeeSo just by using promo code PKA. That's SeeSo.com, spelled SeeSo.com, promo code PKA. And
is it available in Europe?
Maybe.
Oh,
maybe
it's
know?
worth
Maybe
checking
it
out.
is. Yeah.
Maybe I might
go
check it
them out.
Definitely.
SeeSo.
I watched. Kyle showed me The Ministry of Silly Walks last night, and I'd never watched it before, and I got so much more of a fucking kick out of that than I thought I was going to.
Sorry for my lateness, but my walk has gotten quite a bit sillier as of late.
That was really, really funny. Sorry, but you're going to it.
Yeah, I was gonna do. Let me do this last ad read. TrackR. Haven't heard from them in a little bit. Phones, keys, wallets. We all lose stuff. It's just part of being human, or at least it used to be. Now with TrackR, you never have to worry about losing things again. TrackR is a coin-sized device that locates misplaced keys, wallets, bags, computers, anything in seconds. Just pair a TrackR device to your smartphone, attach it to anything, and find its location with the tap of a button. It's that easy. Lose your phone, press the button on your TrackR device, or even ask your Amazon Alexa, and your phone rings, even when it's on silent. With over 4.5 million devices, TrackR has the largest crowd GPS locate network in the world. So your lost item shows up on a map, even if it's miles away. And with a 30-day money-back guarantee, there's no reason not to give it a try. Stop losing your stuff today. Go to TrackR.com, enter promo code PKA, and you'll get a free TrackR Bravo with any order. That's TrackR.com, promo code PKA for your TrackR Bravo with any order. Yeah,
Very cool. Check them out. They've got a super neat service.
Yeah, they do.
Did you hear that Kevin Gastelum was popped by USADA?
Kevin Guest.
He's
I can't picture. There's too many names now.
He looks Mexican to me, but I think he's not. He used to fight
That
at
helped.
170,
He
but
he looks thick and short. Yeah.
yeah, he kept missing 170, and he
Yeah, he
fought at
doesn't look like
185 against Hector Lombard. But so normally when I hear someone's popped by USADA, I'm like, fuck him, fuck every accomplishment he's ever had. Who knows how long he was dirty, etc. He popped for marijuana metabolites. I don't care.
Not even a little bit. So, but I may be wrong here. I thought that only mattered if you're in competition, which is like in air quotes in competition, because that's a very well laid out and defined thing, what that period of time encompasses. I thought only
that
then.
Too. It looks like we're wrong, and they're pulling him, and he was scheduled to fight Anderson Silva, and now they canceled it, June 3rd.
That's okay. So that flies in the face of what I had read on Reddit.
Right,
which
I'm right there with you.
Subreddit, because what they always say, like I even heard like interviews, like I follow this pretty closely, and I've heard the guy be like, yeah, there's in competition and there's out of competition, and then it might have been Bisping who explained this, but and Bisping went on to talk about that he thought the guy should be on marijuana anyway. He's like, maybe it puts you in a place where you can take more pain. Jiu-jitsu guys are always talking about how much more creative they get when they're on marijuana. I don't buy into that horse shit, but hey, just saying. You know,
I've heard people take less brain damage on it, which if that
add a little more cushion in there.
The science doesn't make sense to me, but it's thing. I don't know.
You gotta put some goo in there to lessen the brain damage.
He tested positive for carboxy tetrahydrocannabinol, sometimes called carboxy THC, which is a marijuana metabolite. So. Okay. It's I don't know. I hear THC and I think, oh yeah, I know that's the
he ate some edibles
stuff.
Or he smoked some weed of some kind. He imbibed marijuana in some way or another, and it's been metabolized into that, and they've tested for that.
I wish they would stop enforcing that one.
And if Jerry Jones of the NFL, Dallas Cowboys owner, bigwig, he recently said, we need to stop this with the marijuana. NFL, like stop. Like, what's the point? What are we doing? Like, let them play ball.
I think the NBA may have stopped, although I'm getting that from my ass, but I have it in my head that they stopped testing for marijuana.
Certainly haven't heard about it, and they look like the crowd that like that sort of thing.
The NHL doesn't test for marijuana.
They don't?
The NBA did a test on Kawhi Leonard last week. 2 weeks ago, I think.
Really?
Also similar thing, yeah. Kawhi Leonard, which has been playing very well for the Spurs.
Yeah,
he just randomly got tested after. Yeah, he scored a 40-point.
I just lost everybody.
The NBA said time for the test.
Did he pass?
I saw a fighter talking about.
I have no idea.
I saw a fighter talking about a USADA issue today. I watched the video. He had a southern accent and a bit of a mullet, and he looked like a heavy-set guy. But he was basically saying he had tested positive with USADA.
Was he fat?
He didn't look skinny.
It wasn't Roy Nelson though.
No, definitely not him. Younger guy. He was saying that he had tested positive with USADA for a banned substance, and they looked into it, and it's the same shit that McGregor used back in the day. It's like androgenol or androgenin or something like that.
He used creatine too, but I guess it wasn't that.
Yeah, but that's all.
Creatine's fine.
Creatine's fine. He used this other stuff that's not okay. That's like a test. It's like a steroid and performance enhancer for sure. And it's a banned substance. This guy tests hot for it, and he's like, whoa. And this is him in an interview. I'm parroting him. He's like, that's bullshit. I don't even take creatine. I don't take pre-workout supplements. I don't even take protein. I take a joint supplement. I take a multivitamin. That's it. So he goes to USADA. He goes, boom, boom. This is what I take. But he's like, he literally, it was so funny. He's like, I'm trying to get some riboflavin in this motherfucker. I'm trying to get up on my vitamin A. and then the whole time they've got video of him, like, there's a bag swinging and he's like ducking the bag and like doing drills and stuff. He's like, I'm trying to get my vitamin A. And as he gives them the supplements, they test not only those supplements, but they pull batches of the same batch number off the shelves, test that shit. And sure enough, it's a tainted supplement. And he's all good, but he was like, now I feel like I got a bad name. Now the Diaz brothers aren't going to want to smoke weed with me. He's like, this bullshit. It was pretty funny though. I like that guy.
I want to know him now.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up. I'll find it.
It's only a matter of time till they'll get real. Well, I guess really the matter of time is when they legalize pot. They finally take it off all those sports. Because I guess I was wrong. The NHL does test for it. There's just no punishment for marijuana.
The NBA, something about the transformation that NBA players' bodies go through makes me think that steroids are routine around there. Like, they just leave college as lanky, strong but lanky guys, and they turn into like what LeBron James did. And they're just massively perfect physiques.
What other drugs do you think they do? Like, do you think they do like cocaine?
I was really talking about steroids, but
I know John Wall has done it. John Wall has had a pretty crazy story. He's a point guard for the Wizard, Washington.
He got caught with cocaine.
I'm not sure cocaine, but his dad was a criminal, and he was involved in a shooting against police and all that crazy stuff before I think his first year in the NBA. He was pretty crazy story actually. Jeez. So a lot of players in the NBA actually have been tested for drugs. I don't know. Some of them may have been caught.
They do it in the NFL too, but sometimes they like notify the players, or people know that there's a chance they'll be tested in this window, and it's real easy to avoid going positive. And a lot of these things, I don't know if everybody knows, but a lot of these things flush out of your system in like 24 hours, so it's super easy.
Especially Coke. Yeah, Coke goes out of your system super fast. Like I'm surprised that every other sport, but the NHL has players are like, oh, he tested hot, but it's it's known that the NHL has a Coke problem because it's a very good drug, I guess, to do if you're playing hockey, because it gets you really on point and ready for fast reflexes, and you're out there having a blast. I guess. But I saw it was some clip of, it was actually Giroux. It was Giroux because he's known as a party animal, the captain of the Flyers a bit, and it was like a ref cam, and he was going up to take a face off, and some other guy on the other team was like, "Hey, Giroux, buddy, you're playing like you had a bit of Pepsi earlier today, huh? Having some Pepsi?" And he's like, "No, I don't do that, huh?" Like, or whatever he said, because the Pepsi clearly being like, you have some Coke before the game, like asking him about saying he did Pepsi, and it's like, yeah, that's definitely a thing, because you would know in the game as they're like lining up for a face-off, and you see some like white shit dripping out of this guy's nose or something. You're like, oh yeah, that's for real.
But isn't Adderall real similar to?
Adderall's real similar to, or I mean, I don't know about the actual effect of what you're feeling, but I know like it also gets you on point. I don't know if maybe it's not as good to do Adderall as cocaine.
I wouldn't imagine that Adderall would give you the rush that cocaine would, but you've seen guys in sports use all kinds of uppers. Back in the day, it was greenies. They even like reference greenies in that It's Always Sunny episode. I can't remember which baseball player it was, but he's that guy who threw the no-hitter while he was on LSD. He's that guy. He was.
Was it Nolan Ryan?
No, he would talk about like doing the green. This was a black guy. He was talking about doing greenies, these amphetamines, and about how many he'd take, and it was, he said something like,
Doc Ellis.
Doc Ellis. He's like, I take like a whole handful of them and throw them on the table, and whatever stood up, I took, but if not enough stood up, whatever failed, I'd take them instead. And it was like, this is just your way to take an ungodly amount of effort before you hit the field. He's like, I just throw them on the table. Whatever stood up, take it. Sometimes none stood up. So I just take them all. But it used to be on Netflix, and he tells the whole story about the day he went out there high as a kite on LSD, and like he's looking at the picture and like seeing stuff, right? Like he's seeing like the universe flowing into the catcher's mitt, and he's like sending the ball on some sort of Milky Way ride every time he throws it.
His arms like stretching all the way to the glove every time.
Yeah, he's just out of his gourd. It's real fun to hear.
Why would you do that to yourself? It's the same thing that the South Park guys did years ago at the Golden Globes or Oscars or Emmys, one of the award shows. I don't know.
Yeah, you got to keep in mind they were also both dressed as Jennifer Lopez, who the year prior had wore that super sexy dress that was a huge deal, where like her boobs were almost hanging out, and it was like taped to them. It was like split down the front, and so they show up the next year in the same goddamn dress, high on LSD.
Yep.
They're funny.
They are really funny.
They are really funny.
That seems like the most stressful thing in the world to
Not
be like,
give a fuck.
Strong counterpoint. Yeah.
They even said, they're like, when they're doing the interview, they're like, and for those of you out there who have done LSD, you'll know that the most difficult thing to do is transitioning, or the most intense thing, I think he said, is transitioning to a new environment. And so when we pulled up in that limo, we had to basically like open that and be like, like into a whole new world of shit.
Like
and
red carpet.
Oh my God. Like, yeah, like, oh, I can't imagine. So that'd be so stressful. I've never done a hallucinogen, so I don't know. Maybe it really mellows you out to the point where you're like, everything's doing great, I guess. All the floors blending together or whatever you see.
I don't think mellow is what you get. I'm not sure. Ahmed?
I don't know.
Sorry?
I'm
About
just
the
asking
drugs?
you about LSD. I didn't think you really knew.
I have no idea. But I do know a friend that told me about a friend of his that has been he has failed the university for about 6 years or something. He has fucked his life with alcohol and drugs. And the latest story is that they were in Amsterdam and they were drinking and taking some LSD and other drugs. And 2 days later, he wakes up in the other side of the country near Belgium. In
8 miles
Arnhem.
away.
Well, more like 180 miles away. But anyway, so he wakes up there. He has no idea where he is. He's half naked. People are looking at him at the train station, and that just seems to me ridiculous that you could lose yourself in drugs. So I've never had an experience with that. So
He sounds like Van Wilder. He's still in school. It's not like he flunked out.
Yeah.
He's just hitting his 7th year, right? Like
after
sure,
6
he
years.
should be pre-med by now. But hey, he's gonna get that associate's degree. Don't worry. Just stop rushing him.
He flunked out last year after 6 years, I think he told me.
He got his associates
Crazy guy.
after 6 years.
Kyle made that up.
No, he didn't get anything. He flunked out after 6 years.
No, he didn't make it that far.
He didn't make it to a.
Yeah,
that
he
was
could have
like
got a bachelor.
when when I left college and I had all my friends my age, like most of them were obviously leaving too in 4 years, as most people kind of do in 4 years. And as I was leaving, there were so many people I knew who were like, I'm taking a victory lap, which was what you call a 5th year, where you have to go back and do something else. And at the time, it was like, oh, you lucky son of a bitch. Like, you get to go do that, and I have to go out to the real world. And then, like, visiting back, like, a year and a half later than that, and seeing those same people being like, oh, got rough that last semester. I got to take a 6th year. Sucks, dude. Like, it became very quickly like, this is pathetic. Like, this is not where you should be now. Because these were not people who were like, I just can't figure out the school. It's too hard. It's just people who were like, man, I know this is the 3rd time I've taken accounting too, but I think I'm just going to get high and do nothing again and not
fuck
study.
college girls for another year.
Yeah, as they stay the same age and I get to the creepily old area where, because at some point it's like, dude, you're like 24 years old. This is obviously a couple of years ago, but like you're like 24 and still like going to bars with like seniors in high school or seniors in college, freshmen, some of them like juniors and sophomores who just got in there with fake IDs. It's like, it's a little weird. You start to get that thing. Go ahead.
In high school, were there any guys who had graduated already or were like a year, 2 years older who were still coming back and like hanging out and trying to do stuff?
Yes, those guys were such losers. We made fun of them. We even knew then at the time when they'd come back. It's like, oh, you're coming back because you couldn't cut it and make new friends and you're too set in your ways here.
I wish I could say I'd seen the same, but I saw the exact fucking opposite of it. I saw a guy I was like, what year did you graduate? I was like, you look familiar. Like, I know you can't be 4 years older than me, so you're at least 21, 22, I guess. I'm like 18, just have graduated. We're on like our senior trip. And this guy pals along on the senior trip. And it's like, he gets 2 bitches, and he can buy alcohol, and he's getting laid, and he's doing whatever he wants, and just like stumbles in there, like, hey, I'm here. Anybody want to fuck me? And they do. It was shocking. I couldn't believe it. To this day, I'm like, how did that happen?
Dude.
That will still happen. I should have clarified. All the guys hated the guys who came back because the guys who came back, all the girls think, oh, he's a college guy. He's cool. Oh, he likes me. All those college girls out there, and he wants to be with me. He wants to fuck me. I must be as cool as those college girls. And really, it's just like, oh, I'm not confident enough to talk to them when they're all my age. So I come back like some fucking predator and sneak some junior in high school away.
In my high school, it was usually the coolest people who came back. Right? It was never some nerd going back and like elevating his status. It was a guy who peaked in high school, and he was the captain of the football team 2 years ago. Now he's hanging out with us at some bonfire with beer, and because of that, like the other cool kids would hang out with him. Like, they were on the football team together or whatever. But it wasn't like I feel like it was still known. Like, oh yeah, that guy. Like he peaked in high school. He's a warning sign to the rest of us. Not a stud.
Yeah.
I have a new topic. I watched a YouTube video today of Wings of Redemption.
Oh,
I saw part of it.
What was it about?
So let me lay this out there, and maybe the listeners want to go check it out themselves. I found it quite entertaining. It's a 2-parter. I think at least it should be.
Is it a two-parter, or is that just your editorializing?
There's a first part of it that he didn't put them sequentially or anything, but like the other day he made a video where he's like, I got these people renting the trailer next to me that my grandmother used to live in, and they got to go. They're not paying their rent. It's been like a month, 2 months, something like that. Told them to leave. They're not going to leave. I have to have them evicted. So the first video is him laying all that out there and going to the courthouse and doing the paperwork to get them evicted, though none of that is filmed. Fast forward to today, and we get the eviction. They're already moved out, and so you get to see the aftermath of what these people had done. If you're very familiar with Wings and how he's set up, like, and everything, he's got his grandma, gangster grandma, living right next door in that single wide, and then he's in the double wide.
No, they're both living together now.
They're both living together now, but it used to be
that
he had the grandma's trailer next door, and then he's in the double wide. Well, now the grandma's in there with him, and he's been renting out that single wide that the grandma used to live in for a good amount of time. Those people ruined that place. Like, you go in there and, like, I know his grandma smoked, but apparently these people smoked so much more that, like, the cigarette smoke has stained stuff, and where there was, like, a small leak in, like, the ceiling. Imagine, how, like, it's a popcorn ceiling that's been completely stained by cigarette smoke. And then some water leaked through, and that brown cigarette smoke flowed with the water down the wall and made this gross stain. And then he showed where, like, he's replacing, like there's cigarette butts everywhere, and like the sink is ruined, and there's a window broken out. They really trashed the place. And speaking of trash, he goes in the back porch, and there's 30 bags of rotten garbage out there. I enjoyed today's video.
How long were they there in the trailer?
I don't know, but it seemed that they were a month or two behind on the rent. So,
So you guys have been in contact with Wings lately?
I watched his videos.
I don't think I have. Yeah.
It's completely done.
Well, that sucks for him. I don't watch his videos, but
me neither,
I mean, that blows.
I wonder what it looked like beforehand. Like, clearly, at first I was like, were they bad tenants, or is he just blaming all the wear on them? Well, it looks like they put out their cigarettes on the carpet, and like that's where you don't think that's what all those burn marks were.
I didn't see any burn marks on the carpet. There were. It's very dirty. It's very dirty in there, and the carpet that used to be white, he says, it looks filthy. But I didn't see any burn marks on the carpet. I did see like cigarette butts on the carpet. But to me, that transitions from mouth to ashtray to floor. Like, no smoker, I'm telling you, like would throw a cigarette in a household. Like nobody's that retarded or careless or just no one does that. That's just not a thing. Like,
I literally thought they were using the carpet as an ashtray.
Oh, nobody would do that.
It's really stupid.
That nobody would do that. I promise you. Like smokers have like a thing that they do with them. Like, I can still feel a cigarette butt in my hand right now because I flicked them the same way every fucking time. I would have it right here, and I could flick that thing so fast that it would, like, if it hit a holly bush, sometimes it would be impaled on the holly bush and just the butt would just stay there. And I always thought that was cool as fuck. I was like, what are the odds? And I've done it like 3 times ever, and every time I'm like, ha!
I had to chain smoke 2 packs, but I got it.
But I got it.
I have lung disease, but I got it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I thought that was pretty fucking entertaining. I like checking in on Wings every now and then. Just so you know, Wings, that's not the same sink. Okay, you replace a plastic sink with a porcelain one. They're very different materials. Porcelain won't melt. That's how you know.
Well, I'll
I
watch
like
it later.
the context for that one.
Sounds
I like this political question. I know people are going to be whatever.
I understand. Comment.
So this question is the inverse for Kyle and Taylor versus me. To Kyle and Merca, what political moves by Trump would make you feel that he's doing a bad job?
What a leading bullshit question. This is our stupid thing.
And then they ask me,
identify yourself, sir. You're part of.
Answer this very leading question that starts with you on the back foot. Go.
No, wait. Just let me finish the question. And then he says, to Woody, what moves would make you feel like he's doing a good job as president? I didn't see that as so terrible. Like,
oh, it totally is.
What would flip your opinion of Trump? That's all he's asking.
It's not that like you have an opinion to flip. Like just like with anything, you don't have one solid opinion on one thing. Like when I think about anything, I'm not like, that is all good or that is all bad, except for like Cheez-Its and sour cream. Sour cream's all bad, Cheez-Its are all good. But most things aren't that binary. Like there's stuff that he does that I do like, and then there's stuff that he does that I don't. A good example of of not doing is the healthcare thing, trying to ram through, being annoying as shit, trying to primary other Republicans because he doesn't seem to know how to work well within that, and he's trying to just bulldoze through different areas and try and get stuff done in a different way.
That.
I don't like that. Well, of course you don't, because you want to see that schism come up.
No, don't assign a motive to me. Like I flip it. Like I ask myself, if Hillary was president, would I like it if she was hiring Chelsea and her husband for like important posts? And I think no,
that's fair.
I don't think I like that. It shouldn't be a family business.
Yes, I totally agree with you there. Like the Ivanka stuff, I don't like. It seems like so many people who are Trump fans are just like, oh, Ivanka, she's so brilliant and awesome, and I love her, and she's great. And it's like, no, not really. Like I don't see this brilliant person that you're all talking about and why she should be in these positions or have access to these things that she does. Like, because that is something that's totally
Sarah
true.
Palin in sheep's clothing. We haven't heard her say anything of substance.
I felt like I was alone in that.
It's
I'm like, am I just
fair
uneducated? Is she brilliant and I haven't been watching enough?
No,
I feel like all she's done is look great.
She's well spoken and she handles herself with a lot of poise and grace.
Did Trump give her a position in the White House? Did he give her a position?
Not an official position, just an office.
She has an office and she has top security clearances and she's like part of the team now. And her husband is who the most important person is seems to change all the time. But her husband, they're joking now that his responsibilities are so broad that most administrations would consider this a crisis. But in the Trump administration, it's just considered like a faith in how great he is.
All right, well, let me answer the question.
It's not, or go ahead.
I think it's a super leading question because I think that some people have this idea that Taylor and or I have this like love for Trump that is impenetrable. And every time we see him do a thing, we're just like, but that's Trump. It's okay. Like, no, I'm not a fucking moron. And I'm certainly not so one-sided that I don't see like every step of the way when he's doing this shady shit. There's lots of things I don't care for that I'm seeing out of Trump. It's just the truth. And I won't defend them because they're indefensible. When you run into something like that, you can't defend it. What am I going to say about X, Y, or Z things that he's done that I don't care for? I don't like all the Russian smoke. I don't like his ineptitude. There's no other word for it. I don't like his lack of attention to detail. I don't like his lack of passion for his office. And I love his EPA stance.
I like his EPA stance.
Yeah. I don't care about the environment anymore. I'm done with that.
Well, that's not the angle to take.
Okay. I don't think that. But seriously, the EPA stuff, I just care very much less about. Like my water's clean. I mean, Coca-Cola purifies this shit for me. Mm-hmm. All right, like they make sure that there's no lead in here.
But to Kyle's point of like it's way too. There's too many moving pieces to really like or hate it as a singularity. Because it's like I really like the nomination of Gorsuch. I think he's a good choice, and so I like that aspect of it. The way that Trump responds to questions about Syria, as an example, where it's almost like, well, it's not almost like, it's clear he doesn't know what he's talking about, and it's almost like he doesn't even seem that interested in becoming more informed of it. I don't like that. And and there's not like a scale somewhere where you can be like, all right, the Gorsuch nomination counts for three happy points, and this is one frowny face, and you aggregate those into 1.5 stars, and like, there's no way to know. There's too much shit to go by. So it's like, there's a lot of stuff he does that I don't like, and there's a lot of stuff he does that I do like.
If
that
Trump
happens when your main source of information is Breitbart and Fox News. That's the reason. I mean, he's listening to them and he's tweeting about them, so I think it's ridiculous.
His Twitter, he needs to settle down.
If Trump were making deposits and withdrawals, with my opinion with him, he makes very few deposits, and it seems like almost everything he does is a withdrawal. And I go through the list. It's a lot of times the list hasn't changed, but the ISP thing is new. There's the bribery thing for energy companies that's not. This new thing with the, what do they allow? Coal companies to dump ash in the water. The reason he's so pro coal, if people haven't put this together, is that coal jobs are in swing states, right? So he's not governing like the country here. He's trying to win swing states. That's why there's more people working in Arby's. That's a stat that keeps getting thrown around than there are working with coal.
Is that true? I totally understand that is true. I totally understand what you're saying. It is a stupid, misleading way to present it, though, because if you compare the amount of families being supported by those jobs and the amount of money actually going to those people and the amount of Yeah, so it's like, oh, all these people with part-time, jobs making $200 a week, they count that one job counts the same as this guy who's a full-time coal miner who makes $110,000 a year.
Never mind the industries and services of the coal industry.
It's just a very lazy, misleading way to present it.
I'm not pro
solar
coal.
does a lot more, but there's a lot more jobs in solar, and the reason he's so focused on coal jobs is that they're in swing states, and that's on a related topic. That's one of the reasons I hate the Electoral College. It seems like automotive jobs and coal jobs, and you can become president because no one else changes their vote, and that sucks.
I don't know why he likes coal. I'm not sure if it had. I think that like attributing it to his want to win swing states is almost giving him too much credit. Like,
no, that's what it is.
I don't know about that. I wouldn't be surprised to find that he will profit greatly if the coal industry does well, or someone he knows will profit greatly if the coal industry does well, or in some way, if the coal industry does well, then this industry does well, and they're the ones who like write all the leases for coal mines or something. It could be so convoluted and complicated that it's difficult to even make out what's going on. But I don't know if this guy has like an election in 4 years on his mind right now when his approval is like 30%, 37% or something like that. Like,
going down.
Forget the swing states, dude. Let's just try to win one for the home team.
So,
right?
To answer the question for me, what do I want from Trump that would like dramatically improve my opinion of him? I would like to see him set up America for some sort of long-term success, right? My initial idea on that is like renewable energy. We could be the solar country where everyone gets their stuff from. We have all the patents and such, and the Chinese are paying us to manufacture it. That would be a thing. But I don't know. Maybe there's other things. Maybe faster broadband. Maybe better highway systems. Maybe something that would make America competitive in the long term would really improve my opinion of them. Maybe it's irrigation and water or something that turns us into some better country.
I did some research on the solar thing, and it is a good idea, but it's like we put so much money into solar research and shit every year, and it's not at the point yet where we can transition a bunch of stuff to solar all in one. Like it provides like a single digit amount of power to this country, like 2% of the power, and it's like 3%, like nothing. So it's like, I want to see nuclear happen because it seems like that would be so much fucking power, and it would be clean, so everybody can get behind that, and we can do it so much safer. But people are afraid of like the 3 Mile Island kind of shit,
where
which
nothing bad happened.
That's understandable. Like, but
nobody got hurt.
But psychologically, hearing nuclear, it's like it does trigger something where you're like, solar, that wouldn't hurt me. Maybe a little bit of a red tan, but that's fine. Sunburn. But nuclear, oh God, that'll tear me to smithereens. But that I think that is the future, is nuclear, because it's going to be totally clean. It's going to be so much fucking power. It's going to be cheap.
I was watching a video about a Dyson sphere. Do you know what a Dyson sphere is?
I don't.
That's the idea of enclosing our star or a star in a device that would capture its output. It's a pretty cool video.
Wow,
that is cool.
Yeah, and
it's so crazy what people can do, what we can do now. We's co-opting the success of our species, but I'm going to do it anyway.
Yeah, right. I feel like we should take some credit, right? Like we're here. We're a product of their accomplishments. We're a product of their DNA. We're a product of everything that they were and or are. We don't get here without some. We are the descendants of the most badass motherfuckers that like 500,000 or 250,000 years of evolution could fucking form. Not to mention all the infighting and the war and the pestilence and the disease and the beasts of the land. And we're here. We're the product of all that hardcore motherfucking shit.
But so were the Swedes. The Swedes were fucking Vikings, and now they're getting legislation to have to sit down to pee and stuff.
Well,
look at solar power production, and like, first of all, it's a little higher than you said. It looks like it's 1.4%, but
it's a little lower. I said 2 or 3.
Oh, my mistake. Yeah, and I'm trying to get the year on that. The interesting thing about it is the trend. Like solar was like nothing, and now it's like a near vertical hockey stick. Like that number's doubling every year, and so anyway.
I think a lot of that is because we're putting so much more money into solar than nuclear because people don't want to go nuclear.
It's about the efficiency, right? Like nuclear's gotten to where it's gotten, and then we're going to have to start going to some sort of fusion reactor to go to the next level of nuclear. But it seems like Solar is almost obeying, what's the law, Woody, for computing process, which
You're
has
thinking of
proven,
Moore's law.
yeah, solar follows almost a similar growth pattern where it gets more and more efficient. Eventually, solar is just going to be extremely efficient, and the sun is just a gargantuan nuclear engine that we've got for free up there. If we could harness that, sure, that's what
I
I'm
can just
all
see a
for.
future where like tons of dads are buying, like they're swapping out their roof with a $12,000 solar roof, and then now they've got all this power production, and they can't wait to put their electric car off their roof because.
But Woody,
they're
wouldn't you
excited
rather
about it.
have? Would you rather have a $22,000 fusion reactor in your garage, just vibrating and emitting a nice warm glow, powering everything for generations to
Will it
come?
give me
Hey,
a
what about-
tan as well? Because solar can
what
do
about-
that, and I think that.
I do
Anyway.
prefer nuclear, by the way. It does seem like the best thing that we could do because hydroelectric has lots of drawbacks from the pollution and all the energy that goes into the creation of the thing to messing up habitats and changing the course of rivers and all that stuff. That can be bad. I don't know what the legitimate downsides of solar are, other than it's quite inefficient, very expensive, and the Chinese seem to have an edge on us, and that's only going to get worse because we've got President Trump.
That
but
on
nuclear.
the hydroelectric thing, like I'm mostly ignorant on this, but I'll tell you, every time they put it up, it seems like shit gets better. Like I fucking love it. Like we
That's
put
what I
this
run
thing.
on.
Yeah,
All
now,
this is
really?
hydroelectric.
This is
Oh, yeah.
probably nuclear. Anyway, there's these beautiful lakes and lakefront homes in the area, and the property values go up, and it's picturesque. It's amazing. And they say, but there's a fish that doesn't like this, and I say, fuck that fish. This place is great, and it gives me free electricity. Like I'm not so green that I'm like I'm willing to toss away a fish.
I'm on your side with fuck that fish. I don't care about that fish unless it's a tasty fish. But I found this. I was looking up like solar versus nuclear and like the reasons for the debate. I just linked to the article. I've been skipping around it. It says that one major problem with the cost analysis of solar versus nuclear is that solar costs are examined without the installation cost, but simply the price for the module itself. Whereas nuclear costs are full installation costs because it's a building. It's an actual place. Another problem is that a watt of nuclear power provides about 3 times as much energy over a year as a watt of solar power. I don't know what that means.
I don't understand that. Yeah, my initial thought would be they both provide a watt.
Yeah, it seems like what weighs more, a pound of feathers or a pound of rocks kind of thing.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense.
Is one a steady watt and the other
you guys
a peak
don't have
watt? I don't know.
any wind or turbine power in America?
Not very
We
much.
do. It's just not that much.
It depends.
Because
Like I know
here
in California
Holland,
there's a good
it's
amount.
very popular.
Yeah.
This country's just so big though compared to
Have you
Holland.
Have you
that
seen
too,
the wind
but,
farms in California? Like
it's
they put them
quite
on
viable.
the ridges of mountains and.
Yeah. I mean, depending on the geography, obviously, but it's very viable because almost 40% of Holland's infrastructure runs just on wind and turbines.
A lot of
and
times,
it's so efficient.
Dozens of buildings.
a lot of times when they try to erect windmills, there's major like political opposition. I guess they make some noise, and people don't like the way they look. I remember in Massachusetts, they wanted to put it off. I forget the town name, but anyway, they wanted to put windmills just offshore. And they were going bonkers over it because it would ruin the horizon and stuff like that. So that you run into that a ton in America. I don't know why.
I don't know. Here
countries
they just place them in the middle of a field or in the middle of a ranch or something, and they're not very intrusive. Not as much as solar technology, which takes a lot of space.
It does, but I hear story after story I've read where farmers agree to put a windmill thinking like, oh my gosh, it's just a tower and it's free money for me because they get like a recurring lease. And then they figure out that it makes a noise and they find that unlivable. So
they kill birds.
You can hear them.
They're
I'm
ugly
so
and they're
against
loud.
the bird argument, by the way. I put that right next to the fish. Fuck
They
them
don't.
both.
They don't kill
them.
I don't care.
Airplanes
So
kill
do
more
glass
birds
buildings.
than turbines.
Airplanes
You know
disrupt migratory patterns. So the airplane's just going to be here today for 1 fucking second the airplane's going to exist right there. That turbine is now here. And it's not just one, it's the entire landscape is now littered with turbines. And so that every flock of bird, eagles don't fly in flocks. Every flock of bird has to deal with this now gigantic barrier. And I don't care about the fucking birds.
If it takes them more than one, if they go through their pass through, they're in their big flock and they fly directly through a turbine and they go, oh fuck, jeez, we just lost like 6 of our buddies right there. What was it? Oh, it was the spinning thing in the sky that we flew right through. Like, you should only need one fly through for the birds to figure it out. And if they continue flying through and through and through, then that species didn't deserve to exist. Evolve, adapt, be better.
I've heard the bird argument a lot. And I wonder if it's people grasping at straws, or like how does it compare to a glass building? That's what I'd like to know. Because I don't know, they fly into the glass. If you've never worked in a glass building, birds just fucking hit it all the time. Like you type it away, and just the birds die, and they think they're flying into the sky because it's reflective. So they go beak first at, I'll make up a number, 25 miles an hour, and they die every time. So
because their bones are little hollow, pixie sticks.
Glass buildings are just mirrors in the sky, and birds fly into them and die.
That's just
a good counter argument.
That's just an excuse politicians use to keep their interests and their, because they're being paid by the coal industry and by
Are you telling me Donald Trump doesn't really care about the Eagles? Because
he doesn't care about that big titty.
Of course not. Donald Trump is a bird man.
That's on the EPA stuff. I like sometimes I feel like they're grabbing a frog and using that as an excuse to stop development, and I'm not a big fan of that.
No,
but other times
when they find a burial ground or something, I'm just like, bulldoze it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But when it comes to like human drinking water and breathing air, that's the stuff that I really like about the EPA.
Well, I mean, which humans?
Which Americans, right, Kyle? Yeah.
Are you talking about the Iraqis?
I said humans.
That's different.
No, he's talking about the Irish. You've watched the show. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the Irish. Fucking Irish.
Hate a hole. I heard Connor's
fight. Speaking of Irish, I just wanted to say Conor McGregor against Mayweather.
Yes, I heard he's training for 147.5. Right, I saw some footage
that's gonna be
mixing
crazy.
it up today.
I feel like the first stage of this fight is the rules, right? Yeah. And they have grabbed a weight class so low, Conor barely makes it. That guy looks like a skeleton when he weighs 145. So let's assume 147.5 is the same. Conor looks skinny to me at 155. Like, he's not big and bulky or like, and Conor's bigger than Mayweather. So they just freaking shrink Conor down to Mayweather's size. And then, of course, it's all boxing. It's boxing gloves. It's boxing rules.
Mayweather's got to hit that fucking weight, too. And he hasn't fought there in a while. He's fought at like 165 before, I thought. Like Mayweather.
Tiny? I need to check up on.
So it's just, are they using boxing gloves or
we
MMA
don't know. There is nothing in stone yet. The story today, the new thing is that Conor's camp says they are training like the fight is on at 147.5 with boxing gloves, and that's what he's working on now.
Man, he's going to get beat bad, isn't he?
Yeah, McGregor is fast, man.
He's probably.
No. I mean, McGregor. If it's just a straight up boxing match, isn't Mayweather going to beat him pretty badly?
Nobody knows, man. We just don't.
He's really fast, and the other guy, Mayweather, is really old guy. So how old is he? Is he like 38?
40.
Yeah, that is a big difference.
Conor is bigger. Conor is probably stronger. I don't know about
younger,
faster.
But he's definitely younger, and he's in incredible shape. Maybe he's got the cardio. But I think what you got to do is like listen to the experts and what they're saying about this. And most of them are saying like, well, you don't really know. Like this could happen or that could happen. You don't want to count that guy out, that champion who knocks people out with his fucking left hand like it's nothing. But how can we discount the guy who's 49-0 and is supposedly the greatest pound-for-pound boxer that's ever lived, although he is 40 now, and nobody knows what's going to happen. That's why it's such a big deal.
Yeah. Like the actual stats seem to all be about McGregor, and maybe this isn't as big a deal as I think it is in fighting, but like if you're used to and you've been training for your entire life with these 4-ounce gloves, and then they're like, all right, do all that same muscle memory, but you're wearing 8-ounce gloves, and it's not the same amount of space that's being taken up. Your hands aren't in the same position. I don't know, ostensibly, and you have to fight like that. Like that could be enough, maybe. And maybe I'm wrong, where it's just to throw him off and make
That's
it
gonna be
so
a
his
big part of it,
tempo is not
because
the same?
So
That's going to be a big part of it, not because Conor has never experienced boxing gloves before. It's not like he's like, oh my God, what are these? Like, I'm sure he spars with them, he trains with them, he's
All
used
the
them many
time.
times before in his boxing. But Mayweather lives in them though, right? They're his bread and butter. Like Mayweather's been in those gloves forever. It's what he's made millions, hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars wearing and doing.
I have the weight answer. Mayweather's last fight, he weighed 146. And then, of course, Conor he's big at 155. He's the champion there. So,
And 145.
yeah, he's
He's
the
the double
champion.
champion.
140. Yeah, kind of.
Double champion. God.
So, Conor made 145, whatever that was, 2 years ago. People say he can't make it again. Conor always maintained he can. I guess he's signing up for 147. I don't know. And also, I keep hearing how much bigger Conor is. According to Wikipedia, he's 5'9", and Mayweather's 5'8". So that's not that much bigger. Of course, those numbers could be off, but that's what they say. I don't know. Everyone seems to act like Conor doesn't have a chance. Like when I listen to experts, they say it's totally lopsided. But I used to think Conor was going to lose his fights, and then I realized you're not right very often when that's your prediction. So I don't know.
If you had put money on one of those, who would you put money on?
Depends on the
I
rules.
need to see the odds. And that's
Well,
what I was
boxing-
getting at.
Just the boxing match.
I feel like the weight class.
Give me the rules of the boxing match.
Straight
How
up.
many
just-
rounds? How many minutes? What do the
Just the
gloves
full-
weigh?
Well, just a full normal match. Isn't
Yeah,
the
my guess is the weight and the rules are going to pretty much match Mayweather's last fight.
Yeah.
And Conor's going to be a fish out of water in every regard, and Mayweather's going to be at home.
Yeah.
And it seems like if there's a fight before the fight, that is agreeing to the rules, the venue, the payouts, etc., it looks like Mayweather's winning every round of the fight before the fight. So for Conor to go in there, having to be super light, having to do boxing rules, having to do boxing gloves, like if they put MMA gloves on and everything else was boxing rules, I'm interested in that fight. I like
man.
Conor
Yeah.
better.
that would
Touch of
be
death.
different.
It only takes one.
Exactly.
But
You put
Especially that
8-ounce
little
gloves
fucker.
on him.
He's never been hit
Has-
like that before.
has McGregor fought any boxing matches before professionally?
No,
Not
he never
professionally.
did pro boxing, but he was like his MMA base is boxing. Like he was a boxer. That was his training base before he got more well-rounded.
Nobody knows what's going to happen. Obviously, Mayweather has the edge, you'd assume, but he's got a lot going against him as well. That's why it's such a big deal. That's why everybody wants to see it. And Mayweather's the king of fucking boxing. And a lot of guys feel like he fucking cheated Pacquiao out of his due, and they want to see him punished in the same way people want to see Durandamy punished by Chris Cyborg. We're going to get it, though. It's going to happen, I think. There's just too much money there to be had. Hundreds of millions of dollars for going in there and get a little beat up for both of these men. They're motivated. They're going to do it.
I forgot about Durandamy. What did she do?
Fuck
Poke?
Durandamy. Nah, late.
Oh,
She was
late
hitting Holly
hits.
Holm after the bell. Yeah, a couple of them that stuck her
Twice.
tongue out. Like, yeah, I guess I hit her after the bell. No, fuck you, cunt. I wish that male referee had just boom, just fucking punched her in
That's
the ear,
all right.
just right there, bare-fisted, and she woke up the next day and got to see, like, I don't remember who the ref was, but like Big John going, like,
There's a female fighter, Christine Cyborg, with more testosterone than that male referee, and that's who's next. And she's gonna murder her.
push her ass into the fucking ground. She's from the same country as Boss Rutan is. That I think we got it wrong last week. Whether he's from Netherlands or
They always
Denmark.
do.
Yeah, let's just stick
Where's
with
he from?
Denmark.
I have no
Denmark.
idea. Denmark, yeah.
Sure.
Just
No,
Ireland.
I'm not sure at all.
She's Irish.
I can look it up.
Misleading me. I'm gonna look this up right now.
Oh,
Find out
misleading you.
what
Didn't you
Boss
call him like Gorsa Vinich or something for a whole episode to fuck with me?
Yes.
Oh, maybe.
Korsavich.
We tried to convince the Philistines we're a country in the Middle East today.
He's from the Netherlands, bastard.
From the Netherlands. Thank you. All right. We won't get that wrong again then, all you Boss Rutan fans. I'm a big
Yeah.
Boss Rutan fan. I really like his cadence and how he talks about things, his sense of humor, and the lighthearted way that he talks about like the brutal, violent things he's done. He reminds me of Joe in that he can have a calm, collected, intelligent conversation about beating another man unconscious. It's a trait not many fighters have.
And even if they explain it in a way that's not at all articulate or interesting, you still have to be like, whoa, wow, what a story.
He's
Like,
articulate.
No, I
Yeah.
know he is. I'm just saying that
Yeah.
it's funny. Like
Dude,
a lot
big
of
fight
podcasters
on Saturday.
Is it? I mean, they already did
Really?
it one time, and it was. I just watched. It's not
It's
Gustafson.
medium
It's
size.
Cormier versus
And
what's that?
Anthony Rumble
Anthony Johnson. Very
Yeah.
angular face on that tall black man. I watched him do some sort of interview with like his stream or whatever, and he seemed like a nice guy. I think
They
Cormier is
both
going to
are.
fucking trounce him again.
Cormier
I think it's
is
going to
actually the underdog. Barely.
I've watched the first fight twice. I
Uh-huh.
watched it recently to get like what did happen? Oh my god! Like that was a whooping. That was a whooping. Cormier got caught a couple of times. There was a head kick that caught him, like a left head kick, so it hit him on his right, and then there's definitely a strike that hit him hard too. But the rest of the time, it was just a whooping. There was at one point where he fucking picks him up and hauls him out to the center and fucking dumps his ass, and then he's on top of him, and the other guy's ground game seemed not to be able to compete
It's
with
weak,
Cormier's. Even if it's strong, it's not Cormier strong, right? This is the
Something about
fucking wrestling.
Cormier's core is like among the strongest humans.
They
or
weigh the
something.
same, they're in the same weight class, but Cormier's like a foot shorter. He's as thick as a fucking barrel. He's
like a little
just,
Brock Lesnar or something.
He's
like
so goddamn strong, and I don't know. His hands are good. His feet are good. Although I bet we've all seen the GIF on Reddit MMA of him like doing that little twirly kick that looked like you or I threw it.
Was he with Luke
You and I can
Rockhold
throw
on
better
that?
kicks.
Oh, the one with Frank Mir, where afterwards he's like,
Spit.
yeah.
Yeah, I guess I want to watch that fight. I'm not gonna buy it. I'm not gonna buy it. I can't buy that.
There's,
Who else?
there's two fights: Wyman versus Musasi. That's
Don't
a
care.
pretty. Oh, okay, that one has my interest, and then the rest of the card really doesn't. But
Yeah.
sometimes that's what it takes. I watch the undercard because of the top of the card, and I learn and care about him next time.
I want him to roll Amanda Nunes back out there. I want him to roll Durandamy or Cyborg. I'd watch any of their fights as far as the women are concerned. And of course, if you bring Ronda Rousey back out of death, I'd watch her fight anybody.
Bisping GSP.
I'm not that crazy about that fight. I think I don't know what's going to happen, and that's the only reason I want to see it because GSP's been out so long. And
He's gonna lose.
the way I feel about Bisping on the inside is like, how does he keep getting to these positions where he's like the guy to beat, and we all have to be like, yeah, Bisping's the champ, he's great, when like it doesn't feel that great. And
That's
I
what
watch
everybody
him fight,
says.
he feels like the most underwhelming champion of all time.
The records of the people he's beaten are not that great, but hey, he took a fight on 12 days' notice and knocked out
And
Luke
won.
Rockhold.
Yeah, well, I'd love to see GSP beat him up, and then GSP challenge Conor McGregor, which is what he's going to do.
It seems like when fighters take that much time off, they're not the fighter they were.
I don't think he's been taking time off. I think he's been somewhere fucking in Canada, getting stronger and faster. He's a humble guy too. I feel like he spent this time learning.
I love
have
GSP.
You ever seen the video where him and Rogan are going over kicks, and Rogan's
Yes.
showing him do that turning side kick? God, Rogan kicks that fucking bag into another dimension, doesn't he?
How often does he replace bags, I wonder? Like, it seems like he's going to break it.
Every time one dies, I guess, every time the stuffing comes out,
Joe
like
Rogan can fold a heavy bag, like, holy smokes.
if you ever see like his ass, I hate to say it, but like they were in the studio doing the podcast, and he's wearing these special jeans that are for like guys who work out or something. They're called barbell jeans, and they're like real stretchy and elastic. And he's doing a kick for Brian Callen's trying to do a kick.
Oh,
and
I've
he's
seen this.
wrong. Yeah. And when he fucking turns and does that kick, his ass goes, ha! Like each ass cheek is like a ham of just kick.
Yeah. He's got
power,
like two human
muscle.
heads at his lower back.
Yes. Joe Rogan can seriously kick. If any man here allowed Joe Rogan to kick them in the midsection, we might die. We might legitimately die, and we definitely have broken ribs. We might have a ruptured spleen or liver. He's gonna put you in the fucking ER with one kick.
He is on a lot of steroids. Yeah.
Sure
and
is. He's all the man he can be. He's the Joe Roganest Rogan he's ever been.
Dude,
He's
you
the most
listen to these guys
roid-
talk about roids, and it makes you want to take them. And he's like, people are like, "Oh, you're 50 years old. Isn't that like the wrong time?" He's like, "Perfect time to take steroids. I'm already 50. What do I got? 25 more years? You cut that to 20, live to 70. That's cool. Rather be, jacked the whole time." And I'm like,
He's so jacked.
"Yeah, yeah, that guy's right."
Yeah, man. Every like it's. I love that video where they're outside the comedy club and that chick is giving Rogan shit. She's like, "Look at you, you're fat," and he goes, "Fat." And he lifts his shirt and he's sculpted like an action figure, just these big, well-defined abs. Like each ab is like this big chunk of flesh that goes around his belly, and it's a big belly. But it's muscle.
It's got that
big,
like
thick
human
belly.
growth hormone.
And
belly.
then up on top, is
Yes,
these
that
big,
thick
powerful
skull.
pecs. And that he goes, "Yeah, I know my neck's too big for my body. I don't fucking care." He said that. I love it. Before we wrap,
He said, "I look like a thumb with two thumbs," and you're like, "Yeah."
He does.
Anyway,
yeah, we're getting toward the short hours of the show, as they say. Tell us about your car bomb story, because we never did get to that.
I did want to tell that, but we get wrapped up in all of these topics. So after I worked as a translator for the Americans, as I told you earlier, when I stopped working there, I was introduced via some people to an orphanage that needed a data analyst and an entry specialist, that kind of stuff. Basically behind the computer, entering data from paper to digital. So I went there for an interview and I got the job and I started working there, basically for an orphanage. And I used to basically take stacks of papers filled with information about orphans, their parents, their possessions, what do they have, how much do they earn, and then put them in the program that I helped kind of a bit develop in Visual Basic, really basic data entry program that we made up in-house. Later on, we went on to use Access, Microsoft Access, which was a lot better. Anyway, so one of those days I was done with work. I was like about 6 months after starting working there. I was in Najaf. We live in Kufa, which I told you about the war story earlier. That's a bit far off. So about 20 kilometers away from home, it's Najaf, which is the main city. And there was a lot of tensions about car bombs in Baghdad and this and that. So there has been a lot of security, a lot of Iraqi police, American police. So one of those days I'm done and I go out and I see a lot of women lined up in front of the organization. They just always come up, line up there to get help and to register and whatever. Mostly rejected because of random reasons. So anyways, I go out and one of those women approaches me and she tells me, "Please help me. I've lost my husband a few months ago in the war and this and that, and I got 7 kids and I don't have income. I don't have anything. And the roof of our house is about to come down on us, basically because of rain and all the rotten things." So it's like, oh my God, I know I could take your papers and go inside and they'll probably tell me what they always tell me, that, yeah, there is not enough sufficient papers or this or that. So basically, she would be rejected. So I was like, oh my God, I don't know how to tell you. I'm trying to tell her, but she just keeps insisting. So I take her papers, go inside, talk to my colleague, and it's like, yeah, you know what the answer is. So I come back outside, and then immediately there's a incredible bang that I feel like a lot of glasses shatter, of course, not very near me, but about like 500 meters away from me, half a kilometer. And a lot of glass shatter, an incredible boom sound that just almost deafens me. So we look up, and then there's this whole black smoke in the sky. And funny thing about this story is that my mother still to this day doesn't know about this. And if she knew, she would have made me stop working at the organization. So anyway, I never told her. And of course, she heard in the news the next day, but I told her it was far away. She didn't know where my organization was. So I go out there in the main street where it happened, and I look to the south where it happened, and there were a lot of fire, a lot of people screaming. And the stupid idiot me being like, I don't know if it's brave or anything, but a lot of people kept going toward the direction of the car bomb. And so I did the same. I just kept walking toward it, and the closer I got, that was a very harsh experience. A lot of legs, a lot of dead bodies, a lot of blood, and yeah, that was one of my most harsh experiences I've ever experienced. So yeah, that was pretty much it. A lot of police came over and started cleaning up the streets, and immediately.
What do they do with
that,
the body parts? Are there people walking around grabbing arms and legs and like putting them in a bin?
Yeah, so you know the Toyota trucks that you also have in America?
Yeah.
The Iraqi police uses one of those. And basically they pile up all the bodies in the back trunk and they just take them away.
I got a friend who's a volunteer fireman, and he was talking about a wreck on the interstate highway, which is for your purposes, Ahmed. We go 70 miles per hour on those. So it's our faster highways. And someone had died in a car crash, and they were just splattered. And I'm like, what do you do? He's like, I had to go out there and shovel this person up and put them in like a bag. Like there's a certain, like all of them we could get needs to go in that bag. And like they're like, get as much as you can. Yes. And I'm like, well, what's the consistency? Like, I gotta know. He's like, it's like, it's blood, it's guts, it's like,
it's just
flesh.
viscera.
It's stuff you can't identify. You're like, I don't know what that is. It's just mushed flesh, pink and organs and just and they're just scraping up as much as they can and then just depositing it into the bag.
Yeah, thankfully I didn't do any shoveling or anything, but I just stood there like an idiot and watching, and a lot of people screaming and a lot of women screaming, a lot of shouts of Allahu Akbar, which is funny thing. You guys heard about Allahu Akbar, something that people shout before they blow up themselves. But in our culture, in the Islamic culture, Allahu Akbar is kind of used in a contextual way, like in a way that you call for God's help, just by praising him. So you say, God,
I think it's very similar to when, if you ever watch like a YouTube video of Americans and something bad's happening, we say, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh my God, oh my God.
That's a great example. A lot of people don't realize this, but that's exactly how we use Allahu Akbar. So you hear Allahu Akbar, you freak out, but in Iraq it's kind of normal.
Although I will say you don't always use it that way. I've never heard an American go, oh my God, oh my God. But on the other hand, I've seen plenty of Muslims go, Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar, and everybody gets pumped up and they start fucking.
We are very
like, come on.
We are very smart people, and we use words in a lot of different ways. So that's all I say.
What is for when you were walking over there and you saw the bodies and everything? Was it like what was going through your head? Like you were probably it was almost surreal. Probably like did it take a little while for it to like settle in that it actually happened and it wasn't almost a dream sequence?
It took me a day. It took me a day to realize what I've been through. I was in shock at the start. So I go in there, start walking. Some people talk to me, and it's like, help me out, take my carriage out. Some people are trapped under there. Basically, some people were trapped. They were injured but trapped because of a carriage that the blast has pushed on them. So I helped them drag a carriage. I start walking away again and start watching the police come over, and they start moving people. They start looking for survivors, this and that, and my shoes were all over with blood. So I go to the corner and grab some plastic bag that I found on the ground, and I wipe my shoes, and I just walked home. To the bus that took me to home. And at that time, when I went home, you won't believe it. It was like a normal day. I didn't feel anything. Like nothing has happened to me that day. Nothing has happened. I went home, and it's a normal day. I just had dinner, talked to my mom, just played a video game, turned on my laptop, put my Lost episode. I remember very specifically I watched Lost that day. And then I go to sleep. Next day I wake up. Oh my God, the feeling is pretty much undescribable. I was like, I don't know, depressed, shocked, and I don't know. It was really harsh. And
it's weird. It's weird when something happens.
But 9/11 was like that. Like the nation needed permission to care about sports again, to laugh again, to like there was a national sorrow after 9/11. And then, of course, we didn't see body parts, in the same way that you did. But I feel like it's similar.
Yeah, exactly. That's
it's weird how you'll see. I just imagine you seeing that. I don't know how far it was from your home, but several miles from your home, and then
about 30 kilometers.
Okay, so
45 miles.
Just down the road, something horrible, almost undescribable has happened, and you've been right in the thick of it. But then you go back home, and everything is exactly the same. Like that other shit didn't happen.
Yeah,
Like this shit
exactly.
back here is completely independent of that. It doesn't seem right because what had happened over there seems so terrible, immense, and important that how can things over here still even be the same? How can there still be sandwiches to be made at home when there's legs on the ground 15 kilometers away?
Processing
it's a weird thing for us to deal with.
Exactly. Couldn't process it at the beginning, and then took me a whole day to even realize what I've been through. And it's like I was at the time I was 18, I think, 2008. This was, and so I was the next day I was completely shocked. I didn't play video games, I didn't read a book, I didn't do anything, and so I just went to school, did my thing. I remember very distinguished. A lot of people asking me what's going on and this and that, but I didn't answer. Just went home, and then a week later, life just went on, and just forgot about it. But I still have nightmares about that. So
yeah, that's fucked,
that's
man.
Horrible, dude.
What's the nightmare like?
Well, basically just me being. I don't know if I should describe this, but I have a lot of weird nightmares. But one of them is that I'm completely drowned in blood. And a lot of people asking me for help, but I'm too arrogant or something. I don't know. I feel like I don't want to help them. It feels like I can help someone.
You've got survivor guilt. You feel bad because you couldn't do anything while you were there. That's what that's about.
Oh,
you were there, you were helpless, and there was nothing to do, and there's
Wow.
blood everywhere. That's what that dream's about.
I don't know if I never thought of it like this, but I always like when I wake up, I feel like all sweaty and everything, but it always feels like I could help someone, but I don't in the dream. I mean,
Yeah,
and I just
it's
keep
because
walking.
you have that guilt inside you. There's a part of you that inside of you that believes that when that thing happened, that like maybe there's something I could have done. Maybe there's but there wasn't. That's exactly what that's about. You should think about that more and maybe get some professional help. I don't fucking know. I don't see a psychiatrist or anything, but maybe
honest,
just on your own, just realize that that's out of your control. That was a horrible thing that happened to you, not a thing that you were a part of or had any control over. And you would have helped if you could. You know that you would have if there'd been a man there. If there'd been a man there that said, "Ahmed, help me and get me," you'd have went there. I would find solace in that. I would imagine if there had been, I'd imagine that scenario in which you could have helped because you couldn't have been in the real life scenario, and thought, what would I have done? And the knowledge of what you would have done, I think, will bring you some comfort if you think about that. Like, I'd have helped. I wouldn't have said no. I wouldn't have drowned in the blood. I'd have tread through it.
No, but I think one of the reasons as well, because I saw a lot of people helping out and a lot of people like doing something, and I feel like I was useless. I was in shock. I think I didn't know what to do, so I just kept walking, and then at the end I just cleaned up my shoes and went home. And the buses were just riding like normal. And I heard when I went a few days later that 2 days there were no buses. If I was half an hour late, I probably would have walked for 25 miles. So that's
How old did you say you were? 18?
I was 18 at the time when I started working there.
That's a really difficult situation to be in.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
I think
in my
Kyle
life,
really hit it on the head.
Yeah, Kyle might be right. I mean, to be honest, even when I dream about, when I have a nightmare about it, or anything else, I never think about it. I just wake up and it's done. Never think about it. Never even try to reflect upon it. But it's interesting the way Kyle said it. So anyway.
Yeah, dreams mean things. We talk about those dreams. We talk about those dreams where we can't pull the trigger. What do you think that's fucking about? That's some sort of performance anxiety. That's some sort of fear within myself that I won't be able to not literally pull the trigger, but figuratively pull the trigger in some regard. Maybe I can't do this or can't do that. That I'm going to fail. That's all that's about. It's a fear of failing, and it's a fear of some sort of weakness inside yourself. Most dreams that are serious that come back to us more than once. Of course, we've all dreamed of something random, like your fucking teacher in blue panties, but that didn't mean shit. Other than maybe you wanted to fuck your teacher.
Yeah.
This means something, though, something really important to you. You should think about it. I keep a dream journal. Well, I'll tell you what else I've been working on. Every time I walk through a door, knock on the door, and I say, "Am I dreaming?" Nope. And I've started doing it so much. I heard Joe Rogan talk about this and like inducing lucid dreaming. And the idea is that if you do this enough, if every time, and I mean every fucking time you walk through a door, you in your head or whatever, so you don't look like a moron, like a maniac in public. Don't be like, "Am I dreaming?" And then walk through. Don't do that.
Whisper it to yourself, inconspicuous like.
That's what I do.
Do you sleepwalk?
No. But what's going to happen though is you're going to be in a dream and you're going to knock on a door and you're going to say, "Am I dreaming?" And you're going to be, "Yeah, I am. Yeah, I am dreaming." And then you're going to be able to initiate a lucid dream, take control of that dream potentially. And it's a skill that you can work on and you can harness and you can have some fun in your dreams.
I've never thought about dreams like that, but I do sleepwalk sometimes. That's also another problem I have with that. I've never went really far outside, but maybe something to do with what you were saying. But whenever I open the door, like the main door to the house, I wake up. I've had that like 2 times in this house, which I've been in this house for 4 years now.
I used to sleepwalk too. I would argue with people.
I found that when the dream blanks out like that, it often means I either don't have the necessary information or I'm afraid of the necessary information. But when I was a virgin, every time I had sex, when I put my dick in a pussy, the dream would end because I don't have the necessary information. I don't know what that's like yet. Now when I put my dick in a vagina, I'm like, dick's in the vagina. but for the longest time, every dream, I'm like, huzzah! What the fuck just happened? And then
I don't know. I've had that before. Before I had sex, I've had a lot of those dreams, and the sex would continue. I don't know what you're talking about.
Lucky bitch.
Yeah. The sex would continue.
Yeah, the sex would continue. I promise that.
Yeah. My brain didn't know what a pussy felt like.
Yeah.
Didn't know what to write there.
I guess my brain thought that pussy would feel like my hand, so that's why.
I was thinking about masturbation. Like in my lifetime, it's gone from something that it seems like most people admit didn't happen, didn't do. Like that was the stance they took, and now, while it's not something you talk about in, what do they call it? Not public company, private,
mixed
proper company. I wasn't going for mixed, but proper company, I'll say. I'm lacking it. But it's not something you talk about in public too much. But it's almost like wiping your butt. We all know that everybody does this.
Everyone does
I hope so.
Yeah.
And in some...
Not anymore. I'm on strike.
Yeah.
You're on strike against you?
No, against Charmin.
Another quick story about wiping. This reminds me of a funny story. In Iraq, we don't have actually sitting toilets. You don't know that, guys, right?
Yeah, you guys are squatters.
Yeah, I've seen
squat.
a meeting.
We don't wipe. We wash. We used to wash anyway. So you don't. You also know that. So basically, you have a hose that is near the toilet, and you just make a water stream, and then you start washing yourself. That's how we do it. So anyway, this a friend of mine told me a story about his family. His father was going to the toilet, and he was a big guy, very big guy, large, heavy. And and he goes to the toilet, and the cement on the toilet was, let's just say, was getting old. So he sits down. Oh my God! A lot of the old houses used kind of like a little hole underneath the toilet that was protected pretty much by a small layer of cement. So that's how they did it, and everything would go there. And then at the end, all the shit gets filled, like the hole would be filled, and then they would call someone. I swear to God, this is true.
I know where this leads.
Yes. No, it's not as extreme as you are thinking now, but people would call like a car. They offered services. They would come in, put a hose inside the hole, and then they suck everything out. Yeah. That's how they did in the old houses. The new houses have kind of a little system that is built in to process all that. So anyway, this old man, father of a friend of mine, goes to the toilet, and the toilet breaks, and pretty much he's half of his body inside shit. So that's I always thought that was hilarious.
Oh, that is horrible. I bet he lost weight after that.
I bet he didn't.
Might have.
He's like, this is not worth the extra snacks after 8 p.m. Fuck this.
No, it's not.
That's really funny.
You never know. Right. I do have a very weird country with a lot of weird people. So yeah.
That's really nice.
Do you guys want to wrap the show up?
Sure.
Well, it's been great, guys. Thank you very much for
inviting
Ahmed,
me. I enjoyed having you on very much. It was fun hearing about your experiences overseas. It was cool to find some common ground with movies and magic and all that stuff as well. I wish you the best in luck in all things that you do in the future.
Thank you very much, guys. I've been a fan of you guys for a long time, and it's very cool of Chess to invite me and you guys having me, so thanks a lot for that, and hopefully we'll see each other soon. Well, I'll see you next week soon.
Yeah. For sure, dude. You're a cool guy, easy to talk to. You have some awesome stories.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks.
All right. And to the rest of the people out there, Yeah, I think that's a.
There's no post rolls or anything.
No.
Oh, Ahmed, do you do anything with like Twitter online that you'd like to send people to?
Well, I do have Twitter and everything else like
You probably
everyone
don't
else,
want
but I'm
that
not
unless you're selling shit.
Yeah, I'm not selling it. I'm not a public figure, so I won't.
Then there you go. Best option is not to.
Very good.
Indeed.
PKA episode 329.